I had to spend $14 million within 24 hours, but I was used to being poor and suddenly faced with such a large sum of money. I didn't know how to spend it. Just when I was planning to buy a villa and settle down, I suddenly ran into an old friend in the sales office. He looked at me coldly and said, "William, you dare to beg here? This is not a place you can come to." I tried to explain to them that I was no longer the worthless man, but a billionaire who had everything. But after these words were spoken, even the security guard was full of doubts. I took a deep breath, sneered, and decided to use the most one way to give a loud slap in the face to those who once looked down on me and the world. Hi everyone, thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, and if you like this story, please let me know in the comment section. I will update the next part. "Boss, give me a pack of cigarettes," I said to the boss softly. "What kind of cigarettes do you want?" The boss looked up at me. I felt my pockets, and there were no coins left. I opened WeChat and Alipay, and there were only 50 cents in WeChat and 30 cents in Alipay. "Forget it. Smoking is bad for your health." I smiled weakly, and my craving for cigarettes had already started. The boss shook his head, took out a pack of Koshiman cigarettes from under the counter, and handed me one. "It's best if you can quit smoking, but if you can't, don't do anything illegal." My hands trembled slightly as I took the cigarette, not because I was moved, but because I was craving for cigarettes. Click. The boss lit the cigarette himself. I took a deep puff and instantly felt relaxed. The cigarette burned 1/3 of the way. The feeling of puffing out smoke was great. I took a deep puff, and my craving for cigarettes was slightly relieved. Ding dong. I threw a fruit knife onto the counter and said, "Thanks, boss." I turned around and left. Wait a minute. The boss called me. I turned around and saw him throwing his lighter into the remaining cigarette pack. "Grown man, don't be stumped by a pack of cigarettes." I smiled bitterly. It's not the cigarettes that bother me, it's the woman. She cheated me out of everything, leaving me with only a few cents. I've lived for 20 years and never felt so miserable. Ding. 24-hour system binding to the host. Ding. Binding successful. Reward to the host. Ding. Mission. Spend 100 million. About 14 million US dollars in one day. Failure to complete the mission will result in a penalty. The sudden system prompt in my mind made me stunned. 100 million. I was stunned. This number was like a pie in the sky. My former poverty turned into endless money and power. I was no longer the worthless man, but a rich man who had everything. And what I have to do next is to let the world know that the poverty we once had is nothing but a joke. Ding. You have new news. I was stunned and checked again and again. There was actually 100 million in my account. Shocked, I walked to the store again and said, "Boss, give me a pack of Manhwa cigarettes." $7.50. The boss looked up at me and quoted the price first. I scanned the QR code to pay 750 yuan in WeChat. "You kid, you are rich, but you pretended to be poor?" The boss frowned. I smiled, tore open the cigarette pack, and handed it to him. "Thank you for the cigarettes and fire. I'm leaving." At the moment, I had nowhere to go, and I was thinking about where to go. I stopped the car and said, "Master, go to the Jiangcheng Bay Villa District." The driver glanced at me and said, "You don't look like someone who lives there." I threw him a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes. "For you." I scanned the code and transferred 500 yuan for the taxi fare. "Thank you, boss." The driver smiled from ear to ear. The fare was over 100 yuan, and I gave him 500 yuan. The driver was as happy as if he had won the lottery. Soon, I arrived at the entrance of the Bay Villa District. "Stop. This is a rich area. No one can enter without an invitation." I said directly, "I want to buy a villa." The security guard sneered. "You? Buy a villa? I don't want to waste time talking. I'm really upset that you delayed my spending money." The security guard was stunned. He had never seen anyone say that. "Are you crazy? Don't think I interrupted him and took out the text message. "Look how much money I have. Don't waste your time talking to me." The security guard took a look at the text message, and his expression changed instantly. But he still sneered. "You almost fooled me. Why didn't you make a notification sound when 50 million was deposited?" Just when the atmosphere was getting tense, a luxury car drove up to the door. The window rolled down, and a familiar voice came from inside. "Hey, William." I turned around suddenly, and it was Lily. "Lily." I shouted her name in anger. She looked incredulous. "You actually came here to beg?" I calmed down and thought to myself that I now have 100 million yuan and am much richer than before. "I'm not here to beg. I'm here to buy a villa." I responded slowly. Lily laughed. "You? Buy a villa?" Oscar in the car sneered. "You can't even afford a villa." I said calmly, Yeah, I look down on cars like yours. I don't even care about cars worth tens of thousands of dollars. Lily sarcastically asked again, William, when did you become so boastful? I sneered, Of course you don't know, because you approached me just for my body, and now you're tired of playing with me and dumped me. William, nonsense. Lily was furious. Oscar slammed on the brakes. Lily, didn't you say you were a virgin? Lily hurriedly explained, I didn't lie to you. I really didn't touch him. Are you crazy? William, you are deliberately taking revenge on me. Get out of the car. Lily was so angry that she almost collapsed. Take over, man. Your baby is angry, so I'm getting out of the car. After I said this, I opened the car door and walked out in a cool manner. The three words, take over, man, made Oscar completely lose control and became furious. Lily, get out of the car. He roared, almost collapsing. Brother June, don't be like this. William is talking nonsense. Nothing happened between him and me. Lily hurriedly explained. I told you to get out of the car. I don't like scum like you, and I don't want to be the scapegoat. Hurry up. Oscar was extremely angry and grabbed Lily and dragged her out of the car. Oscar, are you stupid? You listen to William. Lily was furious and fought back mercilessly. Bitch, get out of here. Oscar roared and pulled Lily out of the car. Oscar, it's none of your business whether you are the scapegoat or not, but I get upset when you call me a pauper, I said coldly. What's wrong with being a poor bastard? I just called you a poor bastard, so what? Are you not convinced? Oscar was furious. Okay, since you call me a pauper, just wait and see. I'm going to buy a villa now, the most expensive one in the Bay Villa District. Let's see if you can afford it. I sneered and turned to walk towards the Villa District. Buy it if you want, poor bastard. I want to see you embarrass yourself. Oscar sneered and stepped on the accelerator to leave. Lily was furious. William, you bastard. She rushed over and was about to slap me. I quickly grabbed her wrist. Lily, you hit me before because I was still a little interested in you, but now you dare to touch me? I pushed her aside and walked towards the sales center. Soon we arrived. Oscar was already waiting there. Lily was thinking that she would wait for me to make a fool of myself and then give me a severe blow. Poor bastard. Hurry up and show yourself and buy a villa. Oscar laughed. I strode into the sales center, and the sales lady greeted me with a smile. Excuse me, sir. Are you looking for? Buy a villa. Give me the most expensive one. I didn't wait for her to finish and directly took out my bank card and handed it to her. Sir, are you serious? The beautiful saleswoman was stunned. The customers and salespeople around me also started to notice me. I smiled and responded, I don't drag my feet when buying things. Just tell me what you want and pay for it. Oscar and Lily were both stunned. They obviously didn't expect me to be so direct. Sir, the most expensive villa we have here is Villa number 8, which is worth 88,888,888 yuan. Are you sure you want to buy it? The sales lady asked carefully. What? The most expensive one is less than 100 million? Do you look down on me? I said with obvious dissatisfaction in my tone. Lily saw her chance and smiled smugly. He's my ex-boyfriend. We broke up because he was too poor. Now he comes here to attack me, but I'm afraid he doesn't even have $1,000. People around me looked at me and began to doubt my identity. I smiled calmly. Yes, I may not have $1,000 on me. After all, my money is all on the card. Just go to Villa number 8, swipe the card, and don't delay me from spending money. I'm very busy. I urged. The people around began to whisper, obviously in disbelief. Ding! 88,888,888 renminbi has been credited to the company account. The sales center suddenly became quiet. All eyes were focused on me. Even the sales lady was stunned. Oscar, it's your turn, buy it. I smiled coldly. Oscar's face changed, and he showed an awkward smile. I remembered that I have something to do at home. I'll come next time. He left in shame. Mr. William, this is your card. The balance on your card is 11,111,112 yuan. The sales lady handed the card back to me, tremblingly. There's still so many. I asked with dissatisfaction in my tone. Are there any cheaper villas? Exactly 11,111,112 yuan? William, I get angry when you say that. After 2 years of relationship, do you really think I don't care? I just want to stimulate you and make you work harder. I'm ready to marry you. Lily said seriously. I sneered. Really? I was so touched that I almost cried. After saying that, I pushed her away with force. Beauty, what did I ask you just now? I turned to the salesperson. She was stunned for a moment, then quickly replied, Sir, do you have a villa for about 11,111,112 yuan? Yes, that's it. Is there one? I urged. Yes, Villa number 99, worth 12 million. Are you sure you want to buy it? We can give you a discount. The salesperson asked excitedly. Do you think I'm kidding? The card is in your hand and you know the password, so just do it quickly. I said impatiently. Okay, sir, wait a moment. She hurried to prepare the information. After a while, the system prompt sounded. Ding! The company account has been credited with 11,111,112 yuan. The salesperson was ecstatic. Just as she was preparing the contract, the beautiful manager Elena came over. Elena, the sales manager of the Bay Villas. Your transaction is for a large amount, so I'll serve you personally. She deliberately adjusted her collar, and I couldn't help but look at her. The deep white cleavage was so beautiful. The salesperson next to him changed his expression and was unwilling, thinking that this commission was not small. I smiled and said, no need to trouble the manager. Let her serve me. I cursed in my heart. What were you doing before? Now you come to pretend after seeing a big order. Mr. William, Diana is a new sales intern and doesn't understand many procedures. Let me serve you. Elena glared at Diana coldly. Mr. William, I just got here and I really don't understand. Let's let the manager come. Diana lowered her head helplessly. I said in a deep voice, I'll say it again, only she will serve me, otherwise I will get a refund and I won't buy it. She looked at me, struggled for a while, and finally compromised. Okay, Mr. William, I'll go prepare the contract. About half an hour later, Diana came running over. Mr. William, the contract is ready. You just need to sign and stamp it, and Villas 8 and 99 will be yours. I signed without hesitation, thinking to myself, it's great to be able to afford these. Ding! Successfully spend 100 million yuan within 24 hours to get a big gift package of strengthening points. I was stunned for a moment. Another new task, 1 billion yuan? What the hell is this? I opened the reinforcement point gift pack. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have opened the reinforcement point gift pack and will receive 66 reinforcement points at random. System, strengthen the strength to 12 o'clock. I ordered. Ding! Successfully enhanced strength by 12 points. Current strength is 20 points. Remaining enhancement points are 54 points. I felt a warm current flowing through my body, as if I could kill a cow with one punch. How cool! I then ordered physique, agility, and spirit, all strengthened to 20 points. Ding! Physical fitness, agility, and spirit are enhanced to 20 points. A total of 37 points are consumed, and 17 points of enhancement points are remaining. With all 4 attributes improved, I felt like I was bursting with energy, full of energy and invincible. Mr. William, do you need us to take you to the villa? Diana asked, and saw me signing excitedly, feeling confused. No need. Calculate how many villas are left unsold and give me a budget. I plan to buy them all, I said with a smile. The whole audience was shocked. Diana could hardly breathe. Mr. William, are you serious? I nodded. Don't doubt my spending level. Quickly calculate the total price of 10 billion. I will pay first. Everyone was stunned. Elena shouted, Diana, don't just stand there. Swipe his card. Diana woke up as if from a dream and hurried to prepare, but I could see that everyone was shocked at my financial resources. Diana, hurry up. Don't waste time, I urged. She hurriedly calculated, her heart beating fast, and I felt a little excited. Okay, Mr. William, wait a moment. Diana started to make the payment. A few seconds later, the system prompt sounded. Ding! 1 billion yuan has been credited to the company account. The whole audience fell silent, staring at me in shock. 1 billion? That's not a small amount. Go and prepare the contract for the villa. Remember, don't waste my precious time. My voice was cold, but extremely domineering. Lily suddenly ran over and said excitedly, William, I know I was wrong. Let's make peace. As long as you are willing, I will go to your villa immediately, and I will do whatever you want me to do. I sneered. No need. What were you doing before? You're acting pitiful now. Look at these salespeople. Which one of them is not prettier than you? If I pursue them, will they agree? I glanced at the salespeople around me. Mr. William, my name is Chun Yin, and I have never been in a relationship. Mr. William, my name is Yang Yi, and I have never held a boy's hand. Mr. William, my name is Zhao Yin. Can you add me on WeChat? 7 or 8 salesmen surrounded her, all of them with hot bodies and seductive postures. Lily's face turned pale instantly, and she almost fainted. She watched all this with anger and shame mixed together. William, don't be like this. I know you love me. Come with me, and I will let you have me now. Lily grabbed me like crazy. I pushed her away and said coldly, "When I loved you, you ignored me. Now that I don't love you anymore, you want to marry me. It's ridiculous. Ladies, you want to add me on WeChat, right? Come on, add me all." I approved their requests one by one, smiling easily. These saleswomen are indeed not simple. They all have outstanding figures and top-notch looks. They sell not only villas, but also rely on their own charm to find a rich man to rely on. "Mr. William, let's go to the VIP room to talk." Sales manager Elena came over with a smile on her face. I didn't want to go at first, but then I thought, there's nothing to lose from just chatting. "Okay, let's talk." After following her into the VIP room, Elena closed the door, drew down the curtains, and then she suddenly ripped her clothes off. I was stunned and my mind went blank. I didn't expect her to be so bold. Before I could react, she pounced on me with almost beast-like movements. Things happened so fast that I could only deal with it passively. More than an hour later, Elena lay on me, panting, and said with satisfaction, "Honey, you are great." I pushed her away, put on my clothes, and said coldly, "You can pick any villa in the Bay Villa district." I pushed open the door and walked out, and heard her cursing me behind me. "Asshole." Back in the hall, all eyes were on me once again. "Mr. William, this is the contract for the villa you purchased, which includes the villas at the foot of the mountain. There are 138 units in total, and it's exactly 1 billion yuan." The salesperson handed over the contract. I didn't hesitate and quickly signed to confirm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 1 billion yuan within 24 hours and receiving a big gift package of reinforcement points as a reward. The system prompt sounded. Ding! New mission. Spend 2 billion yuan within 24 hours. If the mission fails, one arm will be abolished. If the mission is completed, the reward is a gift package of strengthening points. I raised my eyebrows, knowing that the system was forcing me to spend money again. "I want the remaining villas too," I said directly to Diana. The whole audience was shocked. Diana could hardly believe it. "Mr. William, are you sure?" I smiled coldly. "I'm not joking like you think. Hurry up and prepare the contract." She hurried to go through the formalities, and I caught a glimpse of Elena coming out of the VIP room with a hint of shame and satisfaction on her face. She came over and whispered, "Mr. William, are you really going to give me a villa?" "Of course. You can choose whichever one you like." "Then I choose villa number 9. Elena said with some obsession. I nodded and continued to check the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the enhancement gift package, which will randomly reward 10 to 110 enhancement points, and you will get 45 enhancement points. As the progress of the task increases, the rewards become more and more generous. It seems that the tasks of this system are becoming more and more tempting. "Lily, are you crazy?" I saw her suddenly take off her clothes and yell at me. I gave her a cold look. "You're not worth my time." "I'm not crazy. I just love you too much. Please don't abandon me, okay?" Lily cried, tears in her eyes. She acted like this, and I always softened my heart and finally gave in. Lily, you're so cruel. You left me with nothing when we broke up. My heart is already dead after you said goodbye." I responded coldly. "Security, drag her out quickly." I ignored her, sat on the sofa beside her, and began to enjoy this moment of peace. "Mr. William, have some tea. Mr. William, have some fruit. Mr. William, how about a massage?" 7 or 8 salesmen rushed to serve me. This feeling is so great. "You're all good. You can choose any villa you want, one for each of you," I said casually. "Really?" A salesperson was the first to react and almost jumped up with excitement. Of course, I never joke. I smiled and even touched her body. "Thank you, Mr. William." She was full of gratitude and was already choosing the most expensive villa in her mind. An hour later, I had signed all the purchase contracts and had secured all the remaining properties in the Sioux City Bayfront Villa District. "Mr. William, our boss called and she wants to meet you and invite you to visit the Starry Hotel." Elena came over, her voice slightly soft. Star Hotel. I knew it was a 7-star luxury hotel in Suzhou, an invitation that was hard to refuse. In that case, I'll give the beautiful Eve a favor and tell her I'll be there right away. I made a decision. Elena nodded and quickly made arrangements. I suddenly realized that I didn't have a car. "Who has a car to take me there?" I asked. "Mr. William, I have a car." At this time, various salesmen expressed their willingness to help. "Diana, you are the sales champion today. Please take me there," I said with a smile. She was stunned. "Mr. William, I'm riding an electric bike." "No problem. An electric car will work too." I responded easily. Diana blushed as she got on the electric scooter and said shyly, Mr. William, get on board. I sat on her and gently held her waist. She trembled slightly, as if she was at a loss. The other salesman looked at her with complicated expressions. The car was going very fast, and Diana nervously grabbed my waist. Just as we were leaving the villa area, suddenly, a crazy shout came. William, you bastard, you cheated on me and then abandoned me. I want to die with you. When I looked over, I saw Lily rushing towards me with a fruit knife in her hand. Hurry, Diana, run. I urged hurriedly. Diana sped up and managed to get away from Lily. After more than 10 minutes of chasing, Lily was completely out of breath and could not catch up. Finally, we arrived near the Stars Hotel. The electric car ran out of power and could not move forward, so Diana and I had to get off and push it. Mr. William, why don't you take a taxi and I'll push the bike and charge it myself? Diana suggested in a low voice. Don't let you push the cart alone. Let me do it. I took the initiative to step forward. She was stunned and looked at me, wondering, is he really not as fickle as other rich second generations? I pushed the electric scooter for a while before I encountered a steep slope. Diana didn't say anything, obviously wanting to test me. A few minutes later, I pushed it to the top of the slope and quickly got on the bike. Hold on tight. Diana screamed in fear. Mr. William, slow down. She subconsciously hugged my waist tightly. It felt good, and I smiled softly, but the brakes failed. Oops. In a panic, I crashed into a Maserati in front of me that was waiting for the red light. The female car owner turned around suddenly, furious. Are you crazy? You hit my new car on such a long road. I smiled helplessly. It seems that our arrival has caused a little disturbance. I was severely criticized. When she finally gave me a chance to speak, I immediately asked, Beauty, how much is this car? I'll buy it. Poor bastard. You want to be like the rich second generation? Buy my car? 5 million, why don't you try? The car owner obviously felt that she had shouted out a sky-high price. The price of a Maserati president was only 2 million. I took out my phone and said directly, 5 million is 5 million. Transfer the money. She was stunned, looking at my cheap clothes, obviously not believing me. Poor bastard. Why are you pretending? I want to see how you give me 5 million. She took out her phone to receive the payment code, and people around her started to point fingers. Most people thought I was poor, and that I didn't apologize for hitting a luxury car, but was just being pretentious. Ding. 5 million was credited to my WeChat account. The owner's phone rang with a notification tone, and the people around were stunned. 5 million? Was it really transferred? She was also stunned. My 5 million was enough to buy her 3 cars. Beauty, I bought the car, and the electric car is for you, I said, and pulled Diana into the Maserati. Diana was stunned for a moment and said helplessly, Mr. William, even if you have money, it's not good to spend it like this. We just had a minor car accident, and the repair fee is at most tens of thousands. There's no need to be so extravagant when buying a car. I smiled and said, Diana, you don't understand. Why care least about his money? Problems that can be solved with money are not worth mentioning to me. But there are some things that money can't buy, such as your heart. She hurriedly said, Mr. William, stop talking. You are so rich, there must be countless women around you. Look at those managers. They take the initiative to throw themselves into his arms. I interrupted her. Stop it, Diana. You know what? Those women are only interested in my money. I don't like them. Then we came to the Star Hotel. I threw the car keys to Diana. Here's the car for you. Let's go and meet your boss. She hesitated. Mr. William, forget it. The boss didn't say to take me with him, and I'm afraid there will be misunderstandings if I go. I watched her leave, muttering helplessly, is there really a girl who doesn't like money? I continued walking towards the hotel. Stop. Do you have an appointment? The hotel receptionist did not look down on me because of my simple dress. Instead, he asked according to the rules. Eve asked me to have dinner here. Can you check it out? Another receptionist couldn't help laughing and said, Eve is the most beautiful woman in Sioux City. Countless people pursued her, but they were all rejected. I said impatiently, let's check it out quickly. Soon, the receptionist came running over. Sir, Miss Eve is indeed waiting for you in the most luxurious room, the starry sky. Please follow me. I looked at her coldly and said, remember, don't look down on people with dog eyes in the future. Do you understand? The receptionist's face changed instantly. He knew that if he complained, his job would be in danger. Sir, I'm sorry. I was wrong just now. Please forgive me. I snorted and walked into the hotel. The luxury of the hotel made me gasp, but when I thought about my endless money, I wasn't that shocked. I couldn't help but ask, how much would it cost if I bought this hotel? Sir, I heard that our hotel is worth about 38 billion, the waiter replied. I nodded and calculated in my head, thinking about how long it would take to buy this hotel. We came to the top floor of the hotel, which was extremely luxurious and had a panoramic view of the starry sky. Is he not here yet? I asked. Mr. William, Miss Huang was delayed by something. Please wait for a moment. She'll be here soon. I nodded, found a place to sit down, and waited for her. Half an hour passed. Is Miss Huang not here yet? I was a little impatient. Mr. William, Miss Huang should be here soon. I waited for another half an hour, and then an hour passed, and Eve still didn't come. I stood up angrily and said, tell Eve that if she doesn't have time, don't delay my spending time. Then I turned around and left angrily. The receptionist was stunned and at a loss. I got on the elevator and left the hotel complaining. Women always slow down men's spending. They need to find a place to spend their money happily. Not long after she left, a hot beauty wearing sunglasses and a mask walked into the hotel. The manager hurriedly greeted her. Ms. Huang, Mr. William has been waiting for an hour and left. He said that if you don't have time, don't waste his money. Eve was stunned, unable to believe such words. What did he say? She asked. The manager replied. He said, if you don't have time, don't delay his spending time. Where did he go? Eve continued to ask. The receptionist whispered. He left and said he wanted to find a place to spend money happily. I noticed her eyes turned towards me, and my curiosity was instantly piqued. Check where this William is? Eve. S words made my heart move. Yes, boss. A bodyguard hurried away and came back in less than 5 minutes. Boss, he's in the nearby International Brand Mall. I decided to go and have a look. Since I'd already spent a lot of money, my shopping goal for today was clear. Spend money and buy expensive things. In the mall, I walked past several stores and was either looked at as a beggar or the clothes were so cheap that it was unbelievable. After a while, I walked to a place that looked more high-end. The sign at the door clearly read, Noble Clothing Store, serving nobles only. The moment I walked in, a salesperson looked at me and said in a cold tone, Sorry, sir, customers without a spending power of more than 1 million are not allowed to enter here. I couldn't help but frown. Is there such a rule? Yes, sir. If you want to come into the store and make a purchase, please provide proof of an amount of 1 million. The salesperson looked at me and said, I handed over my bank card. Please give me the POS machine and check it yourself. She obviously didn't think much of me, but she still followed the rules. After a few seconds, her expression froze. Sir, please enter the password. 123456, I said directly. Her expression changed. Obviously, she had not expected that behind this string of numbers was an amount she could not predict. Sir, the balance on your card. She paused in astonishment. Is 2 billion. 2 billion. When I heard these words, everyone around me was stunned. In the distance, a middle-aged man heard this and immediately took out his mobile phone to take a picture of me. Eve also showed a surprised expression on her face at this time. So, am I eligible to enter the store and make purchases? I asked impatiently. The salesperson nodded quickly. Sir, please. After entering the store, I felt that everything seemed a bit ordinary, and the clothes were not as dazzling as those in other luxury stores. Sir, what style of clothing do you need? The salesperson enthusiastically handed me a cup of tea. The most expensive one. I said directly, Remember, I want the most expensive one. Don't waste my time. She was stunned for a moment and explained, Sir, this suit is our flagship product, made of special silk and top-notch craftsmanship. I interrupted her directly. Tell me the price. This suit costs 38 million. So cheap. I was a little dissatisfied. Sir, 38 million is already the top. The salesperson explained in a low voice. Give me a complete set of top-quality tie, shoes, and socks. I said coldly, money is not a problem. Are you sure, sir? The salesperson hesitated. Ugh. Match it according to the standard of 2 billion. I placed the order directly. The whole audience was in an uproar and extremely shocked. Our top-of-the-line configuration doesn't exceed 50 million, the salesperson said nervously. At this time, the store manager came out. Sir, I am Manager Wu Hao. We can meet your requirements, but our top-notch clothing here is not in suching. Stop talking nonsense and tell me the price. I said anxiously. This suit is worth 300 million. The manager finally said the price. 300 million? Then give me 6 sets. I answered without hesitation. Are you sure? The manager could hardly believe it. What? I don't look like I'm joking, do I? I said with a smile. 6 sets of 1.8 billion. Pay first. When can I get it? I asked. The manager quickly replied. There is only one set of this suit in China, and it will be delivered in 3 days. Then buy 6 sets. I made up my mind. The whole audience was shocked, and many people began to whisper. Sir, have you thought it through? This involves a lot. The manager was a little embarrassed. I said, swipe the card. My job is to spend money. I sneered. Hurry up, delaying my spending makes me unhappy. The manager took a deep breath and said, Okay, sir, but the remaining 5 sets will take half a month. A little slow. I muttered helplessly. There are only 20,000 left. How about buying the store as well? I said casually. The manager was stunned. This requires our boss's approval. At this moment, a cold voice came. Sell it to him. I looked back and was stunned. It was Eve. Who are you? The manager didn't recognize who she was either. The woman took off her sunglasses and mask. Eve, the most beautiful girl in Sioux City and the president of Xinghong Group. She is said to be worth over 100 billion. She said she would sell it to him. Does that mean this store is also hers? People were shocked. Looking at the goddess of his dreams so closely, William's breathing quickened. Is so beautiful, like a fairy. Eve walked towards him. Mr. William, I heard that I treated you to a meal and delayed your spending. I wonder how much money you have left to spend. I can satisfy you. My eyes lit up and my heart beat faster. Really, there was a hint of anticipation in my tone. Eve frowned and seemed a little hesitant. Really? Great. Let's sign the contract first. After the transaction is completed, the 2 billion will be paid directly or by credit card. I asked excitedly. Swipe the card. Eve nodded. I handed over the card. Password 123456. Process the contract quickly. Manager Wu Hao immediately began to prepare the contract. After a while, he came back with the contract. Mr. William, after you sign and stamp your handprint, this store will belong to you. I didn't read the contract and just signed it. Ding. Complete the task of spending 2 billion yuan within 24 hours and get a gift package of reinforcement points. Ding. New task. Complete the task of spending 5 billion yuan within 24 hours. If the task fails, one arm will be abolished. If the task is completed, a mysterious gift package will be awarded. I was stunned, feeling a little excited, and then said, System, open the enhancement point gift pack. Ding. Congratulations to the host for opening the reinforcement point gift pack and obtaining 72 reinforcement points as a reward, with 134 reinforcement points remaining. I was very happy to see the extra reinforcement points, but I didn't rush to use them. I turned to Eve and said, Mr. Huang, you have the final say, right? I have 5 billion here. Are the goods ready? I handed over my bank card. Is this the same card as before? The manager asked doubtfully. Yes, but there's 5 billion in the card now. I said lightly. The manager swiped the card and was stunned when he saw 5 billion displayed on the screen. Eve frowned. Mr. William, who are you? I smiled. An ordinary person, but with one advantage, he's rich. I continued. 5 billion is nothing to you, so hurry up and prepare. Eve frowned. This is a large sum. We need to hold a board meeting to decide. I'll give you a reply tomorrow. What time tomorrow? I asked. Before 12 noon. Okay, see you tomorrow. I said, turned and left. Boss who? What should we do with this store? The manager asked hurriedly. It's running as planned, just a new boss. I didn't care. The employee's salary will increase by 2,000. As the manager, you will increase it by 20,000 and help me run the store. The manager was delighted. Thank you, boss. Eve was stunned, as if she was thinking about something. Just then, I walked in again. Mr. Huang, we seem to be on a date. Do you want to continue? Date? Everyone was surprised. Mr. William, you are such a joke. How dare I date a big boss like you? Eve said this, but she knew in her heart that I was playing hard to get. I looked at her 2 bodyguards and said, Mr. Huang, I heard you are recruiting bodyguards. Can I do it? You want to be my bodyguard? Eve was stunned. I smiled and said, Isn't this just to get closer to you? Otherwise, how can I win your heart? Now that I had money, I felt more confident and secretly proud of myself. If you want to be my bodyguard, there is a condition. You have to defeat the sisters around me to have a chance. Eve rolled her eyes. Are you trying to poach someone? I smiled and said, Of course it will be best if we can dig it. The sisters didn't respond to me. I felt a little embarrassed and turned to Eve. Mr. Huang, if I can really defeat them, I will be your bodyguard. Sure, want to try it? Eve challenged. I rubbed my hands together and said, Let's give it a try. Eve took me and her two bodyguards to the Peak Plaza. There are fewer people there. Let's go there. She seemed to be looking forward to it. Not long after walking, a bodyguard whispered, Boss Huang, we're being followed. Eve responded calmly, go and take a look. If it's an enemy, you know what to do. One of the bodyguards left immediately, and I continued to think about how to use the reinforcement points. System, strength and strength, physique and agility by 30 points each. Ding. Strengthening succeeded. 90 strengthening points consumed, 44 points remaining. System, can you strengthen the military boxing? Ding. The host needs to learn the military boxing first, and learning consumes 10 reinforcement points. Learn military boxing. Ding. Learning is successful. 10 reinforcement points are consumed, and 34 reinforcement points are left. Finally reaching the top of the mountain, the returning bodyguard confirmed again. Mr. William, do you really want to challenge them? Let's give it a try. I hope the two beauties will show mercy. Eve ordered. And, Jessica, show Mr. William your strength. Okay, boss. Mr. William, let's start. Jessica challenged. I took a deep breath and performed basic military boxing. Military boxing? Have you been a soldier? Annie asked in surprise. No, I learned it during military training in junior high school. I answered casually. From junior high school? I guess your movements are not standard. The battle was about to start, and I had a fierce duel with the two sisters. They attacked together, and their fighting power was extremely strong, while I could only be in a passive defensive state, feeling powerless. Fortunately, my physical fitness had reached 50 points, so I was able to withstand their offensive. Even so, I knew that my current strength was far from enough to defeat them. System, give me all the remaining reinforcement points to strengthen my strength. I gave the order while resisting. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The strength enhancement is successful. The current strength is 84 points, and the remaining enhancement points are 0 points. 84 points of strength is 8 times that of an ordinary person, and my confidence instantly rose. It's my turn to explode. I shouted, and immediately used my full strength to perform a military boxing, and the force that burst out directly kicked Annie away. Then another elbow strike. Jessica was hit by me, staggered back, and finally fell to the ground. Annie yelled angrily, preparing to fight back with all her might. But before she could react, I easily caught her. I breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that the strength of the sisters was only about 60 points individually, but about 70 points when they joined forces. For someone like me whose physique had reached 50 points in all abilities, they were no threat at all. Mr. Huang, I defeated your bodyguard. I walked towards Eve, not hiding my joy of victory. Eve was shocked by my performance and was obviously shocked by my ability. She might have had new ideas in her mind. Okay, from now on, you are my bodyguard, with an annual salary of 100 million. As a personal bodyguard, you know what to do, right? She said with a smile, with a hint of amusement in her eyes. I smiled and said, Mr. Huang, don't worry, I know what to do. I will accompany you 24 hours a day, no matter whether you are sleeping or going to the bathroom, and will never leave you. I looked at her mischievously. Okay, that's what you said. It's getting late. Come home with me and go to bed. Eve turned around and left without any hesitation. I was stunned for a moment. Then I was delighted and hurried to follow. When we arrived at the Bay Villa district, Eve actually lived in Villa number 7. I joked, Mr. Huang, I didn't expect that we were neighbors. She rolled her eyes at me helplessly and said, there are so many people who live next door to you. Didn't you buy all the remaining villas I had? Why not? As long as Mr. Huang accepts me, won't these villas all be mine? I replied with a smile. When I got back to her place, there was no nanny or maid. I was a little surprised. Mr. Huang, you actually cook for yourself? She asked back, why not? Of course, make more. I can eat a lot. After a while, 5 dishes and a soup were ready, and everyone sat down and started to eat. It tastes good, Mr. Huang. I didn't expect you to be so beautiful, have a good figure, and be such a great cook. What should I do if I really fall in love with you? I pretended to tease. Eve smiled. Then try harder. Maybe I'll be moved by you someday. Since Mr. Huang said so, how can I not work hard? I responded with a smile. After dinner, Eve returned to the room, and I quietly followed her in. And Jessica looked at each other, obviously knowing what was going on. I sat next to Eve, watching her work, and I felt more relaxed. After 2 hours, I was almost drowsy. She suddenly turned to me and asked, why? Mr. William really wants to sleep with me. I smiled and said, hee, as a personal bodyguard, of course it's my duty. I also started to help her tidy up her clothes. She nodded. Okay. As I watched her take off her clothes, the radiance of her skin made me almost gasp for air. At this moment, there was a sudden bang, and I was kicked away by her and fell to the ground. "You little brat," Eve said with a half smile, then threw me out the door and closed it. Looking at her back, I felt helpless, so this is really for real. When I woke up the next day, I found that Eve had already prepared breakfast, and the table was full of delicious food. While eating, I said, "Mr. Huang, why did I feel like I was ambushed last night?" She smiled slightly. "What sneak attack? I don't quite understand what you were talking about." I was speechless. "Mr. Huang, next time if you don't want me to protect you, just say it directly. There's no need to be so despicable." She had an innocent expression. "No, I actually really want you to protect me, but you don't want to. You can't blame me." I thought silently in my heart. I am no match for her now, but who knows in the near future. After breakfast, the four of them came to Eve's Xinghong group. "Eve, you're finally here." A young man had obviously been waiting for a while, and when he saw Eve, he came over with great joy. Eve immediately took my arm and said, "Richard, please stop bothering me. I have a boyfriend." Even though I was used as a shield by Eve, I felt so good having her hold of my arm. Richard immediately frowned and looked at me. "Boy, why are you worthy enough to be Eve's partner? Being used as a shield by her will not do you any good." The threat was clear. I smiled slightly. "What do you mean by being a shield? I was originally Eve's object. If you don't take advantage of an opportunity, you're a bastard." William put his arms around Eve's perfect waist. That feeling made his heart beat faster. Richard was furious. "Damn it, you bastard. You dare to touch my woman? You are courting death. Who are you calling a bastard?" I smiled and looked at the furious Richard in front of me. "Scold you." Richard yelled subconsciously before he realized what he said. Then, he reacted and threatened angrily. "You bastard. I will make you lose everything." I responded nonchalantly. "You want me to have nothing? Do you deserve it?" Then I took out my bank card from my pocket and looked at him with a smile. "I'm not special, but I have one advantage. I have a lot of money and I can't spend it all." "Haha. You poor bastard. You're bragging in front of me. Today I'm going to let you know how poor you are." Richard sneered. "Really? Then how do you plan to make me understand?" I raised my eyebrows and asked provocatively. There was a glimmer of conspiracy in his eyes. "Simple. There's a gambling game in Suching today. Why not go and gamble to see who has more money? Isn't the gambling stone field opened by your Zhu family a trap set up by you?" Eve interrupted, her tone a little anxious. "So what? Didn't this kid say he has a lot of money? Do you dare to go?" Richard sneered, seeming to have gotten carried away. I smiled faintly. "Let's go. Today I will use money to make you lose everything." He immediately laughed out loud. "Poor bastard, come on. I'm waiting for you to buy all I have." Eve shook her head and looked at me. "William, you are being impulsive. The market value of the Zhu family's gambling stone field is as high as 50 billion. 50 billion? I'm looking forward to it." I responded nonchalantly. "Eve, do you want to come?" She rolled her eyes helplessly. "Let's go, but I hope you don't cry." When we arrived at Zhu's gambling stone field, there was a huge mine cave, and the stones came from all over the world. Every stone was like a treasure waiting to be discovered. Richard challenged proudly. "Aren't you going to buy all my properties? Come on, let's see how much you can buy." I smiled and said, "William, always keep my word. Take me to the most expensive area here." "Haha, okay, follow me." He let me in with a mocking look on his face. "The cheapest stone here costs 50 million, and I'm afraid you can't afford the most expensive one." He continued to mock. I didn't care about the numbers at all, and I looked at the expensive stones. Suddenly, a huge stone caught my attention. It was green all over and looked different. When I got closer, I saw the price was 5 billion. I took out my bank card and said, 5 billion. I want this material." Richard took the bank card and his face froze instantly. The people around him also stopped what they were doing and looked at him with suspicion. "Are you sure there is 5 billion in carry?" Richard asked doubtfully. "What? You don't dare to sell it?" I asked back disdainfully. "Bullshit. I'll sell it to you if you dare to offer it." He shouted angrily. "Manager Gao, swipe it for him." A middle-aged man came over with a POS machine. Eve hurriedly advised me, "William, don't be impulsive. Don't worry about him. It's not certain whether he can come up with 5 billion. Richard sneered. The amount was quickly displayed on the POS machine, and everyone was stunned when they saw 5 billion. Richard in shock. Richard was also stunned, with mixed feelings in his heart. He looked down at me, full of doubts. "Who is this kid? What? Are you scared by 5 billion? Hurry up and transfer the money." I can't wait to cut this piece of material. I urged. Okay, you are rich, but that doesn't mean you can buy my Zhu's gambling stone field. Richard said unwillingly, and then asked manager Gao to transfer the money for me. At this moment, my system rang. Congratulations to the host for spending 5 billion yuan in 24 hours and receiving a mysterious gift package reward. My heart moved, and I couldn't wait to open the system interface. System, open the mysterious gift package. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the mysterious gift package, obtaining 100 enhancement points, obtaining 100 exclusive attribute agility enhancement points, and obtaining the skill Transparent Eye. Transparent Eyes? This skill made my heart beat faster. Isn't this the legendary vision skill? I subconsciously turned on my transparent eyes and glanced at Eve. Instantly, her flawless body came into my sight, as if all the details were magnified. William, what's wrong with you? Why is your nose bleeding? Eve asked in confusion, taking out a tissue and handing it to me. It's okay. I'm probably just getting irritated. I quickly turned my head away, preparing to close my transparent eyes. At this moment, my eyes involuntarily fell on the 5 billion stone again. Observing with the transparent eye, there was actually a hint of blood-red luster inside. Could this be real blood jade? I was shocked. Although I don't know much about jade, this kind of blood-red jade is extremely rare in the industry, and its value is immeasurable. Mr. William, what are you going to do with this stone? An old man asked cautiously. I smiled faintly. It looks good, no matter what's inside. The appearance is very attractive. I plan to buy it and put in the lotus pond. The whole audience was stunned. 5 billion worth of stones were just to be placed in a lotus pond for viewing? I didn't rush to deal with the 5 billion stone, but continued to look at the other stones. Now that I have the transparent eye, I am confident in my judgment of these materials. This piece of material costs 100 million. I want it, I said without hesitation. I want this one for 300 million too, I continued. This one costs 80 million. I want it too. I pointed at the pieces one by one and selected them. Everyone in the gambling stone field had become my foil. They thought that 5 billion was enough to shock me, but I didn't expect that I would point at the stones and buy them crazily, which made them angry and called me a spendthrift. Even if you are rich, you shouldn't play like this, right? In a short while, I had picked out all the more than 300 pieces of material in the venue. Okay, that's almost it, I said with satisfaction. The prize counter at the side was already sweating. Boss, the materials you selected are worth exactly 10 billion. You are. I handed him the bank card directly, swiped the card. The whole audience was shocked again. People who thought they were wealthy were ashamed when they saw me spending 5 billion and 10 billion so easily. Even if your family owns a bank, you can't be so crazy. Richard was so scared that he wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, Master, this guy really brought a huge net profit. William, your financial resources are limited. If you have the ability, buy our Zhu's gambling stone field. Richard challenged without giving in. Master, you can't do that. The person in charge of the gambling stone field changed his expression drastically. Why are you scared? Richard ignored him and kept his eyes on me. Do you want to buy our Zhu family's gambling stone field? Let me tell you, there's a vein in the back of the gambling stone field, which contains extremely precious treasures. Do you want to buy it? I was moved. Hearing about this vein, my interest was aroused. After all, the system still forced me to spend money, and the opportunity in front of me seemed just right. Let's settle the payment for this batch of materials first, and then talk about the next business deal, I said calmly. Richard was obviously impatient and immediately urged Manager Gao, paying the bill. Manager Gao was busy checking out. Eve approached me and asked worriedly, What are you going to do? I smiled and said, Nothing, I just have a lot of money and I enjoy spending it. Really, I feel uncomfortable if I don't spend money. After hearing what I said, the people around me were so angry that they almost vomited blood. Spending money is comfortable, but you need money to spend it. And I obviously don't need this money. Ding. Congratulations to the host for spending 10 billion yuan within 24 hours and receiving the primary reinforcement point gift package. I immediately became excited. System, open the primary enhancement point gift pack. Ding. Congratulations to the host for opening the primary reinforcement point gift pack and obtaining 120 reinforcement points. The current reinforcement points are 220 points. Great. Looking at the more than 200 enhancement points, I couldn't suppress the joy in my heart. Richard, right? You just asked me to buy your gambling stone field. Let me ask you, the most valuable things have been bought by me. So what valuable things are left? I looked at him and asked. Richard said disdainfully, "The mineral veins in the back mountain of our Zhu family are the most valuable. Do you dare to buy it?" Eve urged anxiously. "William, don't listen to his nonsense. The mine has been mined for decades and have been emptied long ago. How do you know? Let me tell you, there are still many treasures in that vein." Richard did not give in. "Okay, considering your family's poverty, I'll buy the mineral vein in the back mountain for 30 billion. I made the offer directly. The whole audience took a breath of cold air. From the initial 5 billion to 10 billion to the current 20 billion, a total of 35 billion. Almost no one in Suzhou can do this. Okay, give me the money quickly." Richard said anxiously. I shook my head. "First, bring the land deeds here and the land deeds of the gambling stone field. Money is just a string of data to me." Richard immediately ran to get the title deed in a panic. "William, you are crazy," Eve said helplessly. I smiled and said, "Eve, don't be angry. How about this? I'll give you everything here." The whole audience was shocked, and everyone looked at Eve, casting envious glances at her. "What?" Eve looked incredulous. "Of course I'm not kidding. After all, you are my goddess." I smiled mischievously. "Huh, do you think I won't dare to take it if you give it to me? The title deed will be transferred to my name soon," Eve said loudly. Suddenly, a voice like a fairy sound came. "William, can you give this place to me?" I turned around and saw a familiar figure, Grace. She took off her hat, sunglasses, and mask. Her hair fluttered in the wind, and her face was as charming as a fairy. "It's her, Grace," everyone exclaimed. "She is even prettier than Eve," they all said. The whole place exploded. I was stunned, looking at the beautiful woman who appeared in front of me, Grace. Like Eve, she was a top beauty in Suzhou. Although I had seen her on the internet, I didn't expect to meet her in person today. Grace walked up to me and said directly, "Mr. William, as long as you give this place to me, I will be your girlfriend." As soon as she finished speaking, Eve interrupted. "Grace, you are so shameless. William is my boyfriend. He came here today to give me a gift." I smiled awkwardly, and Eve looked at me with expectation in her eyes. "William, I like the gift you gave me very much." Grace sneered. "Eve, you didn't act like a couple with Mr. Huang before, but you're pretending now. Let me tell you, you're engaged." Eve's face suddenly turned gloomy. "That engagement was arranged by my parents. I did not agree to it, so it doesn't count at all. Now, William is my man," she said and took my arm. Eve asked me directly, "William, are you my man?" I was a little embarrassed. When I was about to answer, Grace spoke again. "Mr. William, Eve is engaged, and her fiancé is not simple. If you are with her, you will definitely get into trouble. And I am not engaged, and there are no restrictions. As long as you are willing, I will be your woman immediately." I raised my eyebrows. "Are you really going to agree to this so easily?" Grace smiled and said, "You can understand it that way. Since you're already planning to give it to someone else, giving it to me is just another option. So why not? This is a difficult problem. After all, I promised Eve, and I am a man of my words," I said with regret. "However, if you really want to be my girlfriend, I can help you buy the other properties. As long as you like it, just ask for it," I added confidently. Grace's eyes flashed with excitement. "Are you serious?" "Of course I'm serious. When I'm done with my work here, I'll go buy it with you in the afternoon." I nodded in agreement. She was ecstatic and immediately walked to my other side, put her arm around my arm, and kissed me on the cheek. At that moment, I was so happy that I never thought Grace would become my girlfriend. Is this the power of money? Eve angrily shook my arm off. "William, you are such a playboy." I smiled helplessly and said, "Eve, if you agreed to be my partner, I would definitely not choose Grace, but you didn't agree. So, I can only choose her." She was so angry that she almost exploded. "You said I don't want to? You are the one who is not loyal." I responded calmly, "Okay, I'm a loyal man, but don't worry, I will definitely deliver the gift for you." At this time, Richard suddenly ran over excitedly, followed by a group of people. "Dad, Grandpa, it's him, William, who spent 15 billion to buy all the top quality materials here. I negotiated with him that if I gave him 20 billion, he would buy everything here, including the mine in the back mountain." The old man and the middle-aged man stared at me and began to guess my identity. "Young man, are you really going to spend 20 billion to buy our Zhu family's mine?" I smiled and replied, "There is nothing uncertain. I buy it as a gift. Just bring the contract and agreement and sign and pay." Richard excitedly handed over the contract and agreement. I handed him the bank card and said, "Swipe it." After getting the contract, I handed it to Eve. "Eve, Keep your word. Sign and seal it. This place will be yours from now on. Eve signed a contract without hesitation, and the contract could be changed to her name. The system prompt sounded, "Congratulations to the host. You have completed the 20 billion consumption task within 48 hours and received the primary reinforcement point gift package." I couldn't wait to open the gift package. System, open the primary reinforcement point gift package. Congratulations to the host for opening the gift package and obtaining 150 enhancement points. The current enhancement points are 370 points. The system replied. I looked at the 150 strengthening points and couldn't help laughing out loud. I felt particularly happy. Eve said calmly, "Since you and Grace are already together, you should go with her. No rush. I want to go to the mine and see if the Zhu family is lying to me." I replied. The 3 generations of the Zhu family laughed. "William, you are such a fool. The mine in the back mountain has been empty for a long time. You will definitely lose a lot today." I responded with a smile. "Really? Don't you think that piece of imperial green material will make you regret it so much that you'll vomit blood?" They laughed at me. "Young man, you are too naive. That piece of material is just a huge piece of imperial jade, worth at most 5 billion. In that case, I will cut the material myself and let everyone see who regrets it," I said with a smile and took the lead towards the material. The others followed closely behind, waiting excitedly. I wanted to see that material 5 years ago, and now I finally have the chance. One person said excitedly, "I hope it's not too bad, otherwise William will lose a lot of money," added another person. With the help of the staff, the incredibly heavy material was moved to the cutting room. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, I operated the machine myself and cut it with one stroke. I didn't rush to continue cutting, but operated carefully, with each cut being precise. Outsiders might think I was afraid of something, but in fact I relied on the ability of my transparent eyes to cut just right. The first cut yielded the imperial jade. The second cut yielded the same result. The third cut yielded the same result. Every cut was perfect. Someone in the crowd began to whisper, "Look, every cut William made was extremely precise, with almost no wasted effort. Could he really be an expert? Maybe he's really an expert in gambling on stones, so he dares to spend 5 billion to buy this material." As everyone was talking, the Zhu family members began to get nervous. But I continued to cut calmly until the stone was only the size of a basketball. Suddenly, I changed the grinding wheel and started to polish the jade. At this time, a touch of red caught everyone's attention. "What is that?" someone asked in a low voice. "Could it be blood jade?" another person exclaimed. The whole audience was shocked, and everyone stared at the jade in my hand. As I polished it, the red color became more and more obvious like blood. "Is this blood jade?" Everyone was shocked. The piece of imperial jade in front of them actually turned into blood jade. How is that possible? Shouldn't blood jade be chicken blood jade? Richard retorted hurriedly, but there was some uncertainty in his tone. However, as I continued to polish it, the bright blood red color became more and more apparent. That color was definitely not comparable to chicken blood jade. It was like fresh blood. It was really blood jade. I took a deep breath, feeling excited. I didn't expect that I would find such a rare treasure. Blood jade is a jade stone left by the blood of gods in legend. It is extremely rare and its value is inestimable. William, you are such a genius. You can actually see that there is blood jade hidden in this material. Eve looked at me in shock. I ignored her and turned to the system. System, can you help me check the function of this blood jade? Ding. Inspecting the blood jade requires 50 reinforcement points. Do you want to check? Seeing the price, I hesitated a little, but finally decided to check. Check. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the Wild Beast Ancient Wolf Blood Jade, which can be used to extract the Wild Beast Ancient Wolf bloodline to strengthen the body. Each point of strengthening takes 1 second to extract, and complete extraction requires 10,000 strengthening points. My heart was shocked. It turned out that this blood jade was not the blood of a god, but the blood of an ancient wild wolf. It was extremely precious and had a powerful strengthening effect. At this time, a middle-aged man with a backpack came up to me, and I smiled and said to him, "How about selling me your backpack?" He was stunned. "Mr. William, you are too polite. This bag is not worth much. I will give it to you." I casually handed him a small piece of imperial jade and put the blood jade into my backpack with satisfaction. Then I announced, "Okay, that's all for today. Everyone go home. Eve, arrange for someone to take over everything here. It's all yours." Eve was surprised. She nodded and took the contract I handed over. At this moment, A group of people rushed in from outside, led by a sturdy man with a scar on his face. Boy, hand over the blood jade. I looked at him coldly, with a hint of disdain in my eyes. You are courting death. Scarface said fiercely. We only want the blood jade. Everyone else, get out of here, or you will bear the consequences. Seeing them taking out their weapons, I smiled and said, I'm curious. Who ordered you here? The blood jade has just been opened. Why are you here? He snorted coldly. This is none of your business. Now hand over the blood jade. I'll count to 3. 3. I suddenly roared. Third your mother. As soon as the words fell, I rushed over like the wind. Instantly, I hit him on the chin with an uppercut, and he fell to the ground with the sound of bones breaking. Now, I'll count to 3, and if you can survive, run away. I said coldly. 3, 2, 1. As the last number fell, I burst out with all my strength and defeated dozens of armed guys almost instantly. Only the scarred, burly man was still standing. Eve looked at me and frowned, a little confused. Did I let her knock me out on purpose last night? Why do I have such complicated feelings for her? She couldn't help but ponder in her heart, but she never expected that my strength had already improved just now. Scarface, you seem so arrogant just now, I said as I walked towards him step by step. The scarred man staggered back in fear, and seeing that he had no way to escape, he felt a wave of despair. Suddenly, he felt something hit him from behind, and he turned around and saw William standing in front of him. How is this possible? He muttered in horror. I sneered. Besides being rich, I can also fight. After that, I kicked him. The scarred-faced, burly man was instantly kicked more than 10 meters away by me. He fell heavily to the ground with blood spurting from his mouth. I walked over and asked coldly, I'll give you one last chance. Tell me, who ordered you to do this? He turned pale with fear and stammered, Don't kill me. It's Master Gua. It's Gua's Sunday. I raised my eyebrows and turned to look at Grace. Who is Gua's son? Grace explained, Gua's son is a well-known figure in Suzhou City. He owns the Quanlong Underground Casino. I nodded with a cold look in my eyes. Then I will visit him when I am free. I waved my hand and shouted to the group of people, Why don't you get out? Those who could walk began to crawl away, while the rest lay on the ground, unable to move. Soon, the scene returned to calm. Eve, with such a big industry, you should quickly find someone to take over. I'll go to the mine in the back mountain to take a look. I said to Eve. She immediately reacted. I'll go too. She followed without hesitation. I was a little helpless. Eve, this is your property. Just stay here and guard it. Annie and Jessica can watch over me. I'm afraid you'll steal my things. She raised her eyebrows, her eyes full of provocation. Don't worry, I won't use my money to steal things. I replied with a smile. We arrived at the mine in the back mountain. It was quiet all around, and the workers had long disappeared. I looked around, and although there were some jades left on the ground, most of them were ordinary jades. I decided to go directly to the mine. As soon as I entered the mine, I activated the transparent eye, which allowed me to clearly see everything within a 1-meter radius. Although the range of the transparent eye was limited, it still helped me search the place. After walking for an hour and a half, I finally reached the end of the mine and saw a huge cave in front of me. The stalactites here are amazing, but there are also obvious signs of damage. Grace looked at the remains and sighed softly. What a pity. I continued forward and came to a pond. The air around me became a little oppressive. I looked down at the pond, feeling a little skeptical. System, how long can I hold my breath in the water? The system's voice responded calmly. The host's maximum breath holding time is 12 minutes. Only 12 minutes, I thought to myself. It seemed not suitable to take the risk. Suddenly, ripples appeared on the water, as if something was churning underneath. Eve screamed, There's something in the water. Grace hid behind me, obviously a little afraid of the unknown. I also became nervous, wondering why the Zhu family suddenly gave up mining here. A few minutes later, the water surface returned to calm, and nothing unusual emerged. I patted Eve. It's okay, this place is too weird. Let's seal it off. I took the lead and left, having already decided in my heart that I would come back to find out what was going on when I became stronger. It was already 7 o'clock in the evening when we returned to the gambling field. Annie and Jessica had already taken over the place. I turned to them and said, What should we do with the Imperial Jade? Have a craftsman polish it into jewelry, Annie suggested. Okay, you guys stay here. I nodded in agreement and turned to Eve and said, Let's go and spend some money. Eve looked at me. What are you going to buy? Buying gifts. I smiled. I'll buy whatever Grace likes. Grace showed an expectant smile on her face. Really? William, you're the best. She hugged me excitedly, and feeling her softness, I instantly got angry. She smiled mischievously. Let's go by the Desya of Murong Group. I was slightly stunned. Isn't that your house? Yes, but it's not mine. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Buy it, and it'll be mine. Okay, I'll buy it for you. I agreed to her. The three of us soon arrived at the Murong Group's big building. It was very lively around, and many people stopped to take pictures. Even Grace immediately became the focus as soon as they appeared. And as their companion, I also attracted a lot of attention. Everything seemed to be under control until a girl who looked somewhat similar to Grace walked out of the company. After seeing Grace, she excitedly shouted, "Grace, where have you been? Mr. Ma's been waiting for you for a whole day. Go and apologize to him." Grace took my arm and said in a friendly tone, "Cousin, what did Ma Tsongin have to do with me? This is my boyfriend, William. Don't block his way. William is here for something." "You are so stupid to find a beggar as your boyfriend," her cousin said angrily. I sneered. "You are the stupid one." Grace responded impatiently. "If you like Ma Tsongin so much, just marry him." After saying that, she hugged me tightly and rushed into the building with a provocative look. Not far away, a group of people walked around Ma Tsongin, their words full of respect. "Master Ma, it is a blessing for Grace to marry you." "You guys, stop talking nonsense," Grace snorted. "William is my husband." She snuggled in my arms. Ma Tsongmin's face immediately darkened. He stared at me coldly and said, "Do you know that Grace is my woman?" I pretended to look around. "Where is that mad dog barking?" Everyone in the Murong family was shocked, wondering how dare this person speak to young Master Ma like that. Is he tired of living? "Honey, isn't it just that mad dog from the Ma family?" Grace complained mercilessly. "Grace, you've gone too far. Hurry up and apologize to Master Ma." Robert walked over angrily, ready to teach Grace a lesson. She was so scared that she hid behind me. Robert was furious. "Get out of here, or I'll beat you up too," I said calmly. "You'd better think carefully before offending me." Robert was stunned, obviously a little afraid of my aura. At this moment, Ma Tsongmin raised his hand and slapped me. Bah! I showed no weakness and slapped him to the ground with my backhand. Several bodyguards immediately rushed over and surrounded me, but they had no way to deal with me. I quickly took action and kicked Ma Tsongmin away, and he fell heavily to the ground more than 10 meters away. I muttered in dissatisfaction. What a waste, delaying my time to spend money. Turning to look at the stunned Robert, he said, "You are Grace's father, right?" I am." Robert was so shocked by me that he stuttered. Grace originally just wanted me to be a shield, but now she found out that I not only have money, but also can fight and am handsome. Who wouldn't like that? Kill him for me." Ma Tsongmin was furious and ordered the bodyguards to step forward. However, the bodyguards did not dare to act rashly. Their cautiousness made me feel bored. I smiled at Robert and said, "My Grace is very interested in your family's business. Sell it to me for 50 billion. Everyone was stunned. The Murong family's business was facing many crises. Buying it for 50 billion and transferring it to Grace's name was simply pie in the sky. "Are you sure?" Robert couldn't believe it. I spread my hands and said, "Do you think I'm kidding? Swipe the card." I handed over the bank card directly. Robert took the bank card and was stunned for a long time, then shouted to his tribesmen, "Quick, bring the POS machine over." He personally entered the password, 123456. Everyone was shocked. The password for a bank card worth 50 billion yuan was so simple. After entering the password, the system notified the account within a few seconds. It's really arrived, 50 billion. After the secretary confirmed it, the whole audience was in an uproar. "Hurry up and transfer the property to my wife's name," I urged. Robert transferred the money tremblingly, then turned to look at me and said, "Is it okay to transfer it to Grace's name?" Chapter 16. My brother is a trash. The people of the Murong family did not dare to delay for even a moment. After all, the 50 billion has already been received, let alone transferring it to Grace's name. Even if it is not transferred, we dare not neglect it. Due to the complexity of the process, even though everyone tried to complete it as efficiently as possible, it still took 2 hours to complete the transfer. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the 50 billion yuan consumption task within 48 hours and obtaining the primary reinforcement point gift package. Ding! New mission, specified direction, within 10 days, online live broadcast consumption of 100 billion yuan. Complete the mission to get a mysterious gift package. The mysterious gift package is coming again? William was extremely shocked. As for the 100 billion yuan spent in the live broadcast room, William didn't care so much. He just had to recharge the money and spend it. The rewards in the mysterious gift package are rich and attractive, and William is looking forward to it very much. Thank you, my husband. Grace was overjoyed to have acquired all the assets of Moose Group, and she hugged William and gave him a deep kiss. This feeling can be summed up in one word: awesome. Eve, who was watching from the side, was extremely envious. Although William also gave her valuable gifts, he never took the last step. Okay, Grace, there's so many people watching. I don't care. I kissed my own husband. Who cares? Grace suddenly became very, very clingy. Okay, I still have things to take care of. Grace, come back to me after you've arranged the company's affairs. William said and strode away. He couldn't stand it anymore. If this continued, he would definitely do something bad. Eve left with William. Some people really fall in love with every woman they meet and then abandon her after she gets beaten. He sneered coldly. William looked over curiously and said, Ms. Huang, what do you mean by this? Some people know what I mean. Hearing this, William reacted. Approaching Eve, holding her hand, he said, Eve, you don't really like me, do you? Eve blushed slightly and said angrily, Let go, I won't like you. Ha ha ha. You still don't admit it. I saw when Grace kissed me just now. You are obviously jealous. Go away. Eve, won't be jealous of you. Although she said this, she did not refuse William's pulling her. William also took this opportunity to go a step further and carefully hugged Eve's willow branch. The soft waist trembled violently. Pop! Eve slapped William in the face. William was stunned, covering his face. I was a little angry and wanted to figure out what was going on with Eve. But will this slap be in vain? Of course not. Eve, stronger than me. William rushed towards her angrily, hugged her, and sped towards a deserted place. William, what are you going to do? Eve yelled in panic. What? I didn't want to do anything, but you slapped me, and I felt like I was at a disadvantage if I didn't do something. He took off his clothes savagely and pounced on her madly. Ah, William, you are committing. Before I could finish my words, I never had the chance to say them again. After an hour and a half, the battle ended. William was very satisfied. He hugged Eve and asked cheerfully, Do you still dare to hit me? I'll ignore you. You just know how to bully others. It can be seen that Eve is not angry. Instead, I was secretly happy in my heart. Grace, you want to steal my man? Dream on. Let's go. Let's go home and continue. Asshole, I can't even walk. Eve cursed angrily. William was too crazy just now and didn't know how to be gentle with women at all. There was no choice. William could only carry her and leave happily. He came to the car, gently put Eve in it, and left. The latter was so tired that he fell asleep in the car after a while. Back at Villa number 7, William naturally did not leave. He carried Eve to the bed and slept with her peacefully. But he was lying on the bed, playing with his phone. William, who never watched live broadcasts of internet celebrities, had to download a software. There are many people playing Douyu, so I downloaded it. When I went in, it was recommended by various acquaintances. Then the address book recommended a familiar name that caught William's eye. Recommended by a phone acquaintance, Tina. Isn't this his biological sister? William quickly paid attention. Tina you follow is broadcasting live? William was stunned. My sister is still doing live streaming? Not going to school? I clicked it immediately. Sure enough, my sister was live streaming. Moreover, the live broadcast location is at home, and he also deserves half the credit for decorating his sister's room. Little sister, don't you go to school? Asked William, also known by his online name William. I'm not going to school anymore. My grades are not good. Why should I go to school? The main reason is that my parents lost money in business and owed a lot of foreign debts. I helped them make money to pay off the debts. After hearing this, William realized that something had happened at home. But why didn't Mr. Hu tell me? Is that so? Little sister, are you the only daughter of your parents? No, I have a brother, but he's a loser. He doesn't have any future except asking for money from the family and hanging around. I can't count on him. Hearing this, William's face immediately turned gloomy. Is this the image of me in my sister's mind? Are you serious, little sister? Is your brother really that bad? Do your parents think so too? Yeah, my family all thinks so. So when something happens at home, my parents won't let us contact my brother. After all, he's a loser and can't help it all. We just expect him to ask for money from the family. But luckily, God bless him, he hasn't asked the family for money recently. Otherwise, I really don't know what I would do. William was speechless. He didn't expect that he had such a bad influence in his family's eyes. Waste. I'm just a piece of trash. Congratulations to William for opening the Ranger in Yin Z's live broadcast room. Yeah, William, thank you, moi, love you. Tina said excitedly. She had only been live streaming for a short while, and there was no protection at all. Congratulations to William for opening the night in Yin Z's live studio. Wow, William, thank you so much, love you. Congratulations to William for opening the Viscount account in Yin Z's live studio. Shit, is this William a big shot from Hafong? So crazy. Open them online one by one. Could it be that he wants to open the king? Dozens of people in a live broadcast room were suddenly shocked. Congratulations to William for opening the Earl in Yin Z's live broadcast room. Congratulations to William for opening the Duke account in Yin Z live room. Oh my god, a Duke. It costs $15,000 to open it. Rich man. Yin Z is definitely favored by the rich man. Thanks to my William. I bow to William to show my gratitude. Tina imitated those big anchors and expressed her gratitude. Congratulations to William for opening the king in Yin Z's live studio. In an instant, the entire entertainment live streaming platform put up banners. Chapter 17. I have a lot of money, but nowhere to spend it. Oh my god, what kind of anchor is this Yin Z? He actually asked a rich man to open a king account for him. This William seems to be a new account. It's crazy. The king opened it with $60,000, and even the renewal fee is $50,000. Out of curiosity, countless tourists entered Yin Z's live broadcast room. Soon there were nearly 10,000 people. She's just an ordinary anchor, not very good looking. Does she have any special talents? Anchor, show us your talent. The visitors who came in were flooding the screen with subtitles like crazy. Tina was also stunned. 60,000 yuan, plus the amount William had opened before, the total amount he spent in her live broadcast room was almost 100,000 yuan. She is an individual anchor, so she only needs to split the revenue with the platform. There is no guild making a profit from the difference, so she can get about 50,000 yuan. Congratulations to William for opening the Emperor account in Yin Z's live studio. Suddenly, the entire site was covered with banners, and the entire platform was shocked. Another rich emperor appears in Doyu's live broadcast room. Many people first witnessed how this swallow had such virtue and ability to be guarded by the emperor. Even some anchors are curious. Who is the new emperor? Congratulations to William for renewing his title as emperor in Yin Z's live studio. Congratulations to William for renewing his title as emperor in Yin Z's live studio. Congratulations to William for renewing his title as emperor in Yin Z's live studio. Next, he kept renewing the emperor's reminders, and the special effects directly dominated the screen. Seeing such a scene, even the first-line anchors couldn't help but become curious. This William? Why is he such a crazy emperor? All of a sudden, the number of viewers in Yin Z's live broadcast room exceeded 100,000, and more people kept pouring in. Congratulations to William for renewing his title as emperor in Yin Z's live studio. Congratulations to William for renewing his title as emperor in Yin Z's live studio. Fuck, who is this William? He has already renewed his membership for 100 emperors, and he still won't stop. I calculated that the renewal fee for one emperor is 100,000, so 100 emperors would be 10 million. Tina was already stunned with shock. Before the accident happened in their family, they were considered a wealthy family with assets of only a few million. Now, this William has already spent more than 10 million in his live broadcast room, and there's no sign of stopping. Boom! The whole screen was shocked. A huge golden dragon and a tiger were roaring and circling in Yin Z's live broadcast room. There were also fire phoenixes dancing around it. It was extremely shocking. Oh my god, the hidden special effect has been triggered. Congratulations to William for renewing his subscription of 1,000 emperors in Yin Z's live broadcast room. The contract has been renewed for 1,000 emperors. Doesn't that mean 100 million? Too crazy? Is this still a human being? Is this something a human can do? 1,000 emperors. Quick, investigate when this William came to the platform. The Douyu platform was shocked, and all departments were working frantically to find out the background of this sudden rich man. Boss, this William just registered an account an hour ago. This Yin Z seems to be a friend in his address book, and he only follows this account. So, this William is Yin Z's relative? That's right. No one but our own people would be so crazy. No stranger would be so crazy. Boss, William has no intention of stopping the renewal of Emperor. It's already 1,500. Quick, direct traffic to Yin Z. Since William wants to make Yin Z famous, we will help him. direct traffic to the entire site, and increase the bandwidth of Yanzi's live broadcast room to ensure smooth streaming. At this moment, the number of tasks in Yanzi's live broadcast room has exceeded 500,000. Countless people are extremely curious about how many emperors this William can provide. Yanzi herself was trembling with excitement and unable to speak. Even if she splits the profits with the platform in half, her net worth is over 100 million. However, William's renewal as emperor is not over yet. Congratulations to William for renewing his subscription for 2,000 emperors in Yanzi's live studio. The hidden special effects appear again. Yanzi's private messages were flooded with messages, and countless large and top guilds extended olive branches to her with very good treatment. But she didn't pay attention to the private message at all. He just looked at the word William. Suddenly, I realized that William's name is very similar to my brother William's. Could it be my brother? He quickly gave up the idea. Even if his brother knew about his live broadcast, he wouldn't have the money to renew his Emperor membership card. Then I remember the anchor rules I learned online. Usually when encountering such a rich man, it must be that the rich man has taken a fancy to the anchor. If the anchor wants to continue to be protected by the rich man, it is best for her to take the initiative to contact the rich man as soon as possible, and then have an offline date. Thinking of this, Tina fell silent. Should she really contact the rich man and have an offline date? What if it turned out to be an old man? Douyu platform. More than 3,000 emperors have been renewed. More than 300 million. William still hasn't stopped his family background. Is he going to strive for 10,000 emperors? No matter if it is true or not, notify the special effects department. The special effects of 10,000 emperors must be good, exciting, and perfect. William was clicking frantically, but it was still too slow. It took him nearly half an hour to swipe 500 million, while he needed to spend 100 billion. Fortunately, he has strengthened himself in all aspects to a very high level now, so he will not be lenient with any of the attacks. At this time, the number of people in the live broadcast room finally exceeded 1 million. Boom! Colorful fireworks exploded, and a prehistoric beast appeared on the screen, accompanied by a huge golden dragon, looking majestic. The live broadcast room exploded. This is definitely the first time I've seen this special effect. It's extremely shocking. Damn, when I saw this special effect, I thought I traveled through time. Warmly celebrate that Xing Xing renewed his Emperor membership 10,000 times in Yanzi's live studio. Oh my god, 10,000 times. That's a billion. The situation is out of control. The entire network was shocked. The traffic in the anchor's live broadcast room also exceeded its peak. Almost all the traffic of the entire site went to Yanzi's live broadcast room, approaching 3 million people. William also stopped because he found that if the renewal rate was continued at this rate, it would be too slow and he would probably not be able to spend all the 100 billion in 10 days. It took an hour and only 1 billion was spent. Just then, William's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. After hesitating for a while, William answered the phone. William, who madly renewed his subscription of 10,000 emperors in Yanzi's live broadcast room. I am. William. Without waiting for the other party to speak, William interrupted, since you are the development manager of the Douyu live broadcast platform, then fine. I think renewing one emperor at a time is too slow. See if you can bundle it. A group of 10,000, 100,000 tuition fees are all fine. If not, some exclusive gifts, 10 billion rewards at a time or something like that. I'm talking about real money. After William finished speaking, he noticed that there was no movement. On the Douyu platform, a bunch of senior executives surrounded the development manager and were stunned by William's words. William, are you kidding me? The development manager asked after a while. I'm just kidding. I have too much money and nowhere to spend it. Hurry up and prepare a huge gift for me. 10 billion is best, but 100 billion is fine too. I'm waiting to spend it. Chapter 18, Recharging 100 billion. Beep, beep, beep. William hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Then just wait patiently. In Yanzi's live broadcast room, the gift special effects have never stopped. Because the special effects for each emperor last only 30 seconds, you can imagine how many there are for 10,000 of them. It's estimated that if they are turned on like this, it will take more than a day or two to finish. About a quarter of an hour later, William received a message reminder from the platform. Dear Mr. William, we have opened a special recharge channel for you, and you can recharge 1 billion yuan each time. Dear Mr. William, I thought you had activated the exclusive gift, and the god of wealth descended from the sky. Each gift is equal to 100 million real currency. Douyu platform has made a huge decision by specially preparing such a gift. Because it's so scary. It's terrifying to think about it. They were also nervous, worried that William was joking. The next moment, oh my God, he topped up 1 billion at a time. 2 billion. Still charging. I've already topped up 50 billion, and it hasn't stopped yet. Numb. All the senior executives of Douyu platform are numb. Although they can make a lot of money from the other party's recharge, they are worried because the money is too much. Could this be an illusion? A senior executive asked in disbelief. It's impossible that all of us are hallucinating. Finally, under the watchful eyes of all the senior executives of Douyu platform, William recharged 99 billion, plus the amount he had previously used to open Emperor, which was exactly 100 billion. Horrible, too terrifying. Who on earth is this William? He just does an entertainment live broadcast, but he actually charges 100 billion. He won't give all the rewards to Yin Z, will he? Is he trying to force Yin Z to become famous? At this time, the boss made a major decision. According to financial accounting, if William really spent 100 billion on Yin Z, we will change the split with Yin Z to 30:70. 30 for us and 70 for Yin Z. Even if it's 30% to 70%, they can still get 30 billion, and it's only been less than a day. It's scary. Swallow live broadcast room. Tina finally came back to her senses from the shock. William, thank you so much. Apart from saying thank you, she didn't know how to express her feelings. 1 billion. If she splits it in half with the platform, she will still get 500 million. Who is this William? Why would 1 billion be given away to Yin Z, a newcomer on the live streaming platform? Countless people are confused and curious. Boom. At this time, an extremely cool super special effect, money, ingots, and the screen exploded. Congratulations to William for giving away the Super Emperor Privilege gift in Yin Z's live broadcast room. The god of wealth descended from the sky. Super Emperor? Everyone noticed that Douyu's highest I had changed. In the past, the Emperor was the highest, but now William's title has become Super Emperor. Exclusive gift? So cool, how much is it worth? Countless people rushed to check out William's exclusive gift. Oh my God, this is an exclusive gift. It's worth 1 billion Douyu coins, which is 100 million real money. Congratulations to William for sending out the Super Emperor Privilege gift in Yin Z's live broadcast room. God of Wealth descend from the sky, +2. Congratulations to William for sending out the Super Emperor Privilege gift in Yin Z's live broadcast room. God of Wealth descend from the sky, +3. Congratulations to William for sending out the Super Emperor Privilege gift in Yin Z's live broadcast room. God of Wealth descend from the sky, +4. Then everyone saw the God of Wealth dropping privileged gifts from the sky, filling the screen with messages. Oh shit, 100 million this time. This is really a sign from the God of Wealth. This is crazy. William, do you have too much money and don't know where to put it? Give me some. Crazy. Countless people are envious. Those first-tier and super first-tier anchors have given William countless selfish wishes, and they all hope that this big brother will go to their live broadcast to give out privileged gifts, like the God of Wealth descending from the sky. Even one shot would cost 100 million. Who wouldn't be envious? Tina's face turned pale. She also saw William's special gift, a gift from the God of Wealth, worth 100 million yuan. Congratulations to William for sending out the Super Emperor Privilege gift in Yin Z's live broadcast room. God of Wealth descends +100. Congratulations to William for sending out the Super Emperor Privilege gift in Yin Z's live broadcast room. God of Wealth descended from the sky, +101. Oh my God, it's 10 billion, a full 10 billion. Why don't they stop? Crazy, I'm going crazy. The super rich people on the Douyu platform were crazily giving away privileged gifts, 100 million at a time, shocking the entire network. Countless wild traffic entered the Douyu live broadcast platform. This has caused the traffic on the live streaming platform to surpass history and reach an unprecedented peak. The number of viewers in Yin Z's live broadcast room has exceeded 9 million and is heading towards 10 million. This is an unprecedented live broadcast achievement. Major news radio stations also broadcast the news one after another. Congratulations to William for sending out the Super Emperor Privilege gift in Yin Z's live broadcast room. The God of Wealth descended +498. Congratulations to William for sending out the Super Emperor Privilege gift in Yin Z's live broadcast room. The God of Wealth descended +499. Congratulations to William for sending out the Super Emperor Privilege gift in Yin Z's live broadcast room. God of Wealth descends +500. It's exceeded 50 billion. It's horrible, so horrible. Many people have become numb. As for Yin Z, Everyone just felt that she was extremely lucky. About William. Which mental hospital did he escape from? If he is not mentally ill, how can he be so crazy? Even if you want to promote someone, there is no need to reward him or so much, right? The traffic has exceeded 10 million. The number of online users in Yenzi's live broadcast room reached an unprecedented high of 10 million. Congratulations to William for sending out the Super Emperor Privilege gift in Yenzi's live broadcast room. The God of Wealth descended plus 988. Congratulations to William for sending out the Super Emperor Privilege gift in Yenzi's live broadcast room. The God of Wealth descended plus 989. Congratulations to William for sending out the Super Emperor Privilege gift in Yenzi's live broadcast room. The God of Wealth descended plus 990. Just when people were wondering whether it would exceed 100 billion, William stopped. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have completed the online live broadcast consumption task of 100 billion and received a mysterious gift package reward. Ding! New mission. Spend 150 billion yuan within 48 hours. 1,000 reinforcement points will be deducted if the mission fails, and you can get an intermediate reinforcement point package if the mission is completed. The system opens a mysterious gift package. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the mysterious gift package, obtaining 500 general enhancement points, 200 fixed mental enhancement points, and the skill of stepping into the air. William was extremely happy. He didn't expect to have a new skill. Check out the step in the air quickly. Stepping into the air, strength, physique, agility, spirit, the 4 attributes need to be strengthened to 500 points before use. After use, you can step into the air. The skills sounded powerful, but the 500-point enhancement of the 4 attributes put William in a difficult position. Even if the mysterious gift package gave 500 points as a reward, it would still not be enough. System, strengthen the 4th attribute to 300 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The 4 attributes have been strengthened to 300 points. 426 attribute points have been consumed, and 124 strengthening points are left. The 4 attributes were strengthened by 300 points. William felt that his body had undergone tremendous changes, because it was already 30 times that of an ordinary person. Just at this moment, a familiar number called, and the note was definitely Sister. Chapter 19, Under Attack. Answer the phone. Brother, where are you? Your sister has made a fortune. I am sleeping. Ah, brother, why are you sleeping? Do you know that a rich man named William renewed my account for 10,000 emperors and gave me 99 billion in special gifts? That's 99 billion in real money. The platform called me and told me that we'll split the profits 70% to 70%, with 70% going to me and 30% going to them. That way, I'll have 70 billion. Come back soon, and I'll buy you a villa, a supercar, and find you a super pretty wife. Didn't you say your brother was a loser before? Why are you so nice to him now? William said. Huh? Brother, how did you know? Have you been watching my live broadcast? Tina was very shocked. Nonsense, because I am William, and I gave you the money. Well, it's late, and something happened at home, right? With the money, you can help your parents and go back to school. If there is anything you can't solve, tell me. I'm hanging up. Your sister-in-law and I are sleeping. Who is William? Eve had been woken up. When she heard that William was calling a girl, she asked vigilantly. My sister Tina was live streaming, and I gave her some tips. Sister, of course she's my biological sister. Why are you jealous again? I'm not jealous. Wife, how was your rest? Let's take advantage of the good time. William rolled over. Ah, bad guy, aren't you tired? Eve asked loudly. I'm not tired. It's mainly because you're so charming, Eve. I won't feel tired no matter how tired I am. Are you kidding? The 4 most important attributes of the body have just been strengthened to 300 points at the same time. Why is he tired? He feels like he has unlimited energy. He is not tired. It is Eve who is tired. By the time William was done, she felt exhausted. She had always heard that there were only cows that died of exhaustion, but no fields that were ruined. But now, she felt that her field was about to be ruined. However, although it is hard, it is really happy. This time, William also took a rest and slept soundly with a beautiful woman in his arms. Didn't wake up until noon. Eve met William's gaze and immediately showed a look of shock. She said firmly, "No more. I can't bear it even if I have a strong body." William smiled evilly. You can't satisfy me, so I can only find someone else. Don't you dare. I didn't satisfy you that time, but you have to let me rest for a while. Okay, then let my baby rest for a while, and we will fight again tonight. They both got up and went to eat. Honey, where are you planning to spend the money? Both of them were like this, and Eve also accepted William and changed the way they addressed him. The amount I plan to spend this time is 150 billion. Where do you think is the best place to spend it? William said seriously. 150 billion? Honey, are you sure you're not kidding? Are you kidding me? Am I that rich? Then let's start with the old city and buy everything, then buy the new city, and finally the whole Jiangshan will be yours. Hearing this, William's eyes lit up. Wife, this is a good idea. Let's go now without further delay. Eve was speechless. She was just joking, but she didn't expect William to act like a human being. You have to know that this is Sioux City. Although it is not as good as Shanghai, its GDP is also more than 2 trillion. If the GDP of the entire city is calculated, it is probably no less than 100 trillion. No matter how rich you are, you can't buy a city, right? I saw William taking me into the car and heading toward the old town. Eve asked in shock, Honey, are you serious? Of course I'm serious. I'm not short of money anyway. I'll put all the items under your name. Eve is shocked. Then he said, Hubby, aren't you afraid that I will dump you when the time comes, leaving you both at a loss? Dump me, so you can find someone better. As for money, it's just a bunch of data to me. Just at this moment. Hubby, be careful. On the opposite side, an off-road vehicle was rushing towards them madly, and it looked like it was trying to hit them on purpose. Oh shit. William scolded and beat him, taking extreme measures. Ding dong. The car turned sharply, causing it to hit the road guardrail on the side, but fortunately, it avoided a fatal collision with an off-road vehicle. At this time, the off-road vehicle turned around and rushed over again. Damn it. System enhances driving skills. Ding. To enhance the driving skills to the top level, you need to consume 100 enhancement pills. Do you want to enhance? Strengthen. Ding. Congratulations to the host for spending 100 enhancement points and successfully enhancing the top-level car skills. The remaining enhancement points are 24 points. Buzz. With top-notch driving skills, William feels that the car is like one with him and is very familiar to him. He knows the properties of the car very well. It was moving at full speed, but the sedan was no match for the SUV and was about to be caught up. Honey, what should we do? The other party is obviously coming for us. Eve looked pale and very panicked. No. Trust me, I won't hurt you in any way. Oh, husband, they hit us. Eve was terrified when she saw this scene in the rearview mirror. This is the first time I have encountered such a thing in my life. This kind of scene usually only appears in movies. In the critical moment, William relied on his top driving skills to perform extreme operations. Boom! Even so, the off-road vehicle's terrifying maneuverability still caused it to hit William's car sideways. Just when the other party turned around and was about to hit us again. William stepped on the accelerator to the limit. Go to hell. Eve was so frightened by the scene that she closed her eyes. Boom. William actually knocked the SUV that was turning sideways away. It tumbled on the ground for several times before falling heavily to the ground. Finally, the tire is facing up. However, the off-road vehicle is obviously made of special materials, so even in this state, the damage is not obvious. The car door opened and 4 murderous men rushed out. And each of them had a weapon in their hands. At William and his car. Eve, who just opened her eyes, saw this scene and her expression changed drastically. Although she was also a martial arts master, she could not withstand the hail of bullets. William operated the car and made a U-turn to escape. Boom, boom, boom. Heavy rain of bullets hit the car. Fortunately, William reacted and that was all. The other party also tried to catch up on foot, but there was no way he could catch up with a car running at full speed. After a while, he disappeared without a trace. Eve looked back with lingering fear and only breathed a sigh of relief when she was sure that no one was chasing her. Then she looked at William, who was driving, and saw that he had a calm expression, as if he was used to it. She thought that he must have experienced this many times, and she must have found a devil husband. After a while, she said, Husband, you offended Ma Tsongmin yesterday. These people must have been hired by him. Hearing this, William nodded. I know. Don't worry. This matter will never be let go. Chapter 20. Because I have money. Then we came to the old town. In fact, this place is very prosperous, but most of the buildings are very old. Hubby, if you're sure you want to buy it, then go by those developers first. This is convenient and quick. Eve suggested, seeing that William was serious. Okay, my wife is smart. Building materials and real estate. It is the largest real estate developer in the old city, with a market value of over 100 billion yuan. Hello, what do you do? The customer asked seriously. I'm looking for your boss. Looking for the boss? What should I call you? William, my wife, Eve. Eve, the most beautiful girl in Sioux City. I'm not a beautiful woman. Eve is me. Tell your boss that I have something to talk to him about. Okay, wait a moment. Not long after, a middle-aged man walked over quickly. Ha, Miss Eve, the most beautiful lady in Sioux City. What brings you here? Apparently, the beauty's fame is still very effective, and the boss of building materials and real estate has emerged. Are you the boss of building materials real estate, Luo Hung? It is me. Boss Luo, this is what's going on. This is my husband. He plans to buy your building materials and real estate. What? Your husband? He wants to buy my building materials and real estate? Is he crazy? I thought, why are you looking for me when you already have a husband? What a slut. Ms. Huang, you know the strength of my building materials and real estate business. The current market value is over 110 billion. Why would your so-called husband want to buy my building materials and real estate? Because I have money, William said confidently. Rich, but how much money do you have? Luo Hung said with disdain. I was thinking, I don't know what he was thinking. She can tell from the way you're dressed that you're a loser, but she actually wants you to be her man? Not much, more than enough to buy your place. William said, taking out his bank card and handing it over. This market is worth 150 billion. If I buy your building materials and real estate with a market value of 110 billion, you can make a guaranteed profit of 40 billion. Husband, he wanted to stop it. After all, no matter how rich one is, one shouldn't squander it like this. Huh? Do you think there's 150 billion? Luo Hung had a look of disdain on his face and didn't believe it at all, because he firmly believed that even if there really was 150 billion, no one would be so foolish as to suffer a loss and fail to buy his building materials and real estate. Password 123456, available immediately. William being so stubborn, Luo Hung smiled coldly. Well, I want to see if you really have 150 billion. Secretary, take it and check it out immediately. The secretary behind him, also a great beauty, twisted her waist and left with the card. Not long after, the secretary, who had been calm, came running over in a panic. Boss, there really is 150 billion. He stutters when he speaks, because it was the first time she saw so much money. Luo Hung looked at William in shock and asked incredulously, are you really going to use 150 billion to buy my building materials and real estate? Of course it's true. You can transfer the money now and then transfer the building materials and real estate to my wife's name. William said lightly. Honey, forget it. It's too expensive. Eve refused. Don't worry, honey. William, always keep my word. If I say I will give you something, it will definitely come true. Mr. William, are you serious? Luo Hung asked again. The name has also changed. In order to pick up girls, he gave away gifts worth 150 billion yuan. This guy is really awesome. Hurry up and make the deal. I hope to complete this transaction before dark, because I am in a hurry to spend the next sum of money. Okay, let's trade it then. With a guaranteed profit of 40 billion, Luo Hung thought there was no reason not to trade. At worst, find a place to re-register the company. The transaction was handed over to Eve. William logged into the Douyu blog when he had some free time. Click into Yin Zi's live broadcast room. The Super Emperor special effects immediately dominate the screen. It's the super rich William who has arrived. There were actually more than 300,000 people in Yin Zi's live broadcast room. When William arrived, the atmosphere immediately went wild. Banners were posted on all platforms, and Super Emperor William appeared in Yin Zi's live broadcast room. Suddenly, countless people who were curious about William went to Yin Zi's live broadcast room. In just a few minutes, the number of people in Yin Zi's live broadcast room almost exceeded 500,000. Do you think William will give crazy rewards today? I heard that Yin Zi got at least 50 billion yesterday. After all, she doesn't have a guild, so it's suitable for the live broadcast platform to split it in half. So, Yin Zi is now a super rich anchor with a net worth of at least 50 billion. I wonder if she has a partner. Don't dream. Even if she doesn't have a partner, she is still William S. Brother, you are here. How much reward are you going to give me today? Obviously, Tina already believed that William was her brother. Although I can't believe where my brother, who always asked his family for money, got 100 billion. But when she thought about it carefully, who else except her brother would go crazy and give her a reward of 100 billion? There are so many super beautiful anchors on major platforms, but none of them receive such treatment. In the end, I'm sure that the one who rewarded me is really a good brother. William, so similar. No reward today? Wait a while. Brother, have you given me all the living expenses as a reward? Yinzi asked. Nearly 8 million viewers. Speechless. This anchor is terrible. He actually spoke to Big Brother in this tone. Isn't he afraid that Big Brother will get angry and not come? I think the host is genuine, and I like hosts like him. What living expenses? The most painful thing for me is how to spend money when I don't have it. Okay, I'm offline. William went offline after he finished speaking. The live broadcast room exploded. Damn, he is worthy of being the super emperor William. The most painful thing is how to spend money. I also want to do this kind of painful thing and experience it. Eve 2 full hours to complete the transaction. Holding the contract documents, she looked incredulous. The 150 billion worth of building materials and real estate were hers. Thank you, husband. Handing the contract to William, he said. William took the contract and looked through it. Building materials real estate owners, Eve, William. Why did you add my name? William asked curiously. You are my husband, and you bought the company, so of course your name should be added. Hey, why hasn't the mission been completed? William frowned and muttered. Honey, what task is unfinished? Eve asked curiously. Nothing. I'm going to the bathroom. William hurried away. System, what's going on with the mission? Ding. The host has violated the rules many times and spent the task amount with others, so the task will not be completed this time. Please correct it to personal consumption before the task can be completed. William was dumbfounded. I thought I could spend the money from system tasks however I wanted and with whomever I wanted, but now that's not possible. What should I do? Should I ask Eve to remove the name? Isn't this embarrassing? System, is there any way to make up for the mistake? Chapter 21. Eve is missing. Ding. The task can be completed, but no reward will be issued. Are you sure you have completed the task? William was speechless. Without the mission reward, wouldn't the 150 billion be wasted? But there is no other way. I can't ask Eve to return the company to me, right? Okay, mission accomplished. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of spending 150 billion within 48 hours. Since the task was not completed independently, no reward will be given. If it happens again, the host will be severely punished. Please be careful when cheating. Ding. New mission. Within 48 hours, spent 200 billion yuan. If the mission fails, 1,200 reinforcement points will be deducted. And if the mission is completed, you will be rewarded with an intermediate reinforcement point package. William finally understood that the system allowed him to consume independently. Eve had some credit for the acquisition of building materials and real estate just now. Otherwise, he couldn't even meet the boss. So how could he acquire the company? It was considered cheating. Things have already happened, and we can only accept it. Eve, it's almost time. Let's go back. Husband, what's wrong? I just saw in a class group that my classmates are having a reunion tonight, and they all brought their partners. Can you go with me? Eve said in a coquettish tone. Because she discovered a problem. William's hobby was spending money. It seemed like he had endless money, and he felt uncomfortable if he couldn't spend it all. At the same time, I'm also curious about William's family background. What is it like? It feels like they're forcing him to spend money. This family is really weird. After all, William was using just one card, and as soon as he finished drawing here, more money arrived in his account. If it wasn't his family who sent him the money, then who else could it be? Well, I haven't attended a class reunion yet. William said, Oh, husband, you are lying? How could you never attend a class reunion? Eve looked incredulous. I really haven't attended any. They all look down on me because I'm a lazy guy, not doing my job properly, and poor, so they don't invite me to any class reunion. Puff! Eve burst out laughing. Hubby, are you trying to make me laugh on purpose? You spent hundreds of billions from yesterday to now, and you actually say you're poor? Yes, I'm poor. I'm so poor that I only have money to spend. William spread his hands. Hubby, that's enough. Stop being Versailles in front of me. Go be Versailles in front of my classmates. They just like to compare themselves with others. Let's go to your class reunion. Shall we walk? Eve said. Walking is also fine. It helps to exercise your body. Then carry me. Then he jumped onto William's back. Okay, I'll carry you on my back, turn on the navigation, and we'll show you off and fly you. William rushed out carrying Eve on his back. I just went out a short distance. Bang! A deafening sound was heard. This is the roar of a sniper rifle. At the same time, William felt an extremely strong sense of danger. No, my husband has an assassin. Eve had also come into contact with firearms and was quite familiar with them, so she reacted very quickly when she heard the sound. I was suddenly filled with panic. After all, no matter how fast a person is, he can't be faster than a bullet. Whoosh! Eve felt dizzy. Phew! The wall behind him was hit by the sniper bullet, and a big hole appeared on it. The assassin was also stunned. How could such a fatal blow be dodged? It was during this gap that William jumped behind the wall, carrying Eve on his back. "Honey, what should we do?" Eve asked dazedly. William's extreme speed, just now, was simply beyond her ability to withstand. "Wife, wait here for me. I'll go deal with the assassin." William jumped out. Bang! As soon as it appeared, there was a loud bang, and a strong sense of danger came. Fortunately, all four of his attributes are 300. With abilities 30 times that of an ordinary person, he can already avoid danger with great accuracy. Bang! The bullet hit the wall again. Eve, who was hiding in the back, was even more frightened. I pray in my heart that nothing will happen to William. William turned on transparency, locked onto the target, and turned on the speed to the extreme. Damn, is this guy still human? At this moment, he was unable to lock onto William's figure at all and cursed angrily. Just when he was about to leave. "Do you enjoy beating me?" A cold voice came from behind. Instantly, cold sweat dripped from the assassin's forehead. He turned around abruptly and saw that the target, who was supposed to be right in front of him, was actually staring at him coldly from behind. Subconsciously, he wanted to point the gun at William. Click! William grabbed the gun barrel with a grip, and a huge force caused the gun barrel to twist and deform instantly. "Tell me, was it Matsungen who sent you?" The assassin didn't fall for William's trick at all. He took out a dagger and rushed towards him with murderous intent. Hu Xing already knew the answer, and he threw a punch, and his head exploded, killing him instantly. This was a top assassin who was good at using firearms, but unfortunately he met an abnormal target and died miserably. William returned to the wall and was shocked. Eve was missing, panicked instantly. Did she leave on her own, or was she taken away by criminals? If this happened, he would never forgive himself. He quickly took out his cell phone and made a call. "Sorry, the number you dialed is powered off." William's mood instantly became extremely bad. What to do? What to do? Even though he had endless money, William was still confused. Worry makes one confused, and that's the state he is in now. By the way, the dark web? William suddenly thought of the dark web, but he had never been exposed to it and did not have the key to enter the dark web, so he had to ask someone for help. Or maybe he has superb hacking skills, but he doesn't. System, how many enhancement points are needed to enhance hacker skills? Ding! To enhance hacker skills, you need 100 enhancement points at level 1, 300 at level 2, 500 at level 3, 1,000 at level 4, 3,000 at level 5, 5,000 at level 6, 10,000 at level 7, 50,000 at level 8, 100,000 at level 9, and 1 million at level 10. William clenched his fists. He had no way of learning the 24 enhancement points and hacking skills he had now. He had never been so eager to gain reinforcement points. For the first time, I felt that spending money to complete tasks in order to obtain enhancement points was really a huge burden. Call the police? After thinking about it, I gave up. The person who kidnapped Eve was definitely not an ordinary person. Finally, William returned to Villa number 7 in the Bay Villa district. "Excuse me, is your boss Eve here?" "The boss went out and hasn't come back yet," the servant replied. Hearing this disappearance, William felt even more heavy-hearted. "By the way, let's go to the underground casino." William hurried to the underground casino, thinking that Mr. Gua had just sent people to deal with him. While settling the score, he also inquired about the news on the dark web. It is said that the dark web is omnipotent, so someone must be able to find out Eve's whereabouts. Chapter 22, Quanlong Dungeon. Quanlong Underground Casino is located in the first ring of Suzhou City, in the commercial downtown area. It is a paradise for night owls with its bright lights and nightlife. William took a taxi here. "Brother, come and play. Our service is very good." "Brother, would you like to have a foot wash and massage? We have the most professional ones here." One by one, the gorgeously dressed women shouted at William. These women look presentable when they dress up. Under normal circumstances, William would have stopped to admire it carefully. But now, concerned about Eva's safety, he had no mood to do so and strode towards the huge spring dragon dungeon in the distance. At this time, a little boy of about 12 or 13 bumped into William. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it." The little boy apologized quickly, with a panicked look on his face, as if he was afraid of being held accountable and wanted to leave. "Stop," William shouted in a deep voice. "Sir, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bump into you. I apologize to you. Please don't make things difficult for me," the little boy said, loudly on purpose. This caused people around to look over, point fingers, and say things like William was stingy. This is exactly the effect the little boy wanted. Usually in this situation, the other party would be impatient and just let him go. Little did he know that he had hit a wall this time. "Take my wallet. I won't bother with you," William said in a deep voice in a bad mood. Everyone could see that he was in a very bad state and on the verge of an angry outburst. "Sir, I don't understand what you're saying. I just bumped into you accidentally. I have already apologized to you. Please don't deliberately embarrass me or blackmail me. I really don't have any money." It was obviously not the first time that the little boy had done such a thing, and he spoke with confidence. "I repeat, give me my wallet." William's aura had been released, and everyone around him was frightened. He also realized that the little boy might have really taken his wallet. Otherwise, facing so many people's accusations, the young man would have stopped making things difficult for the little boy. "I really don't understand what you're saying, sir." Before he could finish his words, he felt his neck tighten and a breath of death enveloped him. At this moment, the little boy was terrified to the extreme. He felt that this guy, who was not much older than him, was like a devil. It was too scary. The onlookers were also shocked because this scene happened too suddenly. "Hey, let him go. Why are you bullying the weak?" A young girl pushed through the crowd and walked over with dissatisfaction. Seeing that William hadn't let go, he shouted angrily, "I told you to let him go. Don't bully the weak." William glanced at the girl and ignored him. He reached out and took out a wallet from the boy's pocket. "I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Just because you were young doesn't mean you could be forgiven." "What are you going to do?" the little boy asked in horror. At this moment, he was really scared. "Save me, please save me." In panic, he could only ask for help from the girl next to him. The girl also realized that it was the little boy who stole the wallet of the brutal guy. "Hey, let him go. Even if he stole your wallet, he shouldn't be sentenced to death. Hand him over to me, and I will." Click. William grabbed his right hand and crushed it cruelly. "Ah!" The boy screamed in pain. The crowd watching was also frightened by this scene and turned pale. How can you be so cruel?" the girl asked angrily. "We have to take action." William glared at her fiercely with a sharp look. He looked at the boy and said, "This hand stole my wallet. I'm crippling it as punishment. If it happens again..." William didn't say it, but everyone knew what it was. "Well done. Last time I came here, I was bumped into by someone. Later when I was paying, I realized my wallet was missing. Now it seems that this little boy did it. It happened to me too. I searched for my wallet for a long time, but couldn't find it. When I got home, my wife even beat and scolded me." Although many people think William is cruel, there are also people who feel the same way and feel refreshed. William let the little boy go and strode towards the Kwanlong dungeon. Those who were blocking his way hurriedly made way for him. "Evildoers will be punished." The girl yelled at William. Obviously, she still thought William was too cruel. William ignored everything and walked into the Kwanlong dungeon. The bodyguards in the dungeon saw what happened here just now and did not dare to embarrass William. Because the dungeon's activities include casinos and blackboxing, cruel guys like William mostly engage in blackboxing. In the eyes of many people, those who fight underground boxing are crazy. Of course, there are also life and death fights. These people are willing to sacrifice their lives for money, and whoever offends them will be in trouble. Come to the huge dungeon bar. "Hey, young man, is there anything I can do for you?" A tall beauty wearing a high-cut Chong Sam, her mysterious parts faintly revealed, asked. "I'm looking for Guachanwu." "You're looking for Mr. Gua? Who are you?" the beauty asked in shock. After all, the other party was calling her by her full name in Mr. Gua's territory, which made her cautious. "Just say William is looking for him." "Okay, wait a moment." The Chong Sam beauty walked away quickly, and her walking posture was extremely coquettish. However, the Chong Sam clearly reveals her attractive figure, making it difficult for many men to look away. Not long after, an old man who looked like a butler arrived with a beautiful woman. Butler Liang, he is the one who calls Master Gua by his full name and says he has looked for him before. "Are you William?" asked Butler Liang. "It's me. Where's Gua Changwu?" The butler frowned when he heard William call Mr. Gua by his full name. "Follow me," he said in a bad tone. William followed Butler Liang and left. Soon we arrived at an office. Walk in and close the door. The sound insulation is very good, and you are not affected by the outside at all. An old man was sitting on a leather sofa, reading a newspaper. He acted as if he didn't notice William's arrival and was watching with great interest. William walked over, took away the newspaper, and asked, "You are Guachanwu, and you are the one who sent people to cause trouble for me at the Zhu's gambling stonefield." Guo Changwu smiled slightly. "William, So you came to me to ask for accusations? Yes and no. Oh, so what else do you have to do? I want to know about the Black Network. Guchangwu, you should have the Black Network key, right? Of course, but why should I give it to you? Guchangwu asked coldly. William smiled slightly. As long as you give me the key to the Black Network, I can write off the fact that you sent people to target me. Haha. William, you may have forgotten whose territory this is. Following Guchangwu's words, several masters came out. 6 people surrounded William. Guchangwu took out a cigar and put it in his mouth. The beautiful woman next to him quickly lit it for him, and his bossy aura was fully demonstrated. Chapter 23. 300 billion in charity. Facing this scene, William remained calm. Guchangwu, I advise you to think carefully before making a decision. Once you take action, there will be no room for easing up. William's calm attitude stunned everyone present. There's a kind of calmness that cannot be faked. For example, now, if it were any other big shot, no matter how experienced they were, they would probably be nervous. Ah, William, you should use underworld methods to deal with underworld people. If you defeat them, I will give you the invitation key to the Black Network. Upon hearing this, William's eyes flashed with ruthlessness, and he attacked instantly. Every punch and kick was as fast as lightning. By the time the thugs reacted, 2 of their companions had already fallen. Although the remaining few people reacted, they were no match for William. So within a few seconds, several of Guchangwu's proud thugs all fainted. The rest of the people were all stunned, looking at William with eyes full of horror. Can you tell me the key to the dark web now? William's voice became colder and colder. Guchangwu is an experienced person and knows very well that if he continues to provoke him, something bad might happen. Come with me. I followed Guchangwu into the computer room next door. Boss, there are hackers living here. Obviously, this is Guchangwu's hacker team. Give him the invitation key to the dark web. The hacker just glanced at William, took out a pen and paper, wrote down a URL and an invitation key for William. William remembered it after just one glance. Can you lend me your computer? William said. The hacker looked at Guchangwu. Give it to him. You can use the one next to it. William quickly logged into the Black Network, entered the invitation key, and confirmed his registration identity, but did not complete it. At this time, the hacker received the message from the Black Network. When the hacker opened it, it turned out that it was the inviter verifying whether the invitee was real. It can be seen from this that logging into the dark web is not something that anyone can do. William's registration was finally approved, and he immediately issued the task. Enter Eve's name, upload a photo, and then determine the goal, whether to assassinate, search, or protect. William chose to find the stolen goods, and a reward amount appeared. After thinking about it, William chose Dragon Country currency and entered 200 billion. A window will pop up for you to enter the card number and lock the amount. This is to confirm whether the person who posted the task has paid before. After confirmation, the task time setting popped up and William chose 36 hours. After everything is filled in, click confirm, a red button will pop up again, confirm again, and a task release will pop up successfully. The search for one person and the reward of 200 billion instantly caused a sensation on the entire dark web. Countless people took on this task, and huge dark web organizations began to take action. William scanned the QR code and installed the dark web applet on his mobile phone so that he could receive messages anytime and anywhere. Several hackers in Guchangwu were looking at the task William issued and were also shocked by the amount of 200 billion. They still know who is the most beautiful woman in Sioux City, but she didn't expect that a man would spend 200 billion for her without blinking an eye. What's even more speechless is that this person is really rich. Young master who? You are looking for Eve. If you had told me earlier, I could have helped you. After Guchangwu finished speaking, he quickly accepted the dark web task and left to make the arrangements. Who wouldn't be tempted by 200 billion? William also left the Quanlong dungeon, and all he had to do now was wait for news. About half an hour later, news came from the dark web. William excitedly checked it out. Hello, Mr. William. Your task has been completed. Then there's a set of photos, as well as a detailed description of the whereabouts and situation of the person being sought. After reading it, William breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out that Eve was taken away by her own family, and she is safe. After confirming that Eve was safe, William logged into the dark web and confirmed that the mission was accomplished. When seeing someone complete a 200 billion task within an hour, countless people were envious. Somewhere, a young man found a stunning girl. Sister, look, this person is killing. He actually spent 200 billion just to find you. Is he your secret crush? Hearing this, the girl's expression changed drastically, and then she was extremely moved. William, it's you. I know it must be you. Will you come back to find me? Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of spending 200 billion within 48 hours and receiving the intermediate reinforcement point package. Ding. New mission. Complete 300 billion charity spending within 120 hours, which can only be used for charity. If the mission fails, 1,500 reinforcement points will be deducted. If the mission is completed, a special gift package will be awarded. It's actually the same as the live broadcast consumption money, and it's also a targeted consumption. However, I wonder if this special gift package will be very high-end. System, open the intermediate reinforcement point gift package. Ding. Congratulations to the host for opening the intermediate reinforcement points gift pack and obtaining 190 reinforcement points. 190 reinforcement points. William was barely satisfied. However, it seems that the task cannot be accomplished simply by donating the charitable funds and 120 hours of time to charity. William took a taxi to the charity organization to see what kind of charity cost the most money. About an hour later, the charity arrived. William walked in quickly. "Sir, are you doing charity?" A middle-aged woman asked politely. "Yes, I want to do charity." "Sir, may I ask your name?" "Your surname is who?" "Mr. William. This way, please." Soon we arrived at the one-on-one reception room. "Excuse me, Mr. William. How much charity money have you prepared?" 300 billion. Ah. The other party was stunned. I couldn't react at all. After a long time, he asked in a trembling voice, "Who?" "Mr. William, how much did you say just now?" I stutter a lot when I speak. "I said 300 billion. Gurgle. After confirming that he had heard correctly, the other party swallowed hard. "Mr. William, the amount you want to donate is too huge. Please wait a moment. I will notify our manager to receive you." After saying that, he left in a panic. Not long after, a middle-aged man who looked kind and like a good guy arrived. Apparently, he had learned something from the staff member and asked excitedly, "Mr. William, I heard that you're going to do a 1:300 billion charity?" "Yes, that's right." "Then, Mr. William, could you please tell me about your financial situation?" William took out his bank card and threw it over, saying, "Password 123456. This guy also knew the difference between high and low, and he actually took out a small POS machine from his pocket. In front of William, I inserted the bank card and performed some operations. He was originally disdainful and didn't believe that William had 300 billion. After all, he is too young. Speaking of young people like this, they don't even have enough money to spend. So why don't they use the 300 billion to pick up girls? However, when he saw a 3 followed by a series of zeros, he was stunned for a moment. Chapter 24, Bad Charity. Dear Mr. William, please move over. Let's go to the VIP office for a detailed discussion. Seeing William's financial resources, the manager handed over the bank card with both hands and said, William was not polite. I followed the manager to the restaurant, which was decorated magnificently, like a 7-star hotel. There are sexy beauties all along the way. William also looked at it curiously. After all, everyone loves beauty. Mr. William, these are the waiters of our charity organization. If you need, you can choose any of them to serve you. Oh, there's such a good thing. William looked curious. Of course, Mr. William. Do you see anything you like? The manager inquired enthusiastically. This one. Why don't you come over? Take Mr. William to rest. The beautiful lady who was chosen came over enthusiastically, took William's arm and said, Mr. William, please. Next to her was a lounge, and she pulled William in. The manager smiled and said, Mr. William, enjoy yourself first. When you are done, we can talk about charity. I thought, 300 billion, I can make a fortune again this time. The beauty pulled William in, closed the door, and started taking off her clothes. William only realized at this moment that the so-called service was actually this. He took a look at the beauty with his transparent eyes. Then I lost interest and didn't know how many people had slept with me. Bang! He cruelly knocked the beautiful woman, who had taken off half of her clothes, unconscious. His face immediately turned gloomy. I never thought that such a charity organization could be so dirty. No wonder so many people in need don't get the help they deserve. Thinking of this, William naturally would not invest any more charity funds here. William thought about it carefully. Since the system has given him this charity fund, he should do something, fulfill his responsibility, and help those who really need help. The only way to achieve this is to create your own team and set up a charity so that every penny can be used effectively. However, it was too much for one person to handle the work. After all, he had no experience other than the system. Although it can enhance his knowledge, he feels that it is useless. By the way, Grace, ask him for help. Boom, boom, boom. Just as William was about to call Grace, there was an urgent knock on the door. Ooh, it's me, Mr. William. William walked over and opened the door. He wasn't afraid that the manager would see the beautiful woman being knocked unconscious. The manager came in and asked with a smile, "What's this, Mr. William?" "I knocked him out." "Ah, Mr. William, did he do something wrong?" the manager asked in surprise. In fact, there are no less than 5 cameras in this room, and every corner, even the toilet, is under strict surveillance. In the monitoring room, the manager, who was about to enjoy watching Dashi, saw William knock the beauty unconscious. "I thought he had a special hobby, but I didn't know he never touched any beautiful woman, so I came here out of curiosity to ask." "Manager, although I like beautiful women, I prefer pure beauties, not this kind. Let's stop here today, and we will contact each other another day," William said, and was about to leave. "Ah, Mr. William, don't be anxious. We have all kinds of beauties here. As long as you can tell us what you want, we can find it for you." The manager stopped William's way and said quickly, "Really? Then I think you should know my requirements, manager. I hope you won't let me down." After William finished speaking, he returned to the room to see what kind of person the manager could find. The manager hurried away, William curiously, and then dragged the unconscious girl out. Not long after, the manager came in panting, followed by a young girl with an awkward look. "What the hell? How old is he?" William asked in shock. "How old are you?" I'm 18, the young aunt said nervously with her head lowered. "You are 18? William looked incredulous. The manager hurriedly said, "She is indeed 18, but she has never experienced this kind of thing, so she is very shy." "Mr. William, don't worry. This is definitely what you want." William was immediately furious. "You bastards, this is a charity, and you're not only doing illegal things, but you're also not letting minors go. Are you still human?" William knew very well that as long as the girl came here, it would be enough for her to meet him, but if it rained heavily, others would be doomed. So he couldn't bear it any longer. "Mr. William, what are you doing? Aren't we doing this all according to your request?" the manager said unhappily after being scolded. "Good job, you did what I asked. Now I want you to turn yourself in to the police station." "Mr. William, are you crazy? If I turn myself in, you will be in trouble too. I have provided you with various services, so you should enjoy them," the manager said and turned and left. The door closed with a bang. He was still cursing outside. William looked at the little girl and asked, "Tell me honestly, how old are you?" "I am 18. I asked you to tell the truth. Do you know that if you really take this step, your life will be ruined?" "Woo-woo." The little girl suddenly started crying. William thought that his tone was too harsh and frightened the other person, so he walked over and comforted him. "I'm sorry, I was too loud, but I did this for your own good. Tell me the truth. How old are you?" "I'm 16 years old. My father was paralyzed in an accident at the construction site. My mother has intellectual disabilities. I have a younger brother who is in school. I have no choice but to make money. Please, don't look down on me. I can do anything. I'm very obedient." The little girl grabbed William's arm and begged. "How much did he give you?" 1,000 yuan. They said that as long as you accompany the customers well, and if the customers are happy, you will get rewards, and you can make more money. You can come here often to make money in the future. The little girl told the truth. "How old is your brother?" "My younger brother is 9 years old and in the 3rd grade. Your family situation is so bad. Don't you get any subsidies?" "There's a subsidy, but my brother needs money for schooling, my father needs medicine every day, and we also have living expenses. It's not enough." "What about charities? Didn't you apply for help in your situation?" The girl smiled bitterly. "Charities are for those who have connections. Some people in our village are very wealthy and can get charity subsidies every month, but we don't. The only thing we lack is the government." "Okay, I get it. You're a good girl. Don't worry. You'll get your share of the charity grants soon." "Brother, what are you going to do? Or you can just take me. I really need money." "Don't talk nonsense. Don't worry, I will help you. Come on, follow me." Chapter 25. What are you going to do, big bad guy? "Mr. William, where are you going?" The manager, accompanied by 3 security guards, stood at the door of the room and asked William coldly. "Get out of the way. William no longer has a good impression of these philanthropists. What if I don't let you?" Following the manager's words, 3 security guards surrounded them. "Mr. William, to tell you the truth, you have to have something happen with her today and then donate the money honestly. Otherwise, you can't leave here." William was furious. Is this a charity or a robbery organization? You are robbing openly, which is illegal. Haha, Mr. William, you don't have to worry about whether it's illegal or not. You just need to meet my requirements now. What if I don't? If you don't, that's easy. The security guards here haven't been active for too long. Their bodies must be rusty, right? Crackling. As the manager spoke, a security guard clenched his fists, making a harsh sound. Brother, you still want me? The little girl said, very scared. Don't be afraid. No one can bully you when I'm here. William said this and took the little girl away, looking for a fight. The manager was also angry. He had never seen anyone so shameless in giving money. The three security guards attacked together. William didn't tolerate them and kicked them hard. The security guard rushed over in response. William severely. William is extremely fast and performs a series of kicks. With two bangs, both security guards fell down. Then he looked at the manager with an unfriendly look. At this moment, the manager's forehead was covered with cold sweat and his body was shaking. Seeing William looking at him unkindly, he asked in a trembling voice, "What are you going to do?" William said viciously, "I'll destroy you, you beast, to prevent you from doing bad things." A hard kick landed right in the manager's crotch. All that was left at the scene was the manager's extremely painful wails. William took the little girl away. When she got outside, the little girl didn't want to leave. "What's wrong?" William asked curiously. "Brother, I need to make money. My father needs money, and my mother and brother also need money. Making money, right? Can you cook?" William asked. "Yes, I can cook, do housework, and farm." The little girl said excitedly. "Okay, then you can come to my house and be a nanny. I'll give you 6,000 yuan a month, with food and accommodation provided. Are you willing?" "Really?" The little girl looked confident. He had seen nanny jobs, but people looked down on her as a little girl. Some even said she might be a thief. "How can I lie to you? I will give you a month's salary in advance. Now, I will take you home." "Thank you, brother. Sonia, you are such a good person." "So your name is Sonia. That's a nice name." Then he took Sonia back to villa number 8. Looking at the magnificent and prosperous villa in front of her, Sonia was already stunned. "Brother William, will Sonia live here from now on?" The little girl asked in disbelief. "Yes, I live here. Come on, let's go in." When they arrived at the villa, William personally taught her how to take a bath and asked her to wash up. I ran to the kitchen to cook. Because it is a new house, there are no security guards or servants. Eve had prepared everything for him beforehand, and the refrigerator was also full of food. By the time Sonia came out after washing up, William had already prepared 3 dishes and a soup. "Sonia, eat quickly." Sonia didn't hesitate and picked up the bowl and started eating. "Brother William, the food you cook is so delicious. If it tastes good, eat more." After dinner, Sonia went to wash the dishes and clean up, and William called Grace. "Hey, you bad guy, why are you calling me?" Grace cursed as she answered the phone. I thought, bad guy. He was taken away by Eve and ignored me. "Grace, are you free now?" "No time." "Grace, no kidding. I need your help with something." You are so heartless that you think of me when there is something wrong. Don't forget that I am your girlfriend." "I know, my daughter-in-law Grace is the best. I'm going to donate 300 billion to charity." "Grace, come to villa number 8 in the Bay Villa district to find me, and we will discuss how to do charity." "You really have too much money. Are you really willing to spend 300 billion on charity?" "Of course I am willing to do so. There are so many people in the world who need help. I'm just doing what I can." "Grace, you won't refuse to help me, right?" "Wash up and wait for me. I'll be there soon," Grace said and hung up the phone. William always felt something was weird. Brother William. After Sonia finished cleaning up, she walked over to sit next to William, then took William's arm and said, "Brother, please take me." Sister Sonia, you are still young. Let's talk about it when you grow up." "I'm not young anymore. In our country, girls my age have already had babies, and some have even had their second child," Sonia said as a matter of course. William also knew that early marriage and early love were normal in those remote mountain villages. "Well, let's talk about it when you're 18. You belong to my brother anyway, so don't think about other boys." "Well, Brother William, if you need anything, Sonia will be there for you anytime." After saying this, Sonia prepared to clean up. "Sonia, give me your bank account." Sonia was short of money and had nothing left. After a while, a payment information was sent. Sonia subconsciously took out her cell phone to watch. Then I was stunned. Then she threw herself into William's arms. "Brother William, 1 million is not worth that much money if you sell Sonia. Why don't you just take Sonia? Sonia really doesn't know how to repay you except herself." "Silly girl, I know what you're thinking, and I really like you. Go and get busy. Take some time to buy some nice clothes to change into. Brother William, I want to go home. With so much money, I want to let my parents and my brother live a good life. Don't worry, brother. Sonya will never run away with the money. That's fine. Just go and settle your family down. Don't worry about me. When you're settled, come back. Take this key. Thank you, Brother William. Sonya hugged William and kissed him fiercely. Although it was unfamiliar, it was passionate enough to make William almost lose control. William with a red face. Brother, when the next time comes, you will take me, okay? Sonya will leave first. Not long after Sonya left, Grace arrived. Big bad guy, open the door. The Han Road was visible from a distance. William, who had no place to vent his anger, rushed over to open the door. Before Grace could say anything, he picked her up and rushed into the room. You big bad guy, what are you going to do? Chapter 26, Highly Efficient. Whoa, you bastard, you big bad guy. You bully me. You said you wanted to ask me to come over to discuss charity, but you actually... Oh. Grace cried very sadly. William got it without any preparation. It was so domineering. Okay, my Grace wife, don't cry, you are my wife. This is our daily routine, and I really asked you to come here for charity. William took out his online bank account and showed it to Grace. I plan to invest all of the $300 billion in charity projects. My goal is to complete all the charity projects within 3 days. I know you are capable, Grace, so you have to help me with this. If you bully me, I won't help you. While saying this, I had already started calculating what to do in my mind. You big bad guy, why don't you just give it to charity? Don't mention those hypocrites to me, I tell you. William told Grace everything that happened at the charity. I never thought that group of guys were so shoddy. I must bring them down. Dinkling. Just at this moment, the bell from the villa door rang. Who is it? William reluctantly got up and left. Grace covered herself with the quilt, recalling the crazy and strong scene of William just now. Her face flushed and her mind wandered. William came into the yard. They turned out to be several policemen in uniform. Police comrade, what are you doing? William asked curiously. Is your name William? You beat someone up at the charity organization today, and you even beat the manager, Su Hongtao, to a pulp. A policeman asked sternly. Yes, my name is William, and I was the one who beat the man. Just admit it, come with us. Take out the handcuffs and handcuff William. Wait, have you checked the surveillance footage and investigated thoroughly? You want to arrest me? Very, you have admitted to beating someone, and manager Su Hongtao has provided evidence. You pretended to make a charity donation and asked the other party to provide special services. You also took away a 16-year-old girl. Is this true? It's true that I took a girl away, but as for special services, you should investigate the charity organization carefully. Honey, what's wrong? Grace came out. The daughter of the Murong family is quite famous in Sioux City, and several policemen recognized her at a glance. She is the daughter of the Murong family. Are you and her a couple? A policeman asked in disbelief. Why can't I? Okay, that's your freedom, but William broke the law, so we have to take him away. Illegal? Is it something related to charity? I know that group of shoddy guys used all kinds of tricks when they heard that my husband wanted to donate $300 billion. Fortunately, my husband saw through it. Otherwise, the $300 billion charity money would have ended up in those people's pockets. What? You want to donate $300 billion? I'm not saying it. I'm determined to donate $300 billion to charity, but the charity organization in Sioux City is too dark, so I was furious. Even so, it is wrong for you to hit someone, Mr. William, and we still have to deal with this matter, said a policeman. I didn't beat them, so they beat me. You should understand clearly. How many security guards were injured? Several. That's it. They were beating me up. If I didn't know some kung fu, what do you think would have happened? Okay, I will contact a lawyer and file an appeal against the Book City charity. In addition, I will also implement my $300 billion charity funds within 3 days. I hope to get help from the police. If you do good things, the police will support you, right? Mr. William, you can donate 300 billion yuan to charity, and our police will naturally fully support you, but you just say it without any evidence. William immediately showed the other party his account. Did you see that? The 300 billion is already in place. What worries me now is how to distribute the 300 billion to the countless people who really need help. I won't say much about the charity organization. I'm sure you know something about it. Mr. William, you are right. We have some information about the charity, but we don't have enough evidence. That's easy. I'll go find that manager and record a message. Don't worry, they're thinking about my 300 billion. Okay then, Su Hongtao is at the First People's Hospital. Come with us to find him now. Good. Wife, Please help me imagine a plan for implementing the charity funds. I know, husband, I think it's safe. In front of outsiders, Grace behaves very appropriately. Then we went to the People's Hospital. Manager Sue, I want to talk to you alone. William said, you want to settle it privately? Well, I'll give you this opportunity. After Su Hongtao finished speaking, he said to the police, Comrade Police, please step out for a moment. We won't go out, lest he cause you further harm. No, no, no. Comrade Police Officer, I wouldn't dare to leave him alone. Okay, then tell me the result after you finish talking. The police exited the ward. Mr. William, how are you going to settle this privately? Su Hongtao asked with a smile. Manager Su, how do you want to settle this privately? William asked. Mr. William, in 3 days. You can leave now. Su Hongtao is very careful. William nodded and left. He had a listening device on him, and the police could hear their conversation clearly. See, this guy knows how to have fun, William said to the police. Then he added, but don't worry, I will get the evidence. The police did not harass William and let him go. William was just about to return to the villa when Grace called. Husband, hurry to the trademark registry. Wife, where are you and what are you doing? Honey, don't you want to do charity work yourself? I have registered a charity organization and have completed all the procedures. I'm just waiting for you to come and sign. So efficient. William was a little surprised. Wait for me, wife. I'll be there soon. He went to the trademark registry as soon as possible. Arrived at the destination soon. Grace was found surrounded by a group of people. Every unit has it. Here is my husband. Grace saw William and shouted. Then she explained to these people. That's my husband, William, and he's the one who wants to do charity. A group of people immediately gathered around. Mr. William, are you sure you want to spend $300 billion for charity? Mr. William, why do you suddenly want to do charity? Ahem, are you from a news organization? I just want to do charity. Why would you ask so many questions? Wife, what's going on? Husband, they are from various units. When they heard that you wanted to register a charity company and put out a huge sum of 300 billion yuan, they were all willing to help with the charity work. Chapitre 27, Surprise. After hearing this, William was willing to communicate with these people. The registration of the charitable company was then completed. As for the company's location, Grace directly changed the Murong Group commercial building into William Charity Company. William was amazed at the efficiency. Although the Murong family strongly opposed it, the Murong Group commercial building was bought by William and given to Grace, so she has absolute rights to use it. Everything was done, and William transferred 300 billion to the company account. Grace immediately contacted various units, medical institutions, schools, poverty alleviation agencies, etc., to implement charitable funds for those who really need help. A press conference was also held. Any family or individual in need can bring certificates from relevant units to register with William Charity Company, and loans will be granted if the certificates are verified. As it runs, 300 billion is also a crazy input. The amount of consumption is huge. William finally smiled as he watched the implementation and continuous consumption of 300 billion charitable funds. At this rate, it won't take long to complete the task. I'm very grateful for Grace's efficiency. If it were him, he would have no idea how to spend the 300 billion charity funds. This incident caused a huge sensation in society. Countless reporters surrounded William's charity company, vying to interview William. Fortunately, William hid in the villa and enjoyed himself very much. Ping'an Village, Suzhou City. A village cadre came to a very poor and backward family with great joy. Songya, are you there? Someone shouted from a distance. That's right, this is Songya's home. Uncle Zheng, why are you here? Songya, who had just returned home with a huge sum of 1 million yuan, had not had time to make arrangements for her family. Songya, good news, your family is saved. A kind man named William founded the William Charity Company, and he started by giving out 300 billion to help those who really need help. I applied for your family right away, and within an hour, I got a reply. William Charity Company immediately approved a subsidy of 300,000 yuan for your family. With this money, your father can have a better life, and your brother can go to school well. Brother William, hearing the news, Sonia was so moved that she cried. She originally thought that Brother William helped her because he was attracted by her body. But after hearing this news, she realized that she had been wrong. Why are you crying? This is a good thing. You are not the only one in the village. There are many poor families who applied to charity organizations but received no response. Now they have transferred their information to William Charity Company and have applied for subsidies. This is a truly good person and a truly good company. William was waiting for the task to be completed, watching TV out of boredom. William Charity Company, a new company in Suzhou, has become popular on the internet. All major media and platforms have reported on it. After our verification, William Charity Company is indeed a people-oriented charity company founded by philanthropist William with a personal investment of 300 billion yuan. It has not raised any donations and is truly for those in need. Here, on behalf of all those who have been helped, we would like to thank philanthropist Mr. William. When William saw his photo, he remembered that Grace had asked him to take a photo for her. Then open your phone and watch videos, and you will see yourself in every video. Thank you, Mr. William. You are such a kind person. I bow to you. If it weren't for your charity, I would not have my daughter. In one video, a grown man kowtowed to William's photo to express his gratitude. William felt it was too exaggerated. Check out the comments. Some people also have doubts. The video posters all gave patient explanations. It turned out that his daughter was seriously ill and needed 500,000 yuan for surgery. He borrowed money from everywhere, but it was not enough. His family was not well off, and he had no collateral, so he could not get a loan. At this time, he discovered William Charity Company. With the idea of giving it a try, he prepared his daughter's information and applied for funds through personal channels. Unexpectedly, in less than 3 hours, he applied for 800,000 yuan, which was 300,000 yuan more than the estimated 500,000 yuan. He didn't dare to take it. There were too many. Finally, the staff of William's Charity Company explained that they estimated that his daughter's medical treatment and follow-up treatment would cost about 800,000 yuan. Like William deserves his kowtow and gratitude. To be frank, I couldn't find William himself. Otherwise, I would have kowtowed and thanked him in person. William is undoubtedly. Then I checked the news again, and the headlines were also about William's Charity Company. William suddenly realized that doing good things is actually quite fulfilling. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have received countless people's gratitude, faith, and blessings for doing charity, and you have received special rewards and 10,000 points of strengthening. Whoosh! William stood up suddenly from his position. He checked the balance of reinforcement points with a look of disbelief. I'm so shocked. Are there really 10,000 strengthening points? Originally, it was the system that forced him to do charity tasks. I didn't expect that doing good deeds could bring such a huge reward. Is this what the legendary good people get rewarded for? William did not rush to use the reinforcement points, but was in a state of shock, followed by endless excitement. William spent the whole day in excitement. In the evening, Grace returned to the villa tired. She has been very busy recently, and it has been really hard for her. William prepared a large table of delicious food waiting for her when she came back. Wife, you've worked hard. Let's eat first. William was very considerate. He took off her shoes, changed her shoes, and then carried her to the dining table. Feeling William's thoughtfulness, Grace smiled happily and felt that all the hard work was worth it. Wife, eat. Eat more meat. Replenish your energy. Thank you, husband. Silly boy. I should be the one thanking you. After the meal, William cleared the table, brought some hot blood, and washed Grace's feet. This scene moved Grace so much that her heart melted. Hubby, you're so nice. Wife, you're the best. Oh, by the way, husband, there are only 500 million left of the 300 billion charity funds, but there are still many people who need help. Even outside of Sioux City, people all over the country have asked for subsidies from our company. So, I know. I'll find a way tomorrow. After washing Grace's feet, he carried her to the bed. William helped her take off her clothes. He did not do anything bad. He held her in his arms. Soon, the exhausted Grace fell asleep. Midnight. Ding. The company host has completed the task of spending 300 billion charitable funds and received a special gift package reward. Ding. New mission. Within 68 hours, spend 500 billion. If the mission fails, 5,000 reinforcement points will be deducted. If the mission is completed, you will be rewarded with a high-level reinforcement point gift package. Hearing the system prompt, William smiled. He knew how to spend the 500 billion. Chapter 28. Adding 500 billion. The next day, William finally came forward and went to William Charity Company. He ignored the media reporters surrounding him. Mr. William, why are you willing to donate 300 billion yuan to charity? Mr. William, what do you think you have gained from doing this kind of unrewarded charity? Mr. William, will you continue to increase the input of charitable funds? Okay, everyone be quiet, and let me answer the questions one by one, okay? First of all, I will continue my charity work. I will once again invest 500 billion as charity funds to help those who really need help. Secondly, I don't ask for anything in return when doing charity work. I'm a long countryman, and I help my own people. I don't need any excuses. The money is mine, my own money, and I can spend it however I want. My words may sound a bit harsh, but this is my personality. In short, I will continue to do charity work. In the future, my William Charity Company will involve more areas of relief, so please wait and see. William finished speaking and walked into the company. The whole audience was stunned. Why do we need a reason to do charity? Can you be willful just because you have money? However, no one contradicted William. On the contrary, his casual personality made many people admire him and think that he was not hypocritical at all. When he arrived at the company, William summoned all the members of the company. Many of them looked haggard, mainly because the workload was too heavy. Except for eating and going to the bathroom, they had almost no rest and worked overtime until very late. These employees were all former employees of Muron Group's commercial building, and they are all trustworthy people. The total number of people is 3,680, and it is also thanks to the original team of Muron Group. Otherwise, it would be impossible to recruit so many staff members in such a short time. Although they do not do charity, they have high education and strong learning ability, so they can adapt quickly to charity. Hello, everyone. As the boss of the company, I have convened a general meeting today. Thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to attend the meeting. William bowed in thanks. Boss, your words are great. This is what we should do. All the employees hurriedly bowed and bent their backs to hand it over. Here, I would like to thank everyone for their hard work and efforts these days. I have seen everyone's efforts, so I declare that everyone present, regardless of their position, will receive a reward of 50,000 yuan. What? Everyone was shocked. Each person will receive a reward of 50,000 yuan. There are 3,680 of them. A reward of 50,000 yuan per person would be more than 100 million yuan. Thanks, boss. They also have families to support, so they did not refuse the boss's reward. Thanks, boss. Everyone expressed their gratitude in unison and suddenly felt that all their efforts were worth it, and more motivated. Okay, I will continue to inject 500 billion yuan. Everyone should work harder and strive to provide the most timely assistance to those in need within 2 days. I don't want any patient to be in danger because of our slow approval of relief funds. I hope everyone will work hard. I will definitely not let the boss down. Everyone is very excited. The bosses are willing to spend money. They are receiving salaries and bonuses, so they have no reason not to work hard. Very good. Everyone go and do your own things. If we can complete 500 billion in effective relief within 2 days, effective means helping those who really need help. I will continue to distribute bonuses to everyone. William encouraged. Thank you, boss. We will definitely work hard. Boss, if we open a national online rescue service and have the local relevant units review and submit the rescue materials, our rescue efficiency will be greatly improved. No problem. My goal is to help those in need across the country and even the world. I want to do charity, so just work hard. After everything was arranged, William sneaked away from the lower garage, mainly because the media was too crazy. William said to the media has already swept the entire internet. Some mysterious place. Eve looked at her phone in boredom. William again, and a happy smile appeared on my face when I saw him being widely publicized by the media for doing good deeds. This kind and excellent man is her man. She finally couldn't bear it anymore and decided to run away, secretly, to find William. She would never compromise with her family, and she would help William. William returned to the villa and became bored again. System strengthened strength, constitution, agility, and spirit by 2,500 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The 4 attributes have been strengthened by 2,500 points successfully. Current strength 2,800, current constitution 2,800, current agility 2,800, current spirit 2,800, and the remaining strengthening points are 190 points. After strengthening the 4 attributes by 2,000, William discovered that his sense of smell, hearing, vision, etc. had undergone tremendous changes. Buzz. He could clearly hear the sound of a mosquito's wings flapping 10 meters away. William walked into the yard, looked at the ants on the ground, squatted down, and could actually hear the footsteps of the ants. The power of the 4 attributes stimulated William to become even stronger. Bored, William returned to the villa and prepared to take a nap. Whoosh! A flying knife flew towards him. William found the target the moment it was launched, explode instantly, and approach the target. Without the target's reaction, The enemy's mother and child were captured. The man in black with his eyes exposed was shocked to the extreme. Let me guess, it was Ma Tsungen who asked you to assassinate me again. William asked indifferently. How can you be so strong? This is illogical. The other party asked in shock. Because I'm a cultivator. You know what a cultivator is, right? William said casually. You are actually a cultivator from the Ancient Martial Arts Alliance? The other party was extremely shocked. You actually know about the Ancient Martial Arts Alliance. Tell me how much you know. William became interested. The Ancient Martial Arts Alliance is the most mysterious organization on Earth. They are all ancient martial artists or immortal cultivators who have surpassed mortals. They are the true masters of this world. What a bunch of nonsense. Go back and tell Ma Tsungen that I don't want to bother with him, but also tell him to stop bothering me. Otherwise, I will really kill him. After saying that, he let go of the guy. Thank you for your kindness, sir. But sir, I am not sent by Ma Tsungen. I came here to take over the dark web mission. There are many people who want to assassinate you. I'm just one of them. Please be careful. The guy left after saying that. Dark web? So, Ma Tsungen was tasked with assassinating me through the dark web? Go again, but that's fine. Otherwise, I wouldn't know about the Ancient Martial Arts Alliance. William was looking forward to the assassin's arrival so that he could see how strong he was now. Chapter 29, Special Division. William's vigorous charity relief work, with a total investment of 800 billion yuan, has long attracted the attention of Suzhou. The relevant personnel in charge of charity relief found Villa number 8. Dinkling. Who is it? William asked impatiently. When I arrived at the yard, I saw a group of people in formal attire. I was curious about who they were. Mr. William, we are from the Book City Charity Relief Center. We are deeply grateful for your charity. Charity Rescue Center? Could they be someone from the Sioux City Charity Organization? William asked in a cold tone. Mr. William misunderstood. Charities are companies under the names of individuals. Our Charity Relief Center is an official organization of Sioux City. That's good. Come in. William invited a group of people into the villa. What do you want from me? Mr. William, your charity work has been noticed by the Dragon Country National Charity Headquarters. We are looking for you in the hope that your company can be incorporated into our national charity organization to facilitate your charity work. Doesn't this increase his money output? This is exactly the effect William wants. William will do my best for anything related to charity. A group of people prepared many arguments to convince William, but I didn't have the chance to say it out loud. I didn't expect him to agree so readily that I was a little overwhelmed. Mr. William, you are the role model youth of our Dragon Country. It is a blessing for the Dragon Country to have such an outstanding young man as Mr. William. Everyone praised it enthusiastically. At this time, William's phone rang. After answering the phone, Mr. William, this is Su Hongtao. Come to Gate 1 of Glacier Park and let's talk. William smiled and said, Okay, I'll be right there. Then he said to the people at the charity center, Well, I have something else to deal with and I have to go out for a while. If you have any questions or needs, just go to the company and find my wife, Grace. Mr. William, you are busy now. We will take our leave now. The group achieved their goal and left very happily. William soon arrived at Gate 1 of Glacier Park. At this time, a man in a suit came over pushing a wheelchair. The person in the wheelchair is Su Hongtao. Mr. William, you have great kung fu skills. You beat down several security guards and even crippled me. Don't you feel guilty at all, Mr. William? Su Hongtao said in a mocking tone. William said calmly, Tell me, Su Hongtao, how do you want to solve it? Mr. William, I didn't expect that you were really rich. You set up a charity company and invested 800 billion. I really don't know what you're thinking. Wouldn't it be better for you to use this money for eating, drinking, and having fun? Sorry, money is just a pile of waste paper and a string of data to me. William said casually. Really? In that case, Mr. William, I'll tell you the truth. You've crippled me. I need to go to the United States to be treated, but it will cost at least 500 billion, so you want me to compensate you 500 billion? William said lightly. That's about it. Anyway, Mr. William, you are not short of money. 500 billion is nothing to you, right? The money is indeed a small apology for me, but I have a condition. If you can satisfy me, I will transfer 500 billion to you immediately. What conditions? Su Hongtao asked excitedly. My conditions are very simple. I really don't like the Sucheng charity organization. I hope you can provide me with evidence. I want to bring down the Sucheng charity organization. As long as you help, 500 billion will be deposited immediately. Haha. Mr. William, are you kidding me? If I do this, wouldn't I be hurting myself? Su Hongtao sneered. Wrong. The evidence you provided me was from other people in the charity, not your own. You can say that they framed you, and you took the money and ran abroad, didn't you? Think about it carefully. 500 billion is enough for you to spend your whole life abroad. Su Hongtao was silent for a while. I do have evidence that many people in the charity organization have committed crimes, but if I betray them, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to go abroad. This is easy. You can leave the country right now. Before leaving, hide the evidence against them in one place. After leaving, tell me. This way, you'll be fine and you can get 500 billion. Why should I trust you? If you don't give me 500 billion, won't I be at a loss? How about this? I'll give you 100 million first. 100 million is enough for you to live a good life abroad. How about it? William tempted. Okay, transfer the money to me now. William had no money on him, so he called Grace and asked her to transfer 100 million from his personal account. Grace herself is worth tens of billions, so this 100 million is nothing to her. William received the money and immediately transferred it to Su Hongtao. Looking forward to your performance, William said and left. Su Hongtao looked at the 100 million and his breathing became slow. Although he had embezzled a lot as the manager of Suzhou Charity, he was still a long way from 100 million. The most important thing is that he has the opportunity to get 500 billion. That's 500 billion. With this money, he can go anywhere in any country. This is the power of money. So after he left Glacier Park, he began to prepare. William returned to the villa. It was not that he didn't want to go out for a walk, but now that he was famous, he would be surrounded by people wherever he went, so he simply decided not to go out. Just returned to the villa. There was a mysterious man in black standing at the door. Why is it mysterious? Because this person was standing there, motionless. If you hadn't seen that he was a person, you would have thought he was a wooden stake. Who are you? William asked curiously. The other party handed over a card and said, Dark Knight of the Dragon Country Special Forces. Special Department? What department is that? William was extremely curious. What's even more strange is, what does the Dragon Country Special Forces want to see me for? The people in the Dragon Kingdom Special Department are either people with special abilities, or they're superpowered warriors or ancient martial art practitioners. MANHUA explained. I'm curious. What do you want me to do? William asked. Because you have the power of money. I have superpowers? How come I don't know that? William looked confused. I thought, with the attribute points I have, it can only be considered ancient martial arts at best. I'm talking about the power of money. Money, said MANHUA. Oh my God, does this money ability count? Of course. The funds needed to run our department are huge, so we come here specially to invite you to join our special department. MANHUA said sincerely. You invited me just because of my money? William was still curious. That could be considered the case. Wang Daikong, Lao Ma and alike are not rich people. Why don't you invite them? Chapter 30. Father-in-law and mother-in-law. Although they're also very rich, they are still far behind you. According to our statistics, the money you have spent during this period is more than 2 trillion, and money seems to be readily available to you. Dark Blood said doubtfully. He really wanted to say that your money came from illegal sources, but we couldn't find any evidence. Ahem, I don't have any other abilities except for being rich. I'm afraid I'm not qualified to join the Special Forces Department, right? William said. Although he was curious about the Special Department, he felt that it would limit his spending. Mr. William, don't be so quick to refuse. Listen to me talk about the benefits of joining the Special Department. First of all, after joining the Special Forces Department, no one except us and the country's top leader can target you. You have great power. For example, some departments are investigating the source of your funds, but once they know that you are from our Special Department, they're no longer qualified to investigate you. In addition, you can exercise the privileges of the Special Forces, where weapons and equipment, mobilize local armed police, and other privileges. As a member of the Special Forces, there are usually no restrictions. You just need to take action at the critical moment. It is even easier for someone like you who has a lot of money. When we need money, you just need to give it to us. No training or other tasks are required. The only rules you have to follow are not to betray Dragon Country and not to harm Dragon Country and its people. After hearing this, William felt that he did not suffer any loss, and it also gave him another way to spend money. Since you invite me so sincerely, I will join the Special Forces Department with reluctance. However, I am used to freedom and don't like being constrained. You can ask me for money, but you can't ask me to do things. No problem. We just want your money. MANHUA is a real man and speaks the truth. William smiled slightly. then my ability to make money is still very strong. Since you're already a member of our special department, Mr. William, we are now in a tight spot. You see. No problem. Once my Special Forces Department's credentials come through, just tell me how much you want. William agreed very readily. Okay, wait. You will receive your certificate in the mail in 1 day at most. I will leave now. After saying this, Manhwa left. William returned to the villa and looked at the empty villa, feeling that something was missing. Just then, the phone rang again. It's an unfamiliar phone call. There have been a lot of strange calls recently, many of which are irrelevant, so William just hung up. Unexpectedly, the phone rang again. William still hung up. 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times. William couldn't help it. He wanted to see who was so determined to keep calling. Answer the phone. A familiar and angry voice came. William, you bastard. I called you 5 times. Why did you hang up on me every time? Wife, why is it you? Why did you change your number? You should know that I've become a little famous recently, so I've received a lot of harassing calls, so humph. Hurry and pick me up at the airport. I ran away secretly, and I'm afraid my family members are trying to catch me in secret. Eve said cautiously. Okay, honey, wait a minute. I'll be right there. I thought, I haven't had that for several days. Grace has been busy and tired, but I don't want to bully her, so it's just right that Eve is here. Hurry up and leave the villa and head to Sioux City Airport. After about an hour, we arrived at Sioux City Airport. William wore sunglasses, a hat, and a mask, and was disguised very well. This appearance, on the contrary, attracted many people's curious looks, but no one could recognize his identity. Called Eve. Hey wife, where are you? I'm in the women's restroom near gate 2. Call me when you get there. William rushed over as quickly as possible. Just walked to gate number 2. A middle-aged couple blocked his way. Without waiting for William to ask, the other party asked, Are you William? William was very surprised. He didn't know the other person, but he could recognize him in disguise at a glance. It was not easy. I'm William. Who are you? We are Eve's parents. This child is obsessed with you. We want to see what makes you different. The woman said. William smiled brightly. Uncle, aunt, I have little ability except some money. Since you are here, I will definitely be filial to you. Please wait. I will contact Eve first. After saying that, he called Eve. For my wife, come to gate number 2. My parents and I are waiting for you here. Mom and Dad? William, are your parents here too? Eve asked curiously. What do you mean my parents? They're your parents. They're here with you. Come out quickly. Eve is shocked. Hubby, you're not lying to me, are you? Why would I lie to you? Mom, say something to Eve. She doesn't believe you guys are here. William changed his words quite quickly. The woman rolled her eyes and took the phone. She didn't expect that William, who was so rich, would use such a shabby cell phone. Eve, come here quickly. Even your mother can't stand William's shamelessness. The woman received it thus. Puff. Eve burst into laughter on the other end of the phone. After a while, he said, Mom, is Dad here too? Are you going to take me back again? I won't go back. I don't want to go on a blind date. Okay, come here quickly. If we catch you and take you back, you won't be able to get out. Okay, Mom, I know you're the best. Your daughter will be here soon. After a while, Eve ran over excitedly. Seeing William with his parents, I wasn't so nervous anymore. Mom and Dad, why are you here too? If we had known, we would have come together. You went out secretly, afraid that we would find out, and you still dare to come along? Huang Fuyong said angrily. Dad, I'm just afraid that you don't want me to come out. William, who does great charity. What do you think of him? Being smooth-talking is not good. Huang's mother said. My wife, my parents, please stop chatting here. Let's find a place to eat and chat. A group of 4 walked to a restaurant near the airport and chose a private room. William then took off his sunglasses and mask. I'm dying of suffocation. It's so hard to be a celebrity. Then the waiter came in with an electronic menu. Wow, you are a philanthropist, a good man, Mr. William. Can you please sign an autograph for me and take a photo with me? Recognized William at first sight and was so excited that he forgot his job. Don't do that, or I'll complain to you. William said the last sentence seriously when he saw that the waiter was too crazy. Mr. William, why are you like this? I'm your fan, and you actually want to complain about me. Are the things that people say about you on the internet as a good person and a philanthropist all false? Chapter 31. Ancient Men and Women. William didn't expect the other party to say this. If this were to spread, wouldn't it affect his reputation? I was just joking. You have to wait until my wife is not here to take a photo and sign. Look, my wife, mother-in-law, and father-in-law are all here. Aren't you deliberately making things difficult for me? William said. Oh, is that so? I'm sorry, Mr. William. I misunderstood you. I'll just take a picture and run away, okay? The waiter said in a pleading tone. Okay, hurry up and don't reveal my identity. I know. I understand. The waiter took a quick photo with William before leaving with the electronic menu. Oh, you're such a big star now. No wonder you hung up on me 5 times in a row. Eve said in a sharp voice. Wife, don't be angry. I have explained enough. There are too many harassing calls. Besides, why do you need to change your phone number? William said depressedly. She doesn't return her phone number, and she's worried that we can find her through the number positioning? Huang's mother said in a complaining tone. I thought that girls really can't be kept when they grow up. William, we all know about your story. We admire what you have done. Serving the country and the people and helping those in need is what a man should do. Unlike some people who only care about fame and fortune, you deserve recognition for this. And because of this, we can give you the opportunity to be with Eve. However, Eve has many suitors, and it is an extremely difficult task to come to propose marriage. You should have heard of the ancient martial arts alliance, right? I've heard of it. It seems to be very corrupt. William replied. It's not that it seems outrageous. It's really outrageous. Even so, there are many young talents in the ancient martial arts alliance who have come to propose marriage. If you want to be with Eve, you have to deal with these people by yourself. If you can't, then we can't do anything about it. Dad, William is just an ordinary person except that he is rich. Aren't you making things difficult for him? Eve quickly spoke up. Who told you that he is an ordinary person? Have you ever seen an ordinary person who can easily avoid the assassination of the dark web? Said Huang's father. Ah, husband, have you been assassinated by the dark web? Eve asked with great concern. I don't know either, but I've been assassinated several times recently. You disappeared the last time I was assassinated. You know that. Wasn't it the assassin hired by Ma Songin last time? Did Ma Songin log into the dark web and order the assassination mission? This guy deserves to die. Eve said angrily. It's okay. Just like my parents said, I'm not that bad. Well, husband, I believe you. By the way, Mom and Dad, now that you are here, just have a good time in Sioux City for a while before going back. Eve said, holding Huang's mother's arm. We had no intention of going back if you hadn't told us. We'll go home with you guys in a bit. Huang's mother said with a smile. Eve was just being polite, but she didn't expect her parents to actually stay. Isn't this spying on them? How can I still have a world of two with my husband? After dinner, they left the restaurant together. William, you didn't even drive a car to pick someone up? Seeing William stopping a car on the side of the road, his parents questioned him in dissatisfaction. Mom, I'm too busy to have time. When you have time, go buy a car. It will be more convenient. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have received gratitude, faith, and blessings from over 100,000 people and have received a reward of 50,000 reinforcement points. The sudden prompt sound from the system made William extremely happy. Sure enough, doing good things will bring good rewards. 100,000 people are grateful, believe in, and pray for us. Doesn't that mean that William Charity Company has helped more than 100,000 people? He didn't believe that everyone would be truly grateful, but there would always be someone who would. Honey, we're free now. Let's go buy a car. Eve said, holding William's arm. Well, okay, let's go buy a car then. A family of 4 took a taxi to Auto City. Honey, what kind of car do you want to buy? A sports car, an SUV, or a sedan? We buy whatever my wife likes. Well, I know my husband is the best. Soon we arrived at the sports car 4S shop. GG, which brand of sports car are you going to buy? Do you have any special requirements? The sales consultant at the 4S point asked very politely. Give us 2 of the most expensive and best-looking sports cars, Eve said. I thought, William is not short of money anyway. Ma'am, the most expensive sports cars we have here are a Bugatti Veyron and a Lamborghini Veneno. The total value of the 2 cars is 150 million. Are you sure you want to buy them? Sure, husband, pay it. Wait, I'll ask someone to transfer the money to me. William acquired many companies. Even without the system amount, he was very rich, but the money was all in the company account. I contacted the president of a random company and gave him an order. It didn't take long for several hundred million to arrive in the account. Just when William was about to pay, 2 young men and women, a man and a woman, dressed in ancient costumes walked in. The young man said in a high-energy tone, Give me the most luxurious sports car you have. Sir, I'm sorry, but the most luxurious Bugatti Veyron and Lamborghini Veneno in our store have been reserved by this gentleman. So, no matter how much it is, I'll pay twice their price. The young man looked at William with disdain and said, Only then did he notice this stunningly beautiful Eve. Hey, Young lady, you must be single, right? Coincidentally, I am also single, so I will be your husband. Do you have any objection? The young man said narcissistically. It was as if being Eve's husband was giving her face and showing respect for her. Pop, how could William tolerate this? A slap in the face is just a flick of the hand. The young man was thrown 7 or 8 meters away. His teeth fell out, and he was thirsty. It can be seen how hard William slapped her. If you dare to hit me, I will kill you. The young man rushed over with a leaky roar. Bang! William kicked him again and sent him flying, unable to get up. You are so pretentious. Do you think that you're a member of the Ancient Martial Arts Alliance just because you are wearing ancient costumes? If I put on a mecha, wouldn't I become an alien? You dare to steal my girl? You are really tired of living. Puff. Eve looked at William's jealous expression and burst into laughter. Wife, why are you smiling? If you weren't so beautiful, I wouldn't be under such great pressure. Okay, honey, pay the bill quickly. I'm eager for you to take me for a ride. Eve said happily. Sales payment. Sir, are you swiping a card? Or? William handed over the bank card. Password 123456, and he swiped. At this time, the girl who came with the young man said, Man, I know you have some skills, but you shouldn't touch Zhang Gang. Chapter 32, Outbreak. Oh, I don't understand him. And then watch him flirt with my wife, right? William asked. The woman frowned and said, It's your honor and hers that Zhang Gang likes your wife. You should be grateful. If you weren't a woman, based on what you said, believe it or not, I would beat you so hard that your mother wouldn't even recognize you. You're such a fucking slut. William cursed angrily. Ugh. You men are really no good, except for Brother Zhonggang. You stinky men are all disgusting bugs. He frowned at what the woman said. Pop. She slapped her hard and said angrily, My husband doesn't hit women, so I will. Get out. Good job, my wife. Don't spoil someone like her who needs to be punished. William applauded. Just wait for me. The young man finally recovered and left after making an angry threat. Cut. William snorted disdainfully and didn't take it seriously at all. System, strengthen all 4 attributes for me by 7,000 points. I want to be invincible. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The 4 attributes have been strengthened by 7,000 points each. Current strength is 9,800. Current physique is 9,800. Current spirit is 9,800. Current agility is 9,800. 28,000 points of strengthening points have been consumed, and 2,190 points of strengthening points are left. The 4 attributes suddenly increased dramatically, and William found that he could clearly see mosquitoes 50 meters away. Further away, he saw a man looking at him with a telescope. The moment William looked over, their eyes met. The guy holding the telescope trembled violently and exclaimed, How is it possible? It's 300 meters away. How can he see me? System, strengthen my 4 attributes to over 10,000. Finally, William couldn't help himself and wanted to strengthen it to over 10,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The 4 attributes have been enhanced to 10,000 points. 800 enhancement points have been consumed, and 1,390 enhancement points are left. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the 2nd stage of the gene lock for attributes plus 5,000. William was stunned. The 2nd stage of gene lock? The ordinary 4 attributes do not exceed 10. In other words, the 4 attributes from 11 to 9,999 points all belong to the 1st stage of the gene lock, and those above 10,000 are the 2nd stage. I just don't know how many are the 3rd stage. 1 million? I feel like my whole body has undergone tremendous changes. William even had a feeling that he could already fly over rooftops and walk on walls. It was ridiculous, but that was how he felt. The sports car documents were moved down. Eve handed over a yellow father. Here, Dad, take Mom for a ride. The key to another Lamborghini Veneno was given to William. Honey, take me for a ride. Good. At this time, Huang's father, who took the key, said, William, do you want us to have a competition to see whose driving skills are better? I thought to myself that when I was young, I was the king of cars. William was in a dilemma because apart from having a C license, he didn't have any special skills in driving. Dad, let's compete. My William will not lose to you. Eve agreed on behalf of William. Okay, but since it's a competition, how can there be no prize? How about this? Whoever loses will cook in the evening. Okay, Dad, you'd better not lose because I guess no one can eat the food you cook except Mom. Eve said with a smile. Nonsense, your dad's cooking skills are so good that your mom is urging me to cook for her. But I won't lose to your dad. System, how many enhancement points are needed to enhance the driving skills? Ding. To enhance the supercar skills, 1,000 enhancement points are required. Do you want to enhance? Strengthen. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The supercar skills have been enhanced successfully. 1,000 enhancement points have been consumed, and the remaining enhancement points are 390 points. William, don't just stand there. Get in the car, Eve urged. William then got into the car and looked at Mr. Huang, who was ready, and said, Dad, you go first. I'll let you go. Bullshit. I need you to give way. I was the king of cars back then. You go first, or I will accuse me of bullying you. Father Huang shouted. In that case, Dad, I won't be polite. Buzz. After William finished speaking, he stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, showing his amazing driving skills, and rushed out among the crowd. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. Oh my God, is this kid a driving god? Huang's father muttered in shock. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and leave, or you won't lose too badly. Huang's mother urged. Huang's father then rushed out, and his skills were also very impressive. He is still far behind William, who has enhanced his super driving skills. Oh my God, who is so crazy, speeding on this road, chasing? A traffic policeman cursed angrily. Bullshit, can you see any trace? Check the surveillance, said another traffic policeman. Buzz. Next second, another supercar sped away. Fuck, are these people crazy? Is it illegal to form a team? Adjust surveillance and punish severely. Honey, go faster. I feel like I'm on airplane. Can you let me experience the feeling of riding a rocket? Eve yelled. She's not an ordinary person either, so speed does not have much impact on her. William smiled slightly. I've already stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The speed limit has been reached. Hey, it seems that the speed of the Lamborghini Veneno is still not enough. It needs to be modified and a rocket thruster added. Eve said with disgust. Okay, I'll modify it when I get a chance. William also felt the rapid stimulation, and it felt very good. Buzz. At this time, the speed slowed down by itself. Oh, I forgot to refuel, so I used the free gas from the 4S shop. Had to call someone to deliver gas. It took a full 3 minutes before the sight of Huang's father and his car came from a distance. The amount of oil is almost the same, so there is no automatic decrement when reaching this distance. Bang! At this time, a sniper bullet hit the right front wheel of the Bugatti Veyron. The car, which was still moving very fast, immediately took off. The sudden scene made Huang's mother scream in panic. Huang's father also looked horrified. Oh no, Mom and Dad. He was extremely worried. At this moment, William mobilized all his strength to rush towards the Bugatti Veyron, jumped up, wrapped the car savagely, exerted force in the air, and fell heavily to the ground. Boom! With a loud bang, 2 deep footprints were left on the asphalt road. William placed the Bugatti Veyron steadily on the ground, and without taking a rest, he rushed quickly towards the direction where the sniper rifle was coming from. There are no outsiders on this section of road except the sniper. William, who does not want to expose his identity, must get rid of the sniper. As for Eve and her parents, they were already stunned with shock. I looked at the place where William disappeared and couldn't recover for a long time. Chapter 33. Not doing business. Not long after, William came back. The 3 of them gathered around. Ow, as a murderer? Asked Huang's father. William smiled slightly, sent him to see God. Honey, you are so strong. Are you a practitioner of ancient martial arts? Eve asked curiously. She herself is a practitioner of ancient martial arts, but her skills are limited. No, I'm a cultivator. William used a high-class term. No wonder you're so powerful. Humph, husband, you're so powerful. When you were assassinated last time, you deliberately looked so embarrassed. Eve said in an accusing tone. Ha ha ha, wife, I'm just trying to narrow the distance between us. I'm afraid that you'll know how capable I am and then feel inferior and want to leave me. William said with a smile. TSK, you wish for it. I won't leave you. Son-in-law, what realm are you in now? Huang's father's way of addressing him changed. Obviously approved of William. If you don't want a son-in-law who is rich and powerful, wouldn't that be stupid? Dad, I don't know what realm I am in now, but my current strength is 1,000 times that of an ordinary person. 1,000 times? When Huang's father and mother heard this, they were very shocked. William with a look of astonishment. Mom and Dad, is there something wrong with this? William asked curiously. Son-in-law, do you know that the ancient martial arts realm is divided into entry-level practitioners, primary practitioners, intermediate practitioners, advanced practitioners, martial arts masters, martial arts masters, martial arts masters, peerless strongmen, and above that is the realm of immortals. The highest normal strength is 10 points. If you have more than 1 point, You are an entry-level practitioner. The strength of an entry-level practitioner is 1 to 10 times that of an ordinary person, and the strength of a primary practitioner is 10 to 40 times. Only in the legendary realm of immortals is the gap so huge. Son-in-law, you have surpassed ordinary people by 1,000 times. You must have entered the legendary immortal realm. I have never been in contact with it, so I don't know which realm it is. Father Huang said enviously. Mom and Dad Eve, no matter what realm I am in, we are always a family, and I will always be Eve as husband and your son-in-law. William said seriously. I didn't expect that the second stage of the gene lock would be far beyond that of the ancient martial arts masters. It seems that the so-called immortal realm is probably not as good as the second stage of the gene lock. I don't know what will happen if I continue to strengthen myself. Could it be possible to become an immortal or even live forever? Who doesn't desire immortality? At this time, the fuel delivery truck arrives. After refueling the Lamborghini Venom, William and Eve left first. Huang's father and mother stayed to wait for the tow truck to arrive and tow the Bugatti Veyron. Honey, what happened just now was obviously targeted at us. Who could it be that wants to kill us? Asked Huang's mother. Then he said with lingering fear, luckily we have our son-in-law. Otherwise we would have been disabled too. Who else could it be other than those mortal enemies? It seems they can't sit still any longer. So what should we do? Should we go back? What are you going back for? Isn't it safest to be with your son-in-law? The key point is, doesn't he claim to be an immortal cultivator? Let him give us some pointers. That's right. It would be a waste not to make use of such a capable son-in-law. Now you know the benefits of having a daughter, right? You were disgusted with me for giving birth to a daughter for you. You know there are benefits to having a daughter. Even though I used to dislike her, I have always been very good to her, better than to her brothers. After what happened just now, William and Eve were not in the mood to go for a drive, so they returned to the villa. Husband, hubby, you said you'll become more and more powerful in the future. Will you dislike me? I thought to myself that you have become an immortal and are no longer old, but I've become an old woman and you will definitely despise me. Silly boy, no matter what you become, I, William, will never despise you. After saying that, he picked up Eve and ran upstairs. What are you doing, husband? What else can we do? Let's do what we should do before our parents come back. Before reaching the room, he couldn't wait to take off his clothes. Hubby, you are so bad. No wonder you didn't hire a nanny or a maid. You must have done something bad. Tell me the truth. Did you often do bad things with Grace during the time I was away? No way. Grace helps me with the charity company's affairs. She works until late every day and is exhausted when she comes home. How can I bear to bully her? I am almost suffocated, my wife. Ah, husband, be gentle. It didn't end for a full hour. At this time, Huang's mother and father took a taxi back to Villa number 8. Eve had given them the key long ago. When they opened the door and entered the house, they, with their keen hearing, heard a loud noise. The two looked at each other and thought that young people nowadays are really crazy. At this time, Huang's father hugged Huang's mother and said, "We haven't had it for a long time, so you are old and you are not serious." Huang's mother finished speaking majestically, then changed her tone and said, "Let's talk in the room." Father Huang picked her up and rushed to the room on the first floor. It doesn't matter which one. Just go into one and start working. William listened to you, and he heard it when his father-in-law and mother-in-law came back. Not long after, I heard a sound that I shouldn't have heard. I was speechless. I didn't expect that the two old people were still so passionate at their age. That cry made William's blood boil, and Eve suffered. He had surrendered long ago, but William wouldn't allow it. After 2.5 hours, the downstairs became quiet, and the upstairs finally ended. Eve collapsed in William's arms. Although I am tired, I feel extremely satisfied and happy. After taking a shower, William went to cook, and Eve fantasized about what had just happened. After preparing the meal, William called Grace. "Hello, husband, do you miss me?" Grace asked happily after answering the phone. "Well, I miss my wife, Grace. Honey, you've been so hard these past few days. I prepared the meals. Go home early today and have a good rest at night." "Got it, husband. I'll finish the things I have on hand and be home on time in an hour at most." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Eve arrived at the door at some point and heard William's call. "Honey, how are you going to explain Grace to my parents?" Eve tried her best to calm herself, but William could still hear her jealousy. "Honey, I'm sorry. I can't give all my love to you alone, but don't worry. I will definitely love you very, very much." "I know, but my parents might not think so." William smiled bitterly. "We can only wait until Grace comes back." But honey, Grace, and you both hold the same place in my heart. I can't lose either of you, understand? Chapter 34. The heroin program starts. Soon, Grace came back. Who are you? Huang Qingfan and Song Yuni in the living room saw such a beautiful woman coming, and something suddenly came to their mind. I didn't expect William to be so fickle. I feel sorry for Eve. Grace was also stunned. I'm the hostess of this villa. The voice replied in a somewhat cold voice. Who are you? We are Eve's parents. Do you know Eve? Song Yuni asked. Of course I know her. This vixen has been pestering my husband. She is so shameless that she even brought you all home. Grace said angrily. Hearing some noise in the kitchen, I hurried over to the kitchen. William, what do you want? He asked angrily. She worked so hard for him outside, but he actually brought the whole vixen family home. She was so angry. Grace, come back. Eve, keep an eye on the pot while I go get some food. He quickly pulled Grace to the door, took off his shoes, and changed them as usual, which was very considerate. Grace, who was originally very angry, felt her heart melt in an instant. Being so nice to Eve in front of her mother proves that she is in his heart. Then he brought a basin of warm water and helped Grace wash her feet and massage them. Huang Qingfan and Song Yuni were stunned by this scene. After washing up, he gently carried Grace to the bed. Grace, wait a minute, I'll go serve the food. Grace hummed sweetly. William hurried to serve the food. Honey, what are you going to do? My parents are still here. Eve asked worriedly. What else can I do? You are all my wives, and I can't lose any of them. William said firmly. Then a large table of delicious food was prepared. The family of 5 sat together, and the atmosphere was a bit depressing. William, you are so nice. You have such a beautiful wife, but you still care about my daughter. Do you think we're easy to bully? Song Yuni said angrily. Mom, don't say that. Although I am a little philandering, I swear that in my life, I will only serve Grace and Eve. No other woman will ever enter my world. William swore seriously. Then he took the 2 girls' hands and said sincerely, Eve, Grace, I know this is unfair to you, but I really love you so much. I, William, promise that I will spend my whole life loving, cherishing, and treating you well. Please forgive me this time. Both women fell silent. They knew that they had to make a choice at this time. William, you really know how to play. Now, you should tell them who you choose. Song Yuni said angrily. I choose both. No one can separate us. Anyone who tries to separate us is my enemy. When William said this domineeringly, an extremely terrifying aura erupted from his body. This aura was so oppressive that everyone at the scene felt like they couldn't breathe. Huang Qingfan quickly pulled Song Yuni. At this moment, they realized that William was an extremely terrifying immortal cultivator. Daughter, make your own decision. No matter what decision you make, we will support you. Song Yuni had no choice but to say this. Dad, Mom, I can't live without William. I love him. Eve said firmly. Although she was reluctant to share William with Grace, William's attitude was too strong and he could not lose either of them. Otherwise, he would go crazy. So scary. William, I love you. I respect you. And I won't make things difficult for you. M.O. Rome Grace also spoke. Ding. Congratulations to the host for starting the heroin program and getting the new program opening reward, 100,000 enhancement points. Ding. The heroine can obtain the hero's enhancement points. William was stunned. He didn't expect that the heroin program was activated. Check out the panel now. Female protagonist. Eve. Age, 23. Strength, 38. Constitution, 35. Spirit, 33. Agility, 34. Charisma, 91. Assets, 89.7 billion yuan. Skills, finance and trade. High-end computer, ancient martial arts practitioner. Female, lead number 2, Grace. Age, 22. Strength, 8. Constitution, 9. Spirit, 9. Agility, 8. Charisma, 90. Assets, 87.6 billion yuan. Skills, financial trading, ballet, taekwondo proficiency, hacking technology level 1. I didn't expect that Eve is also a practitioner of ancient martial arts, and her comprehensive combat power is more than 3 times that of ordinary people. No wonder she knocked me out easily that night. Grace is not bad either. Although she's an ordinary person, she is proficient in taekwondo. Her fighting ability far exceeds that of ordinary people, and she is extremely outstanding. Eve, Grace, thank you. I swear, you'll never regret choosing me. Let's eat. The food is getting cold. Eve said. Grace, eat your food. You've worked hard lately. Eve said as she picked up some food for her. Sister Eve, you eat too. Grace also picked up some food for her. At least on the surface, the relationship seems to be harmonious. Although Huang Qingfan and Song Yuni felt sorry for their daughter, there was nothing they could do, mainly because William was too outstanding. After dinner, a problem arises. Should William sleep with him? Both women looked at him. William himself also had a headache. Grace, Eve, follow me. William pulled the two of them towards the room. The two girls' heartbeats quickened. Could it be that William was going to... I wanted to refuse, but I was worried that whoever spoke first would be giving William to someone else. So I didn't say anything. Come to the room. William hugged his wife on both sides and said, Eve, Grace, I have a method of dual cultivation. After practicing together, we can improve our skills. Just like Grace, although she is an ordinary person, after practicing with me, she will have skills. However, once you have both hands, you will no longer be ordinary people. So, I would like to ask for your opinions and whether you are willing to practice dual cultivation with me. Willing, the two women said in unison. No one wants to be anything other than an ordinary person. Well, who's going to go first? I. Sister Grace, come first. You're tired from work. If you can gain cultivation through dual cultivation, you won't be so tired. Eve said generously. After saying that, he stood up and was about to leave. William quickly hugged her. Thank you, Eve. I will practice with you tomorrow night, and I promise I won't let you down. I know, husband. Treat Grace well. We all chose you. Don't let us down. Don't worry, I won't. Eve leaves. William looked at Grace with lustful eyes. Grace, let's start double cultivation. Hubby, is it really possible for me to gain cultivation through dual cultivation? Grace asked doubtfully. Of course it's true. I'm your husband. How could I lie to you? Come on, you'll soon know the benefits of dual cultivation. Chapter 35. So embarrassing. Grace was very much looking forward to it and cooperated very well with William despite dragging her tired body. Entering the dual cultivation stage, Grace enjoyed and felt curious. System, strengthen Grace's 4 attributes by 5 points per minute for 1 hour. Ding, strengthen the attributes of the second heroine every minute. Strength, physique, spirit, and agility by 5 points, a total of 1 hour, and a total of 1,200 points of strengthening points consumed. In total, Grace's 4 attributes will be strengthened by 300 points each. A minute passed quickly. Wow. Husband, I feel a warm current flowing through my body. My tired body is no longer tired now, and I feel particularly energetic. Is this the result of dual cultivation? Grace was shocked. Then I was extremely happy. That's right. This is the benefit of dual cultivation. Come on, Grace. Feeling the benefits, Grace worked even harder. William is so straightforward. An hour passed quickly. Grace is becoming more and more energetic. Now her physique is 30 times that of an ordinary person, which is extremely terrifying. It could have made her extremely powerful in an instant, but William didn't know how to explain it. Only then did I think of the idea of dual cultivation. If you strengthen them a little bit every day, they will naturally think that it is the benefit brought by dual cultivation. Timed reinforcement ends. Grace could no longer feel the benefits and asked curiously, Honey, dual cultivation doesn't seem to work anymore. Wife, this is because of the martial arts. Practicing dual cultivation for only 1 hour a day will only be effective. After all, practicing dual cultivation for a long time will also damage the body. William was talking nonsense. Is that so? Then shouldn't we ask him to stop? Silly wife, the double cultivation is over, but we are not over yet. Come on, fight. Another hour passed before I fell asleep contentedly. The next day, William got up early to cook. Eve also got up early and sneaked into William's room. Grace, woke Grace up. Sister Eve, why are you up so early? Where's your husband? My husband has gone to cook. Grace, is your and your husband's dual cultivation effective? This is what she cared about. Sister Eve, it works. I feel like a Superman now. Grace said excitedly. Is it really that powerful? Then give me a pinch and see if your strength is really that great. She knew that Grace was an ordinary person, and unless she really gained power through dual cultivation, she would not be a threat to her. Yeah. Grace nodded, grabbed Eve's hand and squeezed it gently. Hiss. Eve cried out in pain. She was extremely shocked. She knew her body very well, which was several times stronger than an average person's. How could she not withstand a slight pinch from Grace? Is dual cultivation really so scary? Sister Eve, are you okay? I really didn't use much strength just now. Grace said apologetically. Eve was shocked when she heard this. Grace's current strength was probably 100 or 200 times that of an ordinary person. It was too terrifying. Are the benefits of dual cultivation so great? She couldn't wait any longer. Sister Grace, I'm fine, but you are very, very powerful now, so you should know when to attack, Eve said. If you encounter a gangster, treat him as an adult. Don't use too much force to beat him to death. Yes, I know. I just gained the cultivation and haven't adapted to it yet. It will be fine once I adapt. Grace, if you haven't rested well, just take a rest for a while. I'll go make breakfast for my husband. Let's go together. I feel very energetic. William together. William had already prepared breakfast and was about to serve it on the table. The two hurried to help. Eve, go wake up Mom and Dad for dinner. Soon. The five of them gathered together for dinner. Hey, Miss Grace, why do I feel that you are different from yesterday? Song Yuni asked in surprise. There's nothing different. Maybe I feel more energetic after a night's rest, Grace said. You can't say that you had a double practice with William last night, right? Perhaps. After breakfast, Grace went to the company. Huang Qingfan and Song Yuni decided to go out for a walk. Of course, they didn't walk too far. After all they had experienced the last assassination, the two were still frightened. Eve couldn't wait to pull William to her room. Hubby, I want to practice dual cultivation. Oh, wife, it's broad daylight now. Why don't we practice together at night? William suggested. No, I want to practice dual cultivation right now. Husband, shall we practice dual cultivation? Acting coquettishly is always a surefire way to defeat men. William immediately surrendered. Okay, let's practice together. Then the two of them got into a good mood. Eve's 4 attributes by 5 points every minute for 1 hour. Ding. Strengthen the heroine's attributes every minute. Strength, physique, spirit, and agility. A total of 1 hour, consuming a total of 1,200 points of strengthening points. Ding. The host can set the save mode and open it directly next time. Then save the mode. Ding. Guaranteed success in the heroine's dual cultivation mode of 5.4 attributes per minute for 1 hour. Hubby, you didn't lie to me. You can really practice dual cultivation? This speed is so terrifying. It's stronger than I've been practicing for several years. No wonder Sister Grace became so powerful in just one night. Eve is a practitioner of ancient martial arts and is very sensitive to power, so the feelings are even stronger. Half an hour passed. Eve was extremely excited. Come on, husband, come on, husband. She was so excited that she couldn't help but cheer for William in a special voice, accompanied by her seductive cries. Just then, my parents came back from a walk and heard it clearly. The two looked at each other and were speechless. They didn't expect that their daughter would be so unbearable to hear, unbearable to see, and shameful. After the same hour, Eve was confused, and William could only explain it to her. Even so, Eve was very satisfied. This dual cultivation is equivalent to others practicing for decades. She never dreamed that she would have such an opportunity. I immediately felt that choosing William was the right choice. The two of them were busy for more than an hour before they finished. Come downstairs. Seeing her parents' gloomy faces, Eve was puzzled. Mom and Dad, who offended you? Why do you look so unhappy? Eve, come with me. Song Yuni shouted angrily. Eve followed her mother into the room with a confused look on her face. Eve, you're a girl. It's fine if you did that in broad daylight, but why are you acting like a gangster? Eve heard her mother's words. She immediately understood, and her face turned red. Just now, because of the improvement of her cultivation, she was so excited that she forgot her parents were there and performed with all her heart. She didn't expect that her parents found out. It was so embarrassing. Chapter 36. Parents and sister are here. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of spending 500 billion within 68 hours and receiving the advanced reinforcement point package reward. Ding. New task. Complete consumption of 800 billion yuan within 68 hours, and you will receive a high-level reinforcement point gift package as a reward after completing the task. System. Open the advanced enhancement point gift pack. Ding. Congratulations to the host for opening the advanced reinforcement point gift pack and immediately receive 8,000 reinforcement points as a reward. Looking at the more than 100,000 enhancement points, William's face was filled with a smile. Decided to give it a good upgrade. System. Strengthen my general body fist to the maximum level. Ding. Congratulations to the host for strengthening the military boxing to the full level of perfection. 5,000 strengthening points were consumed, and the remaining strengthening points are 101,990 points. William was shocked by the superb level of military boxing. Even with his eyes closed, he could punch the military boxing smoothly. Moreover, the full-level military boxing no longer has fixed moves, but is a form of boxing where no moves are better than moves. It is extremely powerful and beyond description. I suddenly felt that the consumption of 5,000 strengthening points was worth it. Then he remembered a tricky skill called stepping in the air. The condition for use is that the 4 attributes are more than 500 points. Now his 4 attributes are all 15,000. Display it. Immediately step into the air. William walked over the living room. Eve's family of 3 looked up and were stunned when they saw it in the next 2 days. William walked up to them step by step. Eve, Mom and Dad, what are you talking about? Although he asked this, William felt a little bitter in his heart. What 4 attributes must be more than 500 points to be used? Even if he could use it, he would probably be exhausted just by climbing over the wall. It seemed easy for him to display the 4 attributes of 15,000, but in fact, the consumption of physical energy was enormous. With his current physical condition, he can only hold out for an hour at most before he becomes exhausted. You know, how many times are the 4 attributes of 15,000 and the 4 attributes of 500? And this skill cannot be upgraded. Useless. But the pretending effect is still full. Just look at the expressions of Eve and the others. At least without this skill, he is unable to fly even though his 4 attributes are 15,000. System, strengthen all 4 of my attributes to 30,000. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The 4 attributes have been enhanced to 30,000. 45,000 enhancement points have been consumed, and the remaining enhancement points are 56,990. The power of the 4 attributes instantly doubled, bringing extremely terrifying effects. William originally thought that a doubling of the power would help extend the duration of the air step. Then the situation shocked him greatly. He felt that as long as he wanted, his body could float up easily. His physique, strength, spirit, and realm far surpassed those of ordinary people. He felt like an omnipotent god. This feeling is really great. Honey, you can actually fly. Why didn't you tell me and take me flying? Eve excitedly threw herself into William's arms and said. He totally ignored the fact that his parents were around. Of course, they were both still in a state of shock. Okay, I'll take you flying. As William spoke, he moved his mind and really flew up slowly while holding Eve. Then, William did not use the air step, but relied on the terrifying force to propel his body into flight. Whoosh! It did fly out, but the consumption in that moment caused William to lose one. I feel that flying like this with one person with 30,000 of the 4 attributes can only fly for a quarter of an hour at most. He subconsciously performed the step in the air step. It is easy to break through the air, or you can use the air step to fly in the air with very little consumption. Based on the current consumption of the step into the air, he felt that he could fly for 3 to 5 hours with one person. Finally, I realized the advantages of stepping in the air. Wow, I really flew. He was extremely excited. After playing enough, William carried her to the ground. Huang Qingfan and Song Yuni looked over with dazzling eyes. William, you can fly in the air. I'm afraid you are at least at the human immortal level. Huang Qingfan said in horror. At the same time, he was also very glad that such a terrifying existence was now his son-in-law, and it was so easy to call him dad. Son-in-law, since you are an adult, do you have any treasure that can prolong life and keep you young forever? Song Yuni asked excitedly. Ahem, Mom, I don't have it now. If I have it in the future, I will definitely give it to you as soon as possible. Good son-in-law. Gods. Of course they exist. So Song Yuni was very happy. Honey, will I be able to fly like you in the future? Eve asked excitedly and expectantly. Of course you can. In the future, you and Grace will travel around the world together. William said confidently. At this time, William's phone rang. I took it out and took a look, and it turned out to be my biological sister. I quickly answered the phone. Hey brother, where are you? Come pick us up quickly. We're at the Sioux City airport. Sister, do you mean that you and your parents have come to Sioux City? William asked in surprise. Yes, my parents said that you are rich now and have set up such a big charity company, but you are still making their lives hard, so they came here to teach you a lesson, said Tina. William was speechless. Sister, you are wrongly accusing your brother. Didn't you tell your parents that he gave you 100 billion? You will never be able to spend all this money in your lifetime. Brother, what do you mean? Why don't you let us come to find you? Are you? Before Tina finished speaking, Hu Chunggong dodged the phone and said, You little brat. hurry up and come to the Suzhou airport to pick us up. You've become too independent. Your parents don't recognize you anymore, right? Dad, I didn't say I didn't recognize you. Wait for me and my wife. We'll come pick you up soon. Wife? You already have a wife? You didn't even bring her home to show us. You are so unfilial. Mom, Dad, and sister, wait a minute. I'll be there soon. William hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Mom and Dad, my parents are here. You guys stay home and watch TV. Eve, and I'll go pick them up. Okay, go ahead. William took Eve and went to the airport in a taxi. It's not that they don't want to drive, but the cars they buy are two-seater sports cars that can't carry so many people. Arrive at the airport soon. A family of 3 was already waiting at the main gate. Brother, did you take a taxi here? You are so rich. Where is your car? Even though William was wrapped tightly, Tina still recognized him at a glance. Sister, Mom, and Dad, people are afraid of being famous, just like pigs are afraid of being fat. I don't even dare to show my face when I go out now. As for buying a car, we only buy sports cars. When we have time, we will buy a super large commercial vehicle that is big enough for our whole family. Let me introduce you. This is your daughter-in-law, Eve. Eve, this is Mom, Dad, and sister. Hello, Mom, Dad, and sister. Hello, daughter-in-law. My daughter-in-law is so beautiful. Then the family took 2 taxis back. Son, what's wrong with you? Hu Chunggong began to interrogate him as he was in the same car with his parents. Mom and Dad, this is not the place to talk about these things. Let's go home and talk about it, okay? The 2 of them glanced at the driver and didn't ask any more questions. Chapter 37. Brother, what does the system look like? When I returned to the villa, I found out that my in-laws and mother-in-law were also there, and immediately the 2 families started chatting about family matters. Tina also got along well with Eve. William was happy to be alone and went to cook. My dear relatives, William has been naughty since he was young. If he does something wrong, please don't take it to heart. Zheng Hongyun said. Although he appears not to care about William, he actually cares very much about his son. She is also very satisfied with a daughter-in-law like Eve. With William's current hearing ability, it was hard for him not to hear their conversation. William is very good and very capable. You have a great son. The 2 sides had a very pleasant chat. At this time, Grace called. Hubby, 500 billion has been spent. Now the total amount of 8 applications is still short of 180 billion, and there are more applications under review. It is estimated that about 300 billion will be needed today. Transfer 8,000 to the company account. Yes, I know. My wife is happy. Oh, by the way, honey, my parents and sister are coming to Sioux City. Please come back early in the evening. Are my parents and sister here? I'll go prepare gifts for them later. Hubby, I'm busy here. I'll hang up now. Remember to transfer the money over. After hanging up the phone, William calculated that it would be difficult to spend 800 billion yuan in 68 hours based on his mother's charitable donations. So he transferred 600 billion yuan, leaving 200 billion yuan for other expenses. William can cook by himself with ease. In less than 2 hours, a large table of delicious food was ready. Mom, Dad, wife, sister, it's time to eat. The whole family gets along happily together because of William's excellence. My dear relatives, please eat more. My dear in-laws, my dear mother-in-law, you just arrived. Eat more. The food cooked by my son-in-law is delicious. Wow, brother, I never knew you were such a great cook. Tina said as she wolfed down the food. Eat slowly. There's such a big table. There's food everywhere. William rolled his eyes and said, Ha, from now on, I will eat the meals my brother cooks every day. No, if I were to marry, I'd marry my brother. Then marry me. William said speechlessly. What nonsense are you talking about, brother and sister? You are really spoiled, in-laws, mother-in-law. I have made a fool of myself. Ha ha ha, kids, this is the way to be real. After lunch, William went out. Eve and Tina naturally followed on both sides. Eve smelled William's right hand, and Tina held his left hand, just like escorting a prisoner. Brother, where are we going? Aren't you dissatisfied with me for not having a car? I decided to buy the Auto City, and I can drive whatever car I want in the future, said William. Brother, you are so domineering. You are worthy of being my Tina's brother. Let's go speed up. Tina excitedly pulled William and ran. He looks fearless. Just at this moment, the salesperson Diana called. What's up, Diana? Diana felt a little disappointed when she heard William's bland words. At the beginning, William bought more than 100 villas from her and asked her to ride an electric scooter to take him there. She thought William had feelings for her. But half a month has passed, and William hasn't contacted her. Boss, someone wants to buy the villa. Do you want to sell it? Diana asked. Sell it, but the price will be increased by 50%. If you want to buy it, buy it. If you don't want to buy it, forget it. Okay, boss. Oh, brother, from the sound of it, it's another pretty girl. Is she my second sister-in-law? Tina said, I'm just hoping that the world won't be in chaos. Eve said, you already have a second sister-in-law. Ah, is my brother so powerful? You are amazing. Then where is my second sister-in-law? Eldest sister-in-law. Are the second sister-in-law as pretty as you? Tina asked until she got to the bottom of the matter. Okay, sister. If you keep talking, I will find someone to marry you off, William said. No, I don't want to get married. Even if I want to get married, I'll marry a live-in son-in-law. I cannot eat the food my brother cooks. Arrive at the Auto City with a lot of noise. Came directly to the Auto City Management Center. How can I help you? A staff member asked. The staff members wearing small suits and short skirts are also very sexy and beautiful. Go find your boss, William said as he took off his glasses and mask. Is it you, Mr. William, the owner of William Charity Company? Please wait a moment. I will go and get our boss. Not long after, a middle-aged man arrived. Mr. William, I didn't know you were coming. I'm sorry for not welcoming you. The middle-aged man said to me, William's hand. Mr. William, you donate a huge amount of money to charity. You are truly a role model for our generation, and you deserve our admiration. I wonder why Mr. William is looking for me. Boss, I want to acquire Auto City. Please name a price. After being surprised, the boss said bitterly, Mr. William, Auto City is not owned by me alone. It is a joint stock company. I hold 51% of the shares as the largest shareholder. I have the right to make decisions, but I do not have the full right to sell. How about this? You contact other shareholders and discuss it, and then tell them that I am willing to invest $200 billion to acquire Auto City. $200 billion? The boss stuttered. The total market value of Auto City is only 1,381, which is more than 60 billion more. I was thinking, who on earth is this William? At such a young age, he has donated more than 1 trillion in charity in less than a week. He even made a big move to acquire you in Suzhou City, and now he wants to buy Auto City. What is he going to do? Could it be that he wants to buy Suzhou City? When the boss thought of the answer, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. How much does this cost? That's crazy. And looking at William's generosity, it is really possible that he has this idea. Mr. William, please wait a moment. I will immediately contact all the major shareholders to hold a meeting and give you a reply in an hour at most. Okay, then we'll wait for an hour. William's goal is to spend $200 billion, so he can certainly afford to wait. Wow, brother, you are not kidding. You really want to spend $200 billion to buy this place, but brother, where did you get so much money? Tina asked with great curiosity. Eve had been curious about this question for a long time and was also looking at William. Because I have a system, William said truthfully. Eve rolled her eyes, not believing it. Wow, brother, you have a system? Is it the kind in novels? What does the system look like? Tina asked a series of questions, and it seemed that she really believed it. The system is really awesome and powerful. It can give me endless money to spend. Does it look like that? It's just very overbearing and irresistible. If I give you money, you have to spend it all. Chapter 38, Crazy Woman. Okay, let's go look at the cars. Sister, you can drive whichever one you like. William said generously. Then I won't be polite. Tina was the first to rush out. Honey, my sister's really lively. Eve said with a smile. What do you mean lively? That's annoying. William said, rolling his eyes. Honey, are they really your family? Eve suddenly asked. Yes, absolutely. William still didn't understand. But husband, you are so powerful and rich, and they are such ordinary people. Anyone would be suspicious. Eve said seriously. William smiled bitterly. Just doubt it if you want to. Honey, do you really have a system like in the novels? He was extremely shocked. Your wife just know it. Don't yell. Otherwise, I'm afraid someone will catch you and use you as a guinea pig. William said seriously. Eve saw this and didn't believe it. I thought to myself, why not tell me? I'll know it sooner or later anyway. Hey, young lady, let me ask you, which store in the Auto City has the most expensive cars? Tina asked loudly. Little sister, the most expensive cars are in the luxury sports car store. They're the most expensive everywhere. The cheapest one costs several million. Which direction is the luxury sports car store? Just go over there, turn left, and then right, and you'll be there. Got it. Thank you, Mississippi. Brother, sister-in-law, hurry up. I want to pick out the most beautiful and fastest sports car. Buyali's voice was loud, attracting the attention of many people. Bumpkin, not far away, A disdainful voice was heard. Tina, who was originally cheerful, immediately stopped, looked at a woman, and asked, "Auntie, are you talking about me? How about I tell you, bumpkin?" Tina walked over with a smile and asked, "Auntie, how did you know I'm a bumpkin? I can see it everywhere. You are a rustic person in your bones." The other party showed no mercy at all. "Auntie, from what you said, it seems like you are rich." "Of course I have money. Any balance I open is enough for your lifetime salary." The woman was extremely arrogant. "Wow, Andy, you are amazing. I have over 40 billion in my card right now. Does that mean that any of your cards has more money than my 40 billion? Buffed, you bumpkin, you're probably not awake yet. You have more than 40 billion? Then I have 40 trillion. The woman was extremely disdainful. Tina smiled slightly, took out her phone, logged into the online bank, and handed it to the woman. "Auntie, count it yourself. Do I have more than 40 billion? The woman glanced at it with disdain. It was this thing that made her dumbfounded. Tina smiled widely. "Auntie, I am a country bumpkin, but I have over 40 billion. You are so powerful. Why don't you give me your 40 trillion to broaden my horizons?" Many people nearby came over curiously and took a look. He also stood there in a daze for a moment. Really, a four, such a long string of numbers without a decimal point. Someone said stutteringly, "Auntie, why don't you say flowers? You keep saying I'm a bumpkin, but what are you? A piece of trash from the garbage dump? Also, this is my brother's territory. You're not welcome here. Get out now." Tina's attitude changed 180 degrees, and she shouted angrily. William didn't expect that his sister was better than him at showing off. What do you mean by you? You're an old woman with no money and no looks. What are you showing off for? You even called me a bumpkin. Who gave you the courage? Security, kick her out and put her on the blacklist. Never allow such self-righteous people to enter my brother's territory again." The security guard actually came over, but he didn't chase anyone away. Tina cautiously, "You don't even know my brother? Then let me tell you, my brother is William, the boss of William Charity Company. Your place has also been acquired by my brother. From now on, my brother will be the big boss here, and I will be the small boss. Your small boss has been called a bumpkin, and you still don't care? Mr. William is your brother?" Someone asked in disbelief. "Why can't I?" Tina put her hands on her hips, full of vigor. "Okay, but how do you prove that Auto City was acquired by your brother?" asked the security captain. "I'll prove it for him." In the distance, a middle-aged man was walking towards them with a group of people. "Boss, and the major shareholders?" the security captain said in a trembling voice. The boss came to William and said, "Mr. William, we have reached a meeting and unanimously decided to sell Auto City to you for 200 billion. Hearing this, everyone around was shocked. At the same time, I also reacted. "William? William, who does great charity. Is he too rich? More than 1 trillion has been invested in charity, and now there is still money to make acquisitions everywhere. Okay, then we'll sign the contract and transfer the money. Mr. William, please come to our office to sign the contract." "Good. Sister, wife, you go choose the car. I'll go sign the contract and pay." Tina looked at the security captain. "What are you standing there for? Get her out and put her on the blacklist. She will never be welcome in Motor City." The woman knew she had offended him, and she couldn't bear it. She thought, "You are so rich. Why are you acting so old-fashioned? Aren't you just being nice to me?" She roared, "Isn't it just a broken car city? If you don't want to come, then don't come. I won't come even if you beg me to come. Little girl, you're just born into a good family. Don't show off. Your brother is a bastard and will go bankrupt sooner or later. You dare to be so aggressive? Believe it or not, I will ask my brother to buy the entire city and ban you." Tina said loudly, "Haha. If you have the ability, then ask your brother to buy Suchong. If you can't buy it, you are all country bumpkins, cowards, and wastes." Hearing this, William frowned. "Madam, are you mentally ill? We didn't offend you. At first you called my sister a bumpkin, and then you went even further because you didn't get the money. Now you're insulting me too. Do you really think I dare not ban you? Oh, you want to ban me? I'm so scared. Please ban me." The woman was still extremely arrogant. She was determined to take it all and didn't believe that the other party had the ability to buy such an. "Very good, let's wait and see." William took out his cell phone, took a picture of her, and left. Seeing this, the woman yelled madly, "You bastard, you took a secret photo of me. Delete my photo immediately. Even though I'm old, I still have my charm, and I'm still a great beauty that you cannot reach." Chapter 39, Malicious Incident. The woman was taken away by the security guard like she was crazy. William returned to the office, paid the money smoothly, and completed the task of purchasing the car city. When leaving, Sister Tina chose a red Ferrari, and Hushinua picked a large extended version of the commercial vehicle. It is 8 meters long and 2 meters wide and can accommodate 12 people at the same time without feeling crowded. There are many people in my family, so this car is enough. However, her driving skills were not good enough, so she had to hand it over to William. William, who has top-notch driving skills, could drive any car as if it were a piece of cake. Just as they were preparing to return to the villa, Grace called William. Honey, something terrible has happened. A group of people came to the company to cause trouble and do odd jobs. Many of our employees were injured. Grace's anxious voice came. William frowned immediately. He is currently doing charity work without any reward, serving the people, yet there are still people who smash his company? This is not normal. Have those people left? No, they blocked the company's gate and said we killed someone. Okay, I get it. Don't panic, honey. I'll be right there. Eve, you and your sister go to the supermarket to buy some food. Go back first. I'll go over to deal with the problem at the company. Okay. William drove to the company alone. After about 30 minutes, I arrived outside the company. Sure enough, the way to the main gate was blocked by a group of people who looked like migrant workers. Although the police arrived, they didn't dare to do anything to them because these people looked like migrant workers. William Charity Company has killed people. Look everyone, my brother was killed by them. The leader was a young man wearing a helmet, shouting very fiercely. William got out of the car and walked over. Make way. The road was blocked. William shouted loudly. Who are you? The person he was yelling at immediately asked unkindly. Looking at the other party's momentum, William has already seen that they are not migrant workers at all, but clearly gangsters. However, some of them still smell the blood and were obviously not ordinary hooligans. I am William. William calmly admitted his identity and took off his mask and sunglasses. William, it's really him. The fake migrant workers around him roared with excitement. The guy in the lead rushed over aggressively with a steel pipe in his hand. William, you are still my brother. Pay for my brother's life. William's head with a heavy steel pipe. This scene scared the people watching from a distance and many reporters and media. William looked panicked, as if he had no time to dodge. Bump. He received a heavy blow to the head and fell heavily to the ground. Blood immediately flowed down his hair and all over the floor. Boss. The company's security staff finally reacted. These employees who received high salaries and bonuses rushed over like crazy. Damn it, you're not migrant workers at all. It is impossible for migrant workers to kill people. An employee shouted angrily. Run, run. These hooligans fled in all directions. The police had surrounded this place a long time ago, but they just had no suitable reason to take action. Immediately close the net and catch this group of people in one fell swoop. Husband. Grace panicked and rushed towards William with a pale face. He was too anxious and completely forgot that William was a master, and how could he be defeated by a migrant worker? Live news media, frantic coverage, live broadcasts. The news that the boss of William Charity Company, that is, William himself, was beaten to death by malicious fake farmers, immediately swept the entire internet and made headlines on major platforms. Countless people who had benefited from William's Charity Company went crazy when they saw the news and saw their benefactor being knocked to the ground by a steel pipe. There has been a wave of enthusiasm across the country, with countless humanitarian organizations seeking justice and demanding that the perpetrators be severely punished. More slogans are to shoot the perpetrators. When the Suzhou City Police were unable to release the results of their investigation, and it became clear that those causing trouble at William Charity Company were not real migrant workers, but fake migrant workers, the entire internet went crazy. There is no need for police investigation. Everyone knows that William's charity must have touched someone's interests, so it was maliciously targeted. The ones whose interests were touched by William were nothing more than those fake charities and companies. Because of William's actions, they were unable to raise funds and make money, so they launched revenge. The people behind this incident didn't expect things to turn out like this, because they didn't think William would be so easy to be targeted. It would be easy to trace this matter back to him. Across the country, the calls for revenge for William were too loud. The state has stepped forward and will certainly severely punish the perpetrators. The media and the public are watching. No matter how powerful the perpetrator is, he will not be able to escape the law. This is what William expected. That's why I was willing to be hit by the steel pipe. At night, William, who received emergency treatment, is still in danger and is still in the intensive care unit. The more this happens, the more worried all parties become. That evening, Grace, vice chairman of William Charity, announced that all charitable funds that have been reviewed and are awaiting review will be stopped, which means that William Charity has stopped its charitable work. The reason is that good people don't get good rewards. Old William donated more than $1 trillion to charity, but he was almost beaten to death. After more than 6 hours of rescue, he is still not out of danger. The criminals must be severely punished. Countless people were still waiting for the approval and distribution of charity funds, but it was suddenly terminated. The reason was that the perpetrators almost killed the boss who gave them the charity funds. All of a sudden, these people and their families went crazy and started making all kinds of trouble, demanding severe punishment and heavy penalties for all those involved. There were more than 100 people who had caused the incident in prison. There were several huge screens in front of them, and all the content played was calls for heavy punishment or even death sentence. They were all so frightened that their faces turned pale. They just took the money to do the job and didn't expect things to turn out like this. The leader, the one who beat William, was shaking all over. The others were just participants, but he was the murderer. Facing the extremely strong condemnation from the people, he knew that he would be miserable, very miserable. I confess everything. It was Xiezhong, the young master of the Wuqing charity organization headquarters. He gave me 10 million to disguise myself as a migrant worker and bring people to William's charity company to cause trouble. I didn't want to kill anyone. I don't know why William didn't hide. Under tremendous pressure, this guy confessed everything. The police immediately launched a search and arrest operation for Xiezhong, the young master of the Wuqing charity organization headquarters, and immediately announced in the media that the real murderer had been found and would be severely punished. There is no way around it. The Suzhou police are facing tremendous pressure from all sides. Chapter 40. Everything is planned. In less than 12 hours, the murderer who maliciously slandered William's charity company was arrested, and the pressure of public condemnation was finally relieved. Of course, it was just an alleviation of a situation. More people were worried about William's safety, how to punish the murderer and the mastermind behind it, and when William's charity company would resume reviewing and distributing charitable funds. After all, many people were waiting for life-saving money. Some people are also worried that even if William survives, he will not do charity work. After all, good people don't always get rewarded. Countless people from all walks of life set off for Sioux City and Sioux City Hospital to line up to visit William. Some even prayed on the street, hoping that the good man William would be safe. The media also reported this phenomenon, causing more and more people to pray for William, hoping that the good man would be safe. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving gratitude, faith, blessings, and peace from more than 500,000 people, and for receiving a reward of 100,000 reinforcement points. William, who was pretending to be unconscious and miserable, was extremely excited when he heard the news. He originally wanted to punish his mother's evil deeds, but he didn't expect to receive gratitude and blessings from so many people. It seems that being a good person really does bring good rewards. At about the same time, William woke up. The attending physician was always by my side. There is no way. William's mission is too important. If something goes wrong, it will probably cause social chaos. When he saw that all the data were gradually returning to normal, he subconsciously checked William and found that William was about to wake up. He's awake, finally awake, and all indicators are gradually returning to normal. It's true that good people are rewarded. The attending physician shouted excitedly, with tears streaming down his face. Good people always hope that good people will be safe. Outside the door, more people heard the news and were overjoyed. He has been in critical condition, and they are all too worried. Cool, Grace, over here, William said weakly. Grace, who is Grace? Mr. William is looking for you. Grace quickly said, I am. Come in quickly. Mr. William is looking for you. Grace hurried in. Doctor, we want to take a photo of Mr. William so that people all over the country can know that the philanthropist Mr. William is safe. Let them in, but don't make too much noise, said the vice president on the side. There was no other way. If we didn't let people know that William was safe, the hospital would be overwhelmed by visitors. Just today, more than 100,000 people suddenly poured into Suzhou. According to investigations, they all came for William. There were tens of thousands of people guarding outside the First People's Hospital all night. Many people shouted that they were afraid that the criminals would bring harm to Mr. William a second time and volunteered to be his bodyguards. Grace went in, and a group of reporters and media followed in and broadcast the scene live. Seeing William's head wrapped in gauze, blood seeping out, pale face and extremely weak. The media reporters cried out of heartache. How can a philanthropist, a good person, be treated like this? Everyone be quiet. William has something to say. Grace shouted. Everyone immediately quieted down, even breathing quietly. This charity work cannot be delayed. You, hurry up and approve the loan. After saying this, William seemed too tired and closed his eyes. Doctor, hurry up. William is dying. For those who don't understand, yellow is not good. The doctor was also startled and rushed in to check. Then he said, "Don't talk nonsense. Mr. William is fine. He was just injured too badly and fell asleep due to exhaustion." Doesn't that mean that Mr. William insisted on waking up because he was worried about charity work? Mr. William, how can you be so great? You're injured like this, but you still worry about charity work? There was a female reporter at the scene who couldn't help but burst into tears. Okay, everyone, hurry out and don't disturb Mr. Williams' rest. It will affect his recovery. With one shout, everyone was driven out. When she came outside, Grace immediately announced to the media that she had benefited from her boss and that the charity work would continue. This scene was exposed by media reporters all over the internet, and William's deeds touched countless people. At this time, Eve and the others also came to the hospital. Except for William's mother, Who, and Tina. Eve and his mother, who also knew William's strength and understood that this was all part of William's plan. Naturally, they would not expose it and would fully cooperate. Jung Hong-yoon and Tina received the news. Their eyes turned red with tears. The murderer must be severely punished. Hu Changgong angrily pounded on the hospital wall and roared. Hey guys, we heard that you're William's family. Is that true? A reporter asked. We are. I am William's sister. These two are mom and dad. This is sister-in-law and my brother's father-in-law and mother-in-law. Tina said, crying. Excuse me, do you know why the murderer targeted Mr. William? Why else? My brother has too much money and has nowhere to spend it. So he has to be a good person and donate money to charity, which affects the interests of others. These people are simply demons. Tina said whatever came to her mind, a lot. In short, his brother did good things but didn't get any rewards, so he no longer supports charity. This caused a huge reaction online. They also demanded that the murderer be severely punished. Otherwise, who would dare to do charity? 2 days have passed since William's accident. Countless people surrounded the relevant units in Suzhou, waiting for severe sentencing of all the perpetrators. Otherwise, they would not leave. William was also out of danger and was transferred from the intensive care unit to the general ward. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have completed consumption of 800 billion within 68 hours and received a gift package of advanced enhancement points. Ding! New task. Spend 1 trillion yuan within 100 hours and you'll get a high-level reinforcement point gift package reward after completing the task. The system opens the advanced reinforcement point gift package. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the advanced reinforcement point gift pack and receiving 15,000 reinforcement point rewards. The current remaining reinforcement points are 172,990 points. Son, how do you feel? Jung Hong-yoon asked with great concern. Mom, I'm fine. I should be recovering soon. Tired said with a smile. Silly child, you are injured so badly. How can you recover so quickly? Don't think too much and just take good care of yourself. Jung Hong-yoon couldn't help crying as he said this. Brother, don't worry. The murderer will be severely punished. Tina said angrily. He clenched his fists tightly, as if he didn't stand a chance, or else he would beat the murderer to death himself. At this time, Grace came to the hospital. She also reacted. How could William, who is so strong, be so badly hurt by being hit by a steel pipe? They soon figured out the key point, which was William's scheme. They easily resolved the crisis, severely punished the murderer, and made William's charity company more famous. Chapter 41, Codename, Bloodthirsty Wolf. Hubby, the company's account is empty again. There are 186.5 billion yuan to be dispersed, 239.2 billion yuan to be approved, and there are also a steady stream of applications for assistance. Grace reported to work. Hu Changgong and the others standing by had already known that he had such a beautiful daughter-in-law. Moreover, this daughter-in-law gets along well with another daughter-in-law and secretly admires her son's ability. Grace, thank you for your hard work. Where's my phone? I'll transfer 1 trillion to you right away. Make sure to implement every charity application. Also, make sure to investigate clearly whether these people really need help. Okay, got it. Eve took a new phone and gave it to William. Honey, your phone is too old. I got you a new one. What about my old phone? It's lost. It's been so long that even elementary school students dislike it. Stupid. That's the only gift my sister gave me, William said angrily. Hearing this, Tina blushed immediately. Brother, why do I feel like you're pointing fingers at me for not giving you a gift? Sister, that's not what I meant. What I meant was that the first gift you gave me has great significance. Even if you don't use the phone anymore, you don't need it anymore. You should keep it. Brother, you have a conscience. Don't worry, I didn't throw away my phone. It's still a home, Tina said, sticking out her tongue. I thought to myself, no matter how beautiful my sister-in-law is, my brother still cares about me very much. Okay, sister, you take mom and dad back to rest. Eve, let mom and dad go back as well. You just stay here with me. After William transferred the money to Grace, she continued to work on company matters. William and Eve were the only ones left in the ward. Honey, you played this trick really well, Eve said with a smile. It's okay, mainly because I feel sorry for the people. Pity? Feeling sorry for you is more like feeling sorry for you. You don't know that countless people have gone crazy for you, especially those who bought your favors. Some have climbed to the rooftops, some have climbed to the bridges, all threatening and demanding justice for you. Fortunately, the news that you are fine has spread, otherwise something really bad would happen. Try not to do this in the future. I see. There is nothing I can do this time. If I don't do this, it will be hard to deal with these people pretending to be migrant workers. Even if I deal with them, the mastermind behind the scenes will not be in trouble. This is a wake-up call for those with evil thoughts to know that it's best not to provoke me. They can't afford the price. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door outside the ward. Eve walked over curiously and opened the door. A middle-aged man with a scar on his face stood at the door, looking very ferocious. Who are you looking for? Eve asked, frowning. Because the other person doesn't look like a good person. Hello, you must be Mrs. Who. My name is Han Su, codenamed Bloodthirsty Wolf. I left the army at the age of 21 and went to the Middle East to be a mercenary. It was a truly 23-year mercenary career. Eve frowned and interrupted. What is your purpose? Mrs. Who, please don't misunderstand me. I have no ill intentions. I just want to be Mr. William S. bodyguard. I don't want any money. Why? Eve asked, frowning. Because a good man like Mr. William is worthy of my life to protect. Our village is very poor. My family and many villagers have received kindness from Mr. William. So, I am willing to be Mr. William's bodyguard. Hansu said sincerely. Come in. My husband has the final say on your affairs. Only then did Eve allow Han Su to enter the ward. Han-sun walked to William's bedside. Ding dong. He actually knelt down. What are you doing? William looked confused. Mr. William, I just came back from the Middle East because my mother was seriously ill. I learned that my mother received the charity funds from William's charity company and has completed the operation. I thank you for saving my mother. Also, you are a good person. In order to allow more people in need to receive your help, I am willing to be your bodyguard unconditionally. Please don't despise me, Mr. William. William could feel the terrifying power in Han Su's body. This guy's combat power was at least 1,000 times that of an ordinary person. William smiled and said, forget about it being free. William, do charity not to gain anyone's gratitude, but just to pity the poor people in the world. If you're willing to be my bodyguard, I will pay you $1 million a month. What? Han Su was very shocked. You know, he was a mercenary in the Middle East, risking his life for money, but he didn't get such good treatment. Don't be surprised. I am rich and I am rich. You are right. I do need bodyguards, not only for me, but also for my family. How about this? If you have any trusted brothers or friends who are willing to be my bodyguards, you can come. There is no limit on the number. The minimum monthly salary is $1 million based on personal ability. William said lightly. Mr. William, are you serious? Han Su was extremely shocked. If it is true, then it is equivalent to saving the lives of these brothers. After all, in the Middle East, people's heads hang on their belts. Of course I'm serious. I can secretly raise trillions or even more for charity, so why wouldn't I be willing to spend a few $100 million to hire a bodyguard for myself and my family? You're also human beings. You have families to support. If you're willing to come, you can notify them to come. As long as their character is not problematic, I will accept them. Okay, thank you, Mr. William. However, $1 million per month is really too much. How about 100,000? If Mr. William is willing, he can give the extra money to those in need. Han Su said seriously. Okay, 100,000. I will donate the other 900,000 to the company in your name. William still admires Han Su's character. Thank you, boss. I'll contact my brothers right away. Han Su left excitedly. Honey, what are you going to do? Eve asked curiously. Eve, our company is growing stronger and stronger. Not only me, but also the company's executives and employees need protection. Han Su's appearance is just right and can make up for this shortage. Hubby, you think really well. It's not that I'm perfect, but this experience has made me alert. If these people were not targeting me or the company directly, but the company's employees and executives, the consequences would be serious. So, we want our own security company in the city too? Eve said, security company? That's a good idea. William's eyes lit up. Then husband, let me take charge of the security company. How about that? No problem. Thank you for your hard work, my wife. It's not hard. Grace has done so much for you, and I have to help you, my husband. Chapter 42. Superb Cooking Skills. On the third day after the incident at William Charity Company, the murderer, accomplice, and the mastermind were sentenced. Under pressure, the mastermind was sentenced to life imprisonment, permanent imprisonment with no chance of commutation. The murderer was sentenced to 30 years in prison, a permanent sentence. The rest of the accomplices, more than 100 people, were uniformly sentenced to 8 years in prison. For a moment, these people were filled with regret. But the French Open is ruthless, and there is no point in regretting. William, a nationally renowned philanthropist. So far, more than 3 trillion yuan has been invested unconditionally in charity. This is an astronomical figure, a huge sum of money, which has enabled countless people who really need help to get the help they deserve. So countless people are grateful to William. It is said that out of gratitude, someone built a statue for William and bowed down to it every day. After this incident, William's reputation reached an unprecedented height. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have received the sincere gratitude, faith, and blessings of more than 1 million people, and have received a reward of 300,000 reinforcement points. William was shocked. It had only been a few days, but he had received a total of 100,000 reinforcement points. William suddenly realized that he had spent all his previous money on the wrong things. If he had used it for charity and doing good deeds from the beginning, wouldn't it have taken off long ago? However, it's not too late to take off now. William also discovered a problem. At present, there are probably no less than 50 million people on the entire internet who are grateful to him. But the system only counts 1 million. In other words, there are only 1 million people who are sincere, genuine, grateful, and praying from the bottom of their hearts. But that's enough. On the 5th day, after examinations by many experts, William was found to be fine and was discharged from the hospital. However, not surprisingly, the hospital still compensated William with a medical staff member, a beautiful woman named Tang Xian. Brother, congratulations on your discharge. Tina threw herself into William's arms. You girl, your brother just recovered and you're pestering him. Why don't you help him get in the car? Zheng Hongyun said. The person driving the car was none other than Han Su, who volunteered, codenamed Bloodthirsty Wolf. Mom, I'm fine. Everyone deleted. William said to the media gathered around. Mr. William, are you really okay? Mr. William, I don't mean anything else. I mean, if you still feel uncomfortable, you can stay in the hospital for a while. I'm really fine now. Thank you for your concern during this time. You're like my family. I am very touched. Thank you all from the bottom of my heart. William bowed 90 degrees to express his gratitude. Even if it was just because of the 400,000 enhancement points, this bow of gratitude was extremely sincere. William, we are all family. You can bully me, but you can't bully Mr. William. In the distance, an old man yelled loudly. We are a family, so you can bully anyone but not Mr. William. More people shouted and roared. Thank you, everyone. I just recovered, so I won't nag you anymore. After saying that, he got in the car. Along the way, he left the hospital with countless people seeing him off. The incident of William being attacked has come to an end. Back at the villa, William stretched. Mr. William, you have just recovered. Please do not do such strenuous exercise. Dr. Tang Xian said with concern. Dr. Tang, I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. Son-in-law, you're back. Come on, I've prepared a lot of ingredients. Go cook. Mother-in-law Song Yuni said excitedly. I haven't eaten William's cooking for a long time, and I've never felt full. Hurry up, son-in-law. Huang Qingfan also urged. Tang Xian was stunned with shock. Who are these people? William had just been discharged from the hospital, and he was already being urged to cook? Is it possible that the family status of philanthropist, Mr. William, is so low? Hey, don't do this, Mr. William. Eve interrupted before she finished speaking. Don't worry, Dr. Tang. My husband is in good health. William went to the kitchen swiftly. Sure enough, all kinds of ingredients were piled up into mountains. System strengthened my cooking skills to the maximum. Now, with enhancement points, William no longer has to worry about using enhancement points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully strengthening his super god-level cooking skills. 5,000 strengthening points were consumed, and the remaining strengthening points are 479,990 points. The super god-level cooking skills are actually at 5,000 points? William, who has hundreds of thousands of cooking skills, actually used the word talent to describe the 5,000 strengthening points. After strengthening the super god-level cooking skills, William was shocked to find that all the ingredients became extremely simple in his eyes. There are dozens, hundreds, or even more ways to cook every ingredient. There are so many ingredients piled up that it would be a headache just to see dozens of them. In William's eyes, it was a piece of cake. Just take a look and you can sort out the order. You can do whatever you want to do without wasting time. Outside, I'm going to help my husband cook. You two can chat. I'm going to. Eve and Tina come to the kitchen together. When I arrived at the kitchen door, I was stunned by what I saw. William kept saying he was filleting fish while carving with one hand. They had heard of doing two things at once, but this was the first time they had seen someone controlling both hands to perform a difficult operation with one mind. And in just a few minutes, William prepared more than 10 ingredients. The movement was skillful, quick, and flawless. It's as if he is a natural-born chef. Sister, has my husband's cooking skills always been so great? Eve asked in disbelief. Sister-in-law, my brother never cooked before. Even instant noodles were made by me. Tina spoke the truth without giving William any face. In other words, your brother's cooking skills only became better after he left you guys? That's because my brother has been away from home for 3 years. He never contacted us except to ask for money. Maybe it's because he learned cooking skills during these 3 years. That's right. Do we still need help? It seems that we don't need to help. Let's not cause trouble for our brother. Let's go play. The two left the kitchen in shock. Eve, Tina, didn't you go out to help William cook? Why are you back? Mom, no need. William's cooking skills don't need our help. Just wait and eat the ready-made food. Humph, you guys are just lazy. Well, it's still early for dinner, so let your son-in-law be busy alone. Eve, come here for a moment. William's voice came from the kitchen. Eve ran over quickly. Honey, what's the matter? Eve, call Grace and ask her to come back early. Also, ask Grace to call her family over. They'll get to know each other sooner or later anyway. Okay, I'll follow my husband's arrangements. After Eve finished speaking, she contacted Grace. At this moment, the bloodthirsty wolf Han Su came to the kitchen and was dazzled by the pile of ingredients. Han Su, what are you doing in the kitchen? Do you need help? Tina asked. No, boss. There was a woman outside who claimed to be your girlfriend. Her name seemed to be Lily. Chapter 43, Exhilfriend. Why is this woman here? William frowned immediately. Brother, I remember correctly. Your ex-girlfriend seemed to be called Lily, right? Tina asked curiously. That was in the past. Later, this woman not only betrayed me, but also swindled me of all my money and valuables when she left. She also moved out and took away my deposit. At that time, I was kicked out by the landlord with only a few cents left on me. William said angrily. Hearing this, everyone frowned. I didn't expect this Lily to be so vicious. She was just pretending to be pitiful in front of me. Boss, I'm going to chase her away right now. Han Su said angrily. It would be too easy for her to get rid of her. I'll go meet her. Tina left angrily. Eve, come with me quickly. My sister is impatient, so don't do anything out of line. William quickly made arrangements. I know. Eve followed her. She also wanted to see what this stupid woman looked like. She had actually harmed such an excellent man like William so badly. Even the people in the living room came out curiously. Lily became very nervous when she saw a group of people coming out. Tina rushed to the front aggressively. Are you Lily? I am, you are. Without waiting for Lily to finish. Pop. Tina slapped her in the face. Those who didn't know the truth were all shocked. Lily, you bitch, you cheated my brother out of everything and almost made him starve to death on the streets. How dare you come looking for my brother now? You are William's sister. You wrongly blame me. I didn't mean to deceive him. It was Oscar who deceived me and threatened me to help him get the money. I had no choice but to do that. Where's your brother? Ask him to come out and see me. I love him. I really love him. Lily plays the victim. People who don't know him can be easily fooled by him. Bitch, do you think I'm as stupid as my brother? Get out of here, or I'll beat you to death. Tina yelled angrily. Tina, what's going on? Zheng Hongyun asked. Mom, you don't know that Lily dated my brother for 3 years, but in the end she cheated him out of all his money, leaving him with only a few cents left. She returned the deposit for renting a house, and left my brother homeless and without money to eat. Just imagine how miserable my brother was at that time. What? This woman is so vicious? Beat her to death. Zheng Hongyun was also immediately angry. Fortunately, Hu Qinggong stopped him and said, Wife, why bother with such a useless woman? Look at her. She probably knows that our son has grown up and wants to come back to curry favor with him. It's just a daydream. You don't need to answer. Let's go. Everybody turn back. It's not like that. It's not what you think. I'm not that kind of person. Lily started crying and making a fuss, wanted to rush in. If you take another step forward, I'll kill you. The bloodthirsty wolf Han, Sue's terrifying murderous aura frightened Lily so much that she stepped back repeatedly in extreme fear. I finally understand why my son-in-law wants to do charity work. He has experienced the hardship of being poor. Just think about it. He only has a few cents on him. If no one helps him, he will starve to death on the street. That makes sense. I didn't expect my son to suffer so much. No wonder he is now rich and willing to spend whatever he can to help those in need. I just don't know where my son got so much money. We like to know that, too. Why think so much? Your brother's money must have come from legitimate sources. If it came from unknown sources, the country would have dealt with him long ago. Tina said loudly. Everyone also thinks this is the case. No matter where William's money comes from, what he does is good and deserves respect and support. In fact, countless people are investigating where William's money comes from. The word was found to be from abroad, but we could not determine exactly where. How is it? Has that woman been driven away? William asked as he walked out of the kitchen with a plate of lobsters. Drive him away. It's useless even if he doesn't leave. It's best for that kind of woman to die. She's just a waste of air if she's alive. She's a social scum. Tina said angrily. Sister, you didn't bully her much, did you? After all, we have known each other for 3 years. Just don't go too far. William said bitterly. Hubby, you're just too kind. Don't worry, I didn't do anything to her. Brother, I slapped her to teach her a lesson. Okay, let's not talk about her. Eve, please contact Grace and tell her when she and her parents will arrive. Sister, go and clean up the dining table. We may not have enough seats for so many people. William arranged. Okowo. The whole family became busy. Dr. Tang, standing by, was stunned. She had roughly understood it. This William has 2 daughters-in-law, and both of them are beautiful women in Suzhou. They live together, and there seems to be no conflict between the mothers of the 2 families, and they live happily together. Although I was surprised, when I thought about the fact that William was rich and a good person, maybe this was the blessing of being a good person. Mr. William, let me check you first. You're tired. I am afraid. Dr. Tang, I'm fine, really. How about you check my parents' blood pressure? William evaded the question after refusing. Tang Xin was speechless and had to give up. Honey, Grace has gone to pick up my parents in person. They will be here from their private estate in about half an hour, Eve said loudly. Okay, then let's set the table and wait for them to arrive, and then we can eat. Then, all kinds of delicacies from land and sea were served on the table. Brother, you've done so much, you can't let it go. Tina complained loudly. There are so many people here, so do more. William said with a smile. It smells so good. I want to take a bite. Tina was about to take action. You're so unruly. There are so many people watching us, and the guests haven't arrived yet. And you're already eating? Zheng Hongyun said, patting Tina's hand. Mom, why did you hit me? I'm already so old. Tina complained. Mother-in-law, kids, just eat when you're hungry. Song Yuni said. In fact, looking at the table full of delicious food and the tempting aroma, they all wanted to eat it. What followed was an arduous wait. It was only more than half a month, but it felt like torture. Sister Eve, give me Sister Grace's phone number so I can ask them why they haven't arrived yet. Tina said dissatisfiedly. Eve gave her the number with a wry smile. Tina dials at top speed. The call is connected. Hey, Sister Grace, when did you come? I'm starving. Can you please come faster? Grace, who was driving, was stunned. It took a while for him to realize that this was William's sister Tina. Sister, we're almost there. If you're hungry, eat first. You don't have to wait for us. Chapter 44 caught my stomach. After waiting for another quarter of an hour, the sound of a car horn was finally heard outside. Tina was the first to rush out. Everyone followed him out. Hansu opened the gate, and the car drove into the yard. Sister-in-law Grace, you are finally here. Tina walked over, opened the door of the cab, and said while holding Grace's arm, "Ha ha, sorry to have kept Sister Tina waiting for so long. Husband, Mom, Dad, and Sister Eve, sorry for the long wait. Let me introduce you. This is my dad, Robert. This is my mom, Fong Cece, and my grandma, Yuyanin. Honey, do you mind if I bring Grandma along?" Grace asked. It's useless for him to mind. My dear in-laws, my mother-in-law, and the old man, please come in. Zheng Hongyun said enthusiastically. Recently, following Song Yuni, she has learned a lot and has already acquired some of the demeanor of a hostess of a wealthy family. Robert and Fong Cece had known William's strength for a long time, which was why they did not stop him even though they knew William was with Eve and his daughter. 3 families were seated at 2 tables, and it wasn't crowded at all. "Dr. Tang, come and have dinner with us," William shouted. "I still can't." Looking at other people's family dinners, Tang Xin refused. "Sister Tang, please come here. I'm so hungry." Tina walked over and pulled Tang Xin over. "By the way, where's Han Su?" "In the yard." "Forget it. I'll go call him myself. You guys eat first." "Brother, I won't be polite then." Tina couldn't wait to take a bite. "Wow." I jumped up exaggeratedly. "Brother, why are the dishes I made today so delicious?" Zheng Hongyun rolled his eyes at Tina and said, "What a promising future." Then he said to the others, "The child is spoiled. Please don't mind it." "Ha ha ha ha. We're all family, so we won't be polite." Huang Qingfan also started eating. "Oh my God, the food my son-in-law cooked today is different from the previous days." Huang Qingfan was shocked. Seeing that he didn't seem to be joking, the others quickly took a bite. "It's so delicious. I've never eaten such delicious food." Grace was shocked. Although the others didn't say anything, their eyes lit up. Then they started to devour the food one by one. Seeing this, Tang Xin couldn't help but take a bite. Just ordinary greens. Wow! I couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. I suddenly understood why this family was eating so miserably. The food was so delicious that she couldn't stop eating it. Outside, Han Su, come in and have dinner with us. Boss, I'll let it go. Han Su if I see it. What do you mean forget it? I'm alone and I want to have a simple meal. If you're polite again, I'll be angry. William said seriously. Seeing that it was difficult to refuse, Han Su could only walk in with a wry smile. Suddenly, I saw the whole family wolfing down the food, with their mouths wide open. In his mind, these people were all rich people and should be well-mannered and elegant, but now they were shocked. "Come on, let's go to that table." Han Su didn't hesitate and picked up the chopsticks to take a bite. I was stunned. I also understand why everyone eats like that. I can't stop it all. Come, let me offer a toast to all the elders. Cheers. Everyone picked it up vaguely and was told. After a full hour, everyone was full and satisfied with their meal. "Brother, this is the most delicious food I have ever eaten." "Me too. I've been traveling in the Middle East for so many years and have eaten food from all over the world, but the food cooked by your boss is unparalleled and one of a kind." Han Su praised it highly. "Mr. William, you have captured my stomach. What do you want me to do in the future?" Tang Xin said with a wry smile. William smiled and said, "Then stay at my house and be our family's personal doctor. You can eat it every day." "Okay, I'll submit my resignation letter tomorrow." Tang Xin agreed immediately. William smiled bitterly and thought, "Am I kidding? Mr. Huang, will you always live with your son-in-law?" Robert couldn't help but ask. "Yes, I have always lived here." Huang Qingfan replied readily. "In that case, let's live with my son-in-law. My daughter is here too, so we can take care of her." "Wife, mother, what do you think?" Yu Yanin and Feng Cece said. "Since the head of your family has said so, how dare we refuse?" "Son-in-law, you don't mind, do you?" Robert asked with a smile. "Mom, Dad, Grandma, you can stay as long as you want. Anyway, the villas here are basically mine. Number 7 is Eve S, and number 80, 90, and 10 are also mine. There is plenty of room to live. No need to be so troublesome. This 3-story villa has more than 10 rooms and can accommodate you." Zheng Hongyun said. She is also happy if several families can do well. Otherwise, if there is a conflict, her son will be the one who suffers. After all, William is caught in the middle and is in a dilemma. "Brother, I have decided that I will never get married in this life. If I get married, how can I eat so many delicious foods? I will follow you every day from now on." Tina said very seriously. "Okay, if you don't want to get married, then don't get married. Just make sure your parents don't say anything bad about you, William said with a smile. Next, everyone chatted about family matters. Mr. William, let me give you a checkup, Tang Xin said with concern. Well, you won't feel at ease if I don't check it. Let's go to my room, William said and left. His idea was simple. There were too many people here, so he should go to the room where it would be quieter. Tang Xin felt the same way, so she didn't think much about it. Others don't think so. What do you think? Does the son-in-law want to take down Dr. Tang? I heard that in the hospital, it was Dr. Tang who always bullied the son-in-law, said Huang Qingfan. Hearing this, everyone's eyes fell on Eve and Grace. After all, they were the ones living with William. The two looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Eve said, "My husband is so outstanding. How many people want to marry him? What do we do? If I leave him now, I can't leave him. He has captured my heart." "Me too," Grace said. "So you support my brother's mistress?" Tina said directly. "Little kid, what do you know about mistresses?" Zheng Hongyun said angrily. "Mom, I'm already 19 years old. How can I be young? But my brother is really outstanding, a philanthropist, and he cooks delicious food. I hate that I'm his biological sister. Otherwise, I would marry my brother too. If you keep talking nonsense, you'll be beaten. Oh, this is a problem. If you have time, try to counsel William. He should cherish his two wives." Zheng Hongyun said this to Eve and Grace. "But I was extremely happy in my heart. My son is so capable that so many people like him. Mother-in-law, please stop trying to persuade me. Many things are destined. We elders live with us, and we let the children solve it by themselves." Robert said, "I support the opinion of my relative Mu." Huang Qingfan spoke immediately. Chapter 45, Perfect Body. William took Tang Xin into the room on the second floor and asked as soon as he walked in, "Dr. Tang, how are you going to examine me?" In the room, these words sounded a little strange. The key is that this room is decorated according to Eve's favorite style, mainly pink, which is very romantic. As a result of drinking a little wine, Tang Xin was a little dazed. "Mr. William, please take off your clothes first. I will take an electrocardiogram and an electroencephalogram, and then test your blood pressure," Tang Xin said with a slightly hot face. "Good." Disheartened, he took off his coat and lifted up his t-shirt. When she saw William's perfect muscular physique and streamlined abdominal muscles, "I thought, isn't this the perfect body that only exists in anime? How can it appear in real life?" As a doctor, Tang Xin knew very well that such a figure was extremely healthy. The most important thing is that such a figure is irresistible to any woman. This is not surprising. William's 4 attributes have now been strengthened to 30,000, so it is impossible for him not to be strong. William himself was unaware. He took off his shirt and lay down on the bed. "Come here, Dr. Tang." Tang Xion's face was flushed, and her heart was beating very fast. She had to take deep breaths to suppress the confusion in her mind. When wiping William's ECG equipment, it is inevitable that it will come into contact with his skin. Touching William's tight muscles made Tang Xion even more confused. My breathing became more and more rapid. "Dr. Tang, what's wrong with you?" Sensing that something was wrong with Tang Xion, William asked curiously. Subconsciously, he reached out and touched Tang Xion's forehead. "Dr. Tang, are you sick?" At close range, the man's scent entered Tang Xion's respiratory tract, making her almost fascinated. "Mr. William, lie down. I'm going to do an electrocardiogram and an electroencephalogram." Tang Xion was extremely shy and subconsciously tried to push William down. His hands just fell on William's streamlined muscles. The perfect touch and the intimate posture immediately broke Tang Xion's defense. William happened to see Tang Xion's perfect figure when he saw this action, and he reacted subconsciously. Tang Xion had her head down and just happened to see the reaction becoming increasingly intense. William was extremely embarrassed. Dr. Tang. "Mr. William, take me." Tang Xion was completely lost and took the initiative to rush over, hugged William, and frantically demanded. At this point, William couldn't hold back any longer, and the two of them soon got into the mood. However, Tang Xion is not one of the heroines, so she naturally cannot be strengthened by William. After an hour, Tang Xion was exhausted, leaving a stain of blood on the bed sheet. Although William was not there, he didn't have the heart to torture her. "You should have a good rest." William finished speaking and left the room. Grace, go to bed, came outside and shouted loudly. Everyone is still chatting. Grace's face flushed, and she quickly trotted over. Seeing everyone looking at her, Eve followed. Coming to another room, The two women looked at William, who was wrapped in a bath towel. Honey, give Dr. Tang, too. Grace asked. I'm sorry, Grace, Eve. I broke my promise. I just couldn't help it. Honey, please stop talking. We have let it go. So is Dr. Tang a dead body? Eve asked. Ahem, it seems so, William said awkwardly. That's great. Husband, who do you choose tonight? Grace asked. Eve rolled her eyes. My husband asked you to come up, so it must be you're biased. Eve left after she finished speaking, and William's anger had not subsided yet. Without anyone else, William, how could you still hold it in? He hugged Grace and vented his anger. Ding! The heroine is locked for 1 hour, and the strengthening of 5.4 attributes per minute is activated. After a round of battle, Grace's 4 attributes doubled again. Feeling the changes in herself, Grace became extremely obsessed with dual cultivation. Thank you, husband. Although this man is a little fickle, he is really good to her. Silly boy, I'm your husband. It's too formal to say thank you. Don't do that anymore. Well, I know. I know my husband is the best. But husband, since you have had sex with Tang Xin as a woman, I hope you will be responsible to Tang Xin. Also, you are not allowed to get close to other women in the future. We will be jealous too. I see, honey. It's great to have you. With such a wife, William is really content. Okay, go and keep Dr. Tang company. He just gave it to you and needs you even more. Grace, are you serious? William asked in disbelief. Do you think I'm joking? Grace, you are so nice. I just want to leave now. After kissing goodbye, William returned to Tang Xion's room wrapped in a bath towel. At this moment, Tang Xion woke up and her eyes were a little wet. She didn't know whether she regretted it or not. After all, William already had 2 wives, and she didn't know whether William would accept her. Even if William accepts it, will Grace and Eve accept me? They're all famous beauties in Sioux City. They are much better than her in terms of family background and themselves. And she herself, an orphan of average build, decent looks, just a little doctor, she was very scared. Xiner, my dear wife, why are you crying? William came back and saw this scene and asked with heartache. He walked over and hugged Tang Xin. Did I hurt you by being too rough just now? It's all my fault. Mr. William, no, what did you call me? Don't you want to be my wife? William asked in surprise. No, it's just, if you are willing, why don't you call me husband? But Grace and Eve. Don't worry, Grace and Eve know about us. Grace asked me to come down and accompany you more. But, warn me, I'm not looking for other women. So, you have to supervise me with Grace and Eve. Hearing this, Tang Xion burst into tears. It's touching. Although she had never thought of sharing a husband with another woman, she did not resist in her heart. Because William's body shape is his ideal. It can be said that what conquered her was not how rich William was. The delicious food certainly played a part, but what made her fall was William's almost perfect figure. She really likes this kind of healthy man. She likes him very much. Honey, thank you. Honey, can I hold you while I sleep? Tang Xion asked in an eager tone. She really likes William's figure. If you want to hug him, just do it. It's not illegal to hug your own husband. William said with a smile. Tang Xion was overjoyed. Thank you, husband. Then she held William in her arms and fell asleep, enjoying herself greatly. Of course, William was also extremely happy under that soft and intoxicating body fragrance. Chapter 46. Tang Xion is in trouble. The next day, William got up early and prepared 2 tables of nutritious breakfast. Although it looks simple and light, everyone still praises it after eating it. Brother, I didn't expect everything you cook is so delicious. If it tastes good, eat more. Everyone didn't hesitate and ate a lot. After eating and drinking, my parents, mother-in-law and father-in-law, invited me to go to the vegetable market together to prepare ingredients for lunch. Anyway, there's a ready-made chef, and everyone wants to buy their favorite ingredients and have William cook delicious food. For the safety of the elders, William asked Han Su to provide close protection. Dr. Tang also returned to the hospital and resigned. William and Eve were the only ones left in the villa. Honey, hand in your homework. Eve pulled William to her room. William was not polite either. With his current physical condition, he can handle it, even if it comes every day without a break. Even if you can't hold on, there's still more than 400,000 strengthening points that can be used for strengthening at any time. So William enjoyed it very much. Ding. Cultivate together with the leading lady. Lock the program for 1 hour to strengthen the 4 attributes by 5 points every minute. The battle lasted 2 hours, and E became more and more obsessed with William. Honey, this dual cultivation is so amazing. It's a pity that it can only be done once a day. It would be great if it could be done all the time. Eve stretched out her hand and drew circles on William's chest and said, "My dear, don't be ungrateful. You should know that the benefits of our dual cultivation wants are something that others may not be able to achieve in their entire lives." That's true. Anyway, we can practice dual cultivation every day, and I will become stronger and stronger. I won't get old, and my husband won't remember me. Huang Xin said deliberately. Even if you become an old woman right now, I won't despise you. William, recognized the woman. No matter how the future changes, my love for you will not change. Hubby, you're so nice, Just as Eve turned over and was about to take the initiative, William's phone rang. William picked it up and took a look, and it was not Tang Xin's number that he had just saved. Who is your husband? Tang Xin. Didn't she resign? Why did she call? I don't know. I'll know when I connect. The call is connected. Hubby, please come to the hospital to pick me up. Wife, what's wrong? Tell me clearly. My husband is a guy who claims to be the eldest son of the Dong family. His name is Dong Ruinfa. He has been pursuing me. Today, he came to the hospital and found me. He knew I wanted to resign and insisted on taking me to his house. I have no choice but to hide in the women's restroom. Please come and pick me up. Okay. Honey, don't panic. I'll come pick you up right away. Eve, you've heard all. Husband, go quickly. Don't let Sister Tang Xin get bullied. Thank you, honey. After the kiss, William drove away in his Lamborghini Veneno at the fastest speed. Before the hour had passed, William rushed to the First People's Hospital. William quickly made a call. Sorry, the number you dialed is powered off. Upon hearing this reminder, William's heartbeat quickened instantly. Rushed quickly to the office that should have belonged to Tang Xin. Along the way, many people felt a gust of wind blowing past. When I arrived at the office, Tang Xin was not there either. Hey, Mr. William, who are you looking for? A nurse asked curiously. Where's Tang Xin? Where is he? Dr. Tang? She resigned and was taken away by her boyfriend. However, it seems that Dr. Tang and her boyfriend were having a conflict, and she was taken away by force. Is his name Dong Ruinfa? Yes, it seems his name is Dong Ruinfa. He has been pursuing Dr. Tang for 2 years. Everyone thinks they are together. Where does Dong Ruinfa live? I don't know about that. Go ask the security guards. They often chat with Dong Ruinfa, so they should know where he lives. William hurried to the gate and found a security guard. Hey, it's the philanthropist, Mr. William. Mr. William, what can I do for you? The security guard was very enthusiastic. Let me ask you, do you know that Dong Ruinfa lives at home? Dong Ruinfa? This guy's a piece of shit, not doing his job properly. He has set his eyes on Dr. Tang and has been pursuing him hard, but he has never succeeded. He came again today, and it seems that he took Dr. Tang away in the end. Hearing this, William became even more anxious. Then do you know where he took Dr. Tang? I'm not sure about that, but I often hear that he hangs out in Beipo Lane in Suzhou City. He has the final say over you, so I think you should go to Beipo Lane. William quickly answered and got in the car, rushing towards Beipo Lane at a very fast speed. The so-called Beipo Lane is located in the old city area of Suzhou, close to a slum area. The people who live here are the lowest class in Suzhou City. This place is a full kilometer away from Beipo Lane. William stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and sped away without caring about not breaking the rules. It only took about 10 minutes to reach Beipo Lane. Wow, this is a sports car. It looks so good. A group of girls couldn't help but gather around. Handsome guy, can we take a picture? Someone asked. Let's shoot. By the way, does anyone know Dong Ruinfa? Dong Ruinfa, I haven't heard of him. However, there's a jerk who is doing pretty well. He is called Lao Dong. I wonder if he is the Dong Ruinfa you were talking about. An old lady who is about 30 years old said. This middle-aged woman is dressed very fashionably, and you can tell at first glance that she is not someone who would shock the industry. Take me to find this boss. If I find him, I'll give you 10,000 yuan. Really? Speed. Handsome guy, follow me. The aunt was obviously very familiar with Beipo Lane, and she took William through various alleys. Beautiful girls dressed sexy and very charming can be seen everywhere. In a shabby rented house, Tang Xin's hands and feet were tied. A young man in a suit and tie showed his true face. Tang Xin, you are such a bitch. I have been pretending to be a rich second generation to pursue you for 2 years. You took my things and ate my food, but you just didn't agree to my request. Do you really think I am a sucker? Dong Ruinfa, you are talking nonsense. I have never taken anything from you. Let me go. Do you know that my husband is the philanthropist William? If you dare to understand me, You will die without knowing how. You? Philanthropist William is your husband? Tang Xian, why don't you look in the mirror? You may be a fairy in my eyes, but in William's eyes, you are just a piece of trash. Even Grace around him are both top beauties in Sioux City. Who would like you? Also, I send you gifts every now and then. If you don't see me, I'll ask someone to send them to you. You ask someone to tell you that if you want to eat this or that, I'll buy it for you. And you still say that we don't have it. So just eat mine. Dong Ruin Fa roared like a madman. I haven't. I've never received a gift from you, nor have I asked anyone to buy anything for you. Tang Xin roared heartbreakingly. Suddenly remembering something, he asked angrily, Tell me, who did you give the gifts to each time, and who asked you to buy all kinds of food each time? Chapter 47. Just right. Who else could it be? Of course it's the nurse next to you. Tang Xian, now you are mine. Dong Ruin Fa couldn't bear it when he saw Tang Xian's hot body, so he pounced on her. Dong Ruin Fa, don't do anything rash. Those were all done by that nurse on her own. I have never taken anything from you. Tang Xian roared in despair. I don't care about that. Anyway, I'm pursuing you. Whether you get it or not, you are now in my territory and you are mine. Bang. With a loud bang, the dilapidated door collapsed. Who is it? Are you tired of living? How dare you cause trouble in my territory? Dong Ruinfa looked over angrily. Is that you? A young man with a gloomy face and extremely angry stood at the door. Husband, save me. Dang Xin Sao Det Et Sitan Li. He was almost defiled by Dong Ruinfa. The feeling of being saved made her cry. My woman, you are also touched. William said murderously. Who? William, don't mess around. This is my territory. A strong dragon should be suppressed. Are you also considered a local boss? Bang. He kicked Dong Ruinfa against the wall. Puff. He spat out a large mouthful of blood, and I don't know how many bones in his back and chest were broken. The ant who led William was stunned by William's methods. William walked over and untied Tang Xian. Woo woo woo. Husband, it's a good thing you're here. Tang Xian threw herself into William's arms and burst into tears. Don't be afraid. I'm here. William felt a little guilty. If he had known earlier, he would have accompanied Tang Xian to resign. Husband, there is nothing between him and me. It was my nurse who accepted his gifts and food. I know nothing about it. Tang Xian was worried that William would misunderstand, so she quickly explained. Silly boy, I don't know who you are. Come on, get on your husband's back and let's go home. Tang Xian climbed onto William's back, her face full of happiness. Thank you, husband. William walked out. After walking a few steps, he stopped again. By the way, Auntie, give me your car number and I'll transfer the money to you. No thanks, it's just a piece of cake. After seeing how powerful William was, the old lady no longer dared to take any money. What should be given should still be given. Scan the code. Seeing William's insistence, the aunt finally took out the payment code. William transferred 10,000 yuan and then left with Tang Xian on his back. William, why does this name sound so familiar? The aunt muttered. Suddenly remembering something, he said loudly, Are you the philanthropist, William? William carried Tang Xian to the front of the car. There was also a group of girls surrounding the car and taking pictures of Hong. Have you finished filming? If you're done, I'll be leaving. Hearing that the car owner was coming, someone quickly made way. William gently put Tang Xian down on the passenger seat. These girls looked at Tang Xian with envy. William got in the car and drove away under the reluctant gazes of the girls. That guy, does he look familiar to you? Someone asked. Of course he looks familiar. Is he the philanthropist, William? What? Molin, you wouldn't have recognized him a long time ago, right? Yes, I recognized it at first sight. Then why don't you say it? So what if she said it? She's here to look for her girlfriend. I can add him on WeChat. What if he likes me too? Dream on. There's no way he would fall in love with us. Return to the villa. The elders also came back. When they heard from Eve that Tang Xian was in trouble, they were all very worried. Now seeing William bringing Tang Xian back safely, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Although no one has a sense of belonging to Tang Xian, she is William as person after all, and everyone revolves around William, so they still care about her to some extent. Honey, go cook. Mom and Dad bought a lot of delicious food from all over the world. They said they want to eat food from all over the world at your place. Eve said with a smile. William said with a confident smile, No problem. As long as you can get the ingredients, I can make lions and tigers delicious for you. Eve wife, chat with Xian her wife. She was bullied by the bad guys today. If you ask me, whoever bullies his sister Xian, I will be the first one to not forgive him. Noon. When William was almost done cooking, Grace came back. Grace has arranged the company's senior management structure. She is no longer so busy and can basically be a hands-off boss. Her main job now is to conduct random checks and verify the authenticity of the funding application materials provided by all parties. "Honey, what delicious food are you making today?" she asked loudly from a distance. Everyone in the living room laughed. Following William, everyone became a foodie under his amazing cooking skills. The delicacies we eat today come from all over the world. William's voice came from the kitchen. "Grace, come here," Eve called. "Sister Eve, Sister Xiner, what can I do for you?" Grace, Xiner, was bullied today because a young nurse in her hospital deceived a guy who was pursuing Xiner in his name, causing Xiner to be in danger today. Fortunately, her husband arrived in time. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. Eve said in a deep voice, "What? There is such a thing. Bullying Xiner is bullying us. That little nurse who did such a thing must not be a good person. We must find a way to protect her." Grace said angrily. "Sister Eve and Sister Grace, why don't we just forget it? It's all in the past anyway." Tang Xin said with some reluctance. "How can we just let it go? Xin, you just said that you were hiding in the women's restroom, and it was that nurse who lied to you and tricked you out, causing you to be taken away by Dong Runfa. Just based on this, we can't let her go. Sister Eve, how about we do this?" Grace made a move. "Okay, that's it, Xiner. We'll go out after dinner. I won't be able to swallow this anger if I don't teach her a lesson." Eve said angrily. "I thought to myself, as William's women, we must unite against the common enemy." "Okay then, but let's not go too far," Tang Xin still said with some reluctance. "Don't worry, we have it in mind. It's time to eat, sisters' wives. Hurry up and serve the dishes." William's voice came. Hearing that it was time for dinner, even Han Su came in. "There's no way. The food William cooks is just too delicious." After dinner, the three girls and Tina also went out together. The others went out for a walk, and William was the only one left in the villa. He was thinking about what to do. Bang, bang, bang. From the left side of the yard, there was a very intense sound of fighting. William rushed out quickly. Chapter 48, Tampering Mission. Left side of the yard. Han Su fought fiercely with a man in black. See William come out. The black man suddenly threw a dart at William. Han Su had not expected this scene and had no time to stop it. He hurriedly shouted, "Boss, be careful." When a man in black was fighting Han Su, he kept his eyes on William, just to confirm whether the dart had succeeded. Then William slowly stretched out 2 fingers and casually clamped the dart. This scene made the man in black stare with eyes wide open in shock. It was during this brief moment of shock that Han Su seized the opportunity and took down the man in black with a series of combos. Puff! Just as Han Su was about to ask, the man in black spat out a mouthful of black blood and became motionless. Han Su was shocked. It's an instant kill poison. This kind of poison is usually used by assassin organizations on the black web. Ordinary people can't get this kind of poison at all. Dark web. If the man in black hadn't appeared, William would have forgotten about Ma Songen. Muttering to himself, he returned to the villa. Han Su was extremely shocked as he watched William walking away. He originally thought William was just a rich young man. Although he did not see the scene of William catching the dart with his own eyes, it was not difficult to guess from the assassin's shock and daze that William was very powerful, even stronger than himself. It turns out that he was injured on purpose last time. I didn't think much about it and quickly dealt with the body. William Villa Study. The most advanced computer equipment is equipped here. System, strengthen my hacking skills to the top level. Although he knew that strengthening hacker skills would consume a lot of points, he didn't care as he now had more than 400,000 points. Ding. Failed to enhance hacker skills to the highest level. It takes 1 million enhancement points to enhance to the highest level. Currently, the enhancement points are 478,790 points, and there is still a shortfall of... William was stunned. Check the level of hacker skills quickly. There are 10 levels in total, and level 10 is the super god level. It actually requires 1 million enhancement points. It's unbelievable. What level of hacking technology is that? System, what is the highest level of hacking technology in my current environment? William asked. Ding. The highest hacking skill level of the host's current environment is level 6. Then strengthen my hacking skills to level 7. Ding. Successfully enhanced the 7th level hacker skill, consuming 10,000 enhancement points, and currently the remaining enhancement points are 468,790 points. After successfully strengthening his 7th level hacker skills, William found that his understanding of computer-related knowledge was almost as thorough as his cooking skills. He was suddenly extremely curious. Level 8, 9, and 10 hacker skills consumed so many enhancement points. Could it be that they did not belong to Earth? If this is the case, doesn't it prove that there are civilizations that are more advanced than Earth, so their hacking technology is more advanced? William was extremely shocked when he thought of this. It took me a while to react, and I thought I would talk about it when the time comes. After logging into the computer, William, with his understanding of computers, directly hacked into the entire network, invading all the hidden and overt ones. Of course, with his level 7 hacking skills, the other party wouldn't be able to detect it at all. Soon, William found a black web from tens of thousands of highly hidden websites. If others want to enter the black network, they can only do so if someone provides them with a network segment entrance. It is simple for William. He hacked into the dark web and still remained undetected. Feel free to browse through the tasks. Unexpectedly, the first and most eye-catching mission was the mission to assassinate him. Looking at the time of the task, it has only been released for 3 days. Judging from the time, this was not a task issued by Matsongan at all. No matter who issued the mission, it couldn't stop William, who had mastered the 7th level hacking skills. Easily hack into the personnel list system for issuing tasks, which contains the information of all employers. Originally, this information could only be seen by high-level officials of the Black Network. William, who has mastered level 7 hacking skills, this is transparent. The person who issued the task was quickly identified. Yu Xiaoyun. William quickly hacked into Yu Xiaoyun's computer through the internet and took control of his computer, revealing all the information at a glance. Yu Xiaoyun is the president of the Magic City Charity Organization. Even the charity organizations in Sioux City belong to the Magic City Charity Organization. Seeing this, he immediately understood why the other party sent a mission through the Black Network to assassinate him. Back to the Black Network, William smiled coldly, and with a little knowledge, he changed the first task. Original information of the assassin William became Yu Xiaoyun's. Look, the Black Network mission has been updated. Could it be that the huge mission to assassinate William has been completed by someone else? Actually disappeared? The person to be assassinated now is a guy named Yu Xiaoyun, and the money used is exactly the same as that of William. Both are 100 million. 100 million is a huge sum of money for these assassins who live on the edge of a knife. They accepted the mission without thinking twice. Whether it can be completed is one thing, but what if it is completed? That would be 100 million. A base. Darknet headquarters. Oh no, our Black Network has been hacked. William's mission information has been forcibly changed to that of his employer. Who could it be? Who else could it be? This must be related to William. Stop talking nonsense. Change it back quickly, and inform all those who have accepted the task that Yu Xiaoyun is an accident and will not receive any commission. Hurry up. Boss, that's not possible. The other party has set up a super strong firewall. There's no way to break through and change it back. A hacker said urgently. The boss was a middle-aged man, furious. What do you mean by super strong? Can I still embarrass you? A group of top hackers. The middle-aged man, who was also a hacker, quickly sat down and started to operate. Ding, ding, ding. Failed to crack the firewall. Damn it, how could this happen? Who has such terrible hacking skills? No, something bad will happen if this continues. I need to contact the boss immediately. William tampered with the task and did not exit the Black Network. He saw someone attacking the firewall he had casually set up. He immediately used more advanced means to invade the Black Network headquarters, which was extremely clever. The people at the Black Network headquarters didn't notice anything, and even the surveillance behind them was controlled by William, who could see everyone at the Black Network headquarters clearly and took a few photos. William heard that they were going to inform the boss. He also became interested and wondered who the boss of the Black Network was. Not long after, another middle-aged man came over, who looked to be in his early 40s. Old Ben asked in a deep voice, "What's going on?" "Boss, we were hacked. The mission to assassinate William was changed. The target of assassination became our employer." Hearing this, the boss's expression changed drastically. How is it possible? He personally took action, and his hand speed was extremely fast. It can be seen that the boss of the Black Network is the top hacker among the top hackers. Chapter 49, Alternative Black Network. At this moment, William, through advanced hacking skills and facial intrusion, has completely mastered the detailed information of these high-level figures in the Black Network. So he smiled coldly and released the tasks, all the high-level tasks on the Black Network, and the minimum commission was 500 million. At one time, more than a dozen high-commission assassination missions appeared, and none of these missions were removed from the list, causing an uproar on the black web, rushing to take the task as soon as possible. Oh no, all of us have been listed as assassination targets by the other party. The minimum commission is as high as 500 million. Oh my God, what level of hacker is the other party? Upon seeing this scene, some people screamed in surprise. The others also looked horrified. Their boss tried everything to stop it, but it was useless, as the red window always popped up indicating the cracking failed. The hacker boss also panicked and shouted, "Quickly cut off the power and terminate the server." At this time, William controlled the surveillance camera and hacked his own image into the other party's network and said, "I have no grudge against you. You want to kill me? Congratulations, you have become the most valuable assassination target on the Black Network." It's him. It's really William. The next moment, the power supply was stolen and the server was terminated. They all breathed a sigh of relief. At least there's still a chance to make amends. He suddenly smiled coldly and immediately simulated the creation of a temporary black web server system. His computer is also top-notch, maybe not as good as the one at the Black Network headquarters, but there is no problem in running the simulation. The black web is open again. Countless people commented, "What happened? Why did it disconnect just now?" The huge amount of exhausted tasks are still there. Quickly borrow the tasks. William realized that maybe he could really take over this black web server. After all, he was already famous. Anyway, it's a small matter for him. However, this requires a sufficiently advanced supercomputer, but what he has in abundance is money, right? At the BlackNet headquarters, someone took out a cell phone and took a look. Originally, it was to look at the time, but I saw that their unique black web applet actually responded, so I quickly logged in. Oh my God, we cut off the power and shut down the servers, but the dark web is still running. Everyone trembled when they heard this and quickly took out their mobile phones to watch. They were shocked when they saw it. Some people were terrified and scared. "Boss, what should we do? If this continues, we will die." The boss was in a terrible mood. Damn it. How could this William master such terrible hacking skills? I'm already the top hacker in the world, but in front of him, I feel like a child who can't do anything. "Boss, this won't work. We have to find a way. Thousands of assassins have already taken over the mission to kill us." Someone said in horror, "Don't be afraid. We have to spend at least 500 million. How can the other party get so much money?" Someone consoled himself. "Are you stupid? This William is the president of a charity organization. He was so scared that he wanted to be assassinated. The reason is that even if William is too rich and has set up a charity company, he has invested nearly 3 trillion in less than a month. How could he be short of money? Damn it. I should have realized earlier that we can't afford to offend such a person. Now that's good." One by one they complained. The boss was even more upset. "Shut up, everyone. Find me this William S. phone number. I want to contact him." A group of people used various means to find William S. number. For them, hackers, having a mobile phone is enough. After all, they already have control over William S. treatment. I found 1-819-973-6761. The Black Network boss called immediately. William took a look at the unfamiliar number and hung up decisively. The other party called again. William continues to place orders. Damn it. The hacker boss was furious. It was not until the 10th time that William answered the call with a smile. "Hey, are you anxious, angry, and helpless?" William asked. "Mr. William, tell me, what do you want in exchange for letting us go?" "Let you go? You must be asleep. You dare to target me. Then you should be prepared to be targeted by me. By the way, I have just sent your location information to the black web. Many assassins should find it and target you. I wish you a happy death." Beep. Damn it. The hacker boss yelled to the sky. "Quickly edit the text message and send it to William. Mr. William, as long as you let us go, we are willing to serve you." William ignored the other party and blocked him directly. He then contacted the supercomputer production factory, which was not in the country. However, for the 7th level hacker William, it was not difficult to get their contact information, and it was a private number. The call was made, and the call was connected quickly. "Speak fluent English. Hello, who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that I want to buy the supercomputer produced by your factory. The 100 million is the commission. I have also sent you the address. I hope to see the goods as soon as possible." After saying that, he cut off contact. The other party immediately received a text message saying that 100 million yuan had been deposited into the account, along with an address. He was stunned with shock because the account to which the funds were deposited was also his personal account, and he was the only one who knew this account besides the bank. Now the money has been directly transferred in, and it is obvious that the other party is a super scary hacker. Taking a deep breath, he didn't dare to offend such an existence, so he could only quickly arrange the production of the supercomputer and repeatedly emphasize that all materials must be the best. He had already guessed that a hacker who needed a supercomputer might be setting up a black website server. Of course, this has nothing to do with him. All he needs is the fastest delivery possible. 3 days pass like this. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 1 trillion yuan within 100 hours. The host will be rewarded with a high-level reinforcement point package. Open the Advanced Reinforcement Point gift pack. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the Advanced Enhancement Point gift pack and obtaining 30,000 enhancement points. There are a lot more strengthening points this time, but William didn't care why. After all, it's a good thing. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained an opportunity to squander unlimited funds. The mission is to buy Sioux City within 3 days. If the mission fails, the host will be killed. If the mission succeeds, the system will upgrade and open the world currency system. WEF. William saw this task. He immediately started swearing. Squandering in the infinite realm? Buy Sioux City in 3 days. Isn't this too crazy? The system won't allow you to buy a country or even the entire world in the future, right? The most important thing is the mission penalty. If he fails, he will be killed. In other words, no matter what it costs, he must buy the city. Fortunately, the mission does not have any other restrictions, such as not being able to ask for help from others. Otherwise, you will run yourself to pieces and still not be able to buy Sioux City. Chapter 50. Crazy Shopping. William called Grace immediately. Grace answered the phone and said excitedly, "Honey, what a coincidence. I was just about to call you. I've spent 1 trillion and need money again." William said anxiously, "Wife, put the charity work aside for now. You have more important work to do now." Hearing the urgent voice, Grace also became nervous. "Honey, what are you so anxious about? My boss gave me a difficult task, asking me to buy Suching within 3 days." "What?" Grace was stunned with shock. "It's so shocking. How much money would it cost to buy Suzhou?" She asked in disbelief. "Honey, are you kidding me?" William said anxiously. "Wife, I don't have time to joke with you. The money has been transferred to my account. I will transfer it to the company account immediately." After saying that, he transferred 100 trillion to the company account at the fastest speed. After a while, the head of the finance department came to the president's office in a panic. She was so shocked that she stuttered, "Boss, money, so much money." Grace asked in shock, "How much?" The financial director took 2 deep breaths and said, 100 trillion, a full 100 trillion. Ding dong. Grace slumped in her chair in shock. 100 trillion. So scary. The financial director continued, "President, the 100 trillion was transferred from the boss's account." William said quickly, "Wife, now you know I didn't lie to you, right? Take everyone in the company to Dark City and I will buy it. Buy everything for me, no matter how much it costs. If I can't buy Sioux City, I will die." Hearing the last sentence, Grace turned pale instantly. The money had arrived, and she realized that William was not joking and that something serious would happen if she failed to do it. In fact, she had long thought that there must be a very powerful and terrifying force behind her husband. I just didn't expect it to be so terrifying. "Hubby, don't panic. I will make arrangements right away. We must complete the acquisition of Suchung in the shortest possible time." William said heavily, "Okay, wife, my fate is in your hands. I love you." The last sentence sounded more like regret, which made Grace even more anxious. Finance, notify everyone in the company immediately to put down whatever they are doing and return as soon as possible if you're on vacation. I have something extremely important to announce. Yes. The financial director left quickly. With Grace, William quickly called Eve. I told them the same thing again, asking them to help buy some. Although I had some doubts about the truth of the matter, I could tell that William was really anxious, and I soon received the amount transferred by William. 50 trillion directly. Then her sister Tina also transferred 10 trillion to her. The elders were not alarmed. After all, the amount of money was huge and too scary. William also went out, heading for the Suzhou City Government Affairs Center. The other purchases are just small matters. The key is to buy Suchung, which requires the approval of the country. Drive to the government office. As a great philanthropist of William Charity Company, he was personally received by the top leader. The top leader was extremely enthusiastic. "Comrade William, You have donated a huge amount of money to charity and helped countless people. You really bring honor to our city of Suzhou. William said with some embarrassment. Boss, to be honest, I have something very important to ask you for help. The top leader didn't take it too seriously and agreed immediately. Just tell me what you want to say. William said in an awkward tone. I just want to buy such-and. What? The top leader was a little unresponsive. William said again. I want to buy Sioux City. The top leader finally reacted and asked in disbelief. Mr. William, are you sure you are not joking? You have to know that Suzhou is not the best city in the country, but it is not the worst either. Its GDP exceeds 3 trillion every year. Manhwa has no regulations that cities cannot be sold, which means it can be sold, but the price is calculated based on 100 times the GDP, and the right to use it completely is only 10 years. Mr. William, are you sure you want to buy it? William said without hesitation, buy. The top executive was stunned for a moment, then reacted after a while, and said with a wry smile, Mr. William, if you are serious, then I have to apply to the higher-ups, and only after they agree can I sell it to you. This will take a month. William refused immediately. William, a month is too long. How about this? I am willing to pay 200 times the price, provided that the transaction is completed within 1 day. The top leader opened his mouth in shock, and after a while he asked excitedly, Mr. William, this is a serious matter, and we can't joke about it. 200 times is 600 trillion. Are you sure you can come up with it? Also, even if you can afford it, are you really willing to spend 600 trillion to purchase the right to use Sioux City for 10 years? William agreed readily. I am willing to do so. If possible, I will transfer 600 trillion to you immediately. The top leader's breathing became heavier. Mr. William, there is no need to transfer the money. I need to check your deposit balance. If there is no problem, I will contact the higher-ups immediately, and you can talk to them in person. William took out his bank card. I muttered in my mind, system, transfer 100 trillion to this card of mine. Ding! 1 quadrillion transfer has been completed. Please check. I received the account arrival information after a while. As the amount was too huge, the bank called immediately, but William refused to call. I logged into the mobile banking app and showed the balance to the person in charge to check. You won't know until you see it. It's really shocking. After losing 2 or 3 times, it was confirmed that it was 1 quadrillion, and cold sweat broke out on the forehead of the top leader. You should know that Suzhou's annual GDP is more than 3 trillion yuan, and it is only 3 trillion yuan in 10 years. William purchased the bookstore 10 years ago, and the price is 200 times, which is 600 trillion. Who would want to do such a business? After a while, he calmed down and took out his phone to dial the number. Mr. William, I will contact the higher-ups and apply for you. Please wait a moment. The call was quickly connected. Hello, Dong Jun. What's the matter with you calling me? A majestic voice came. The leader took a deep breath and said, My lord, this is the case. You should have heard of William, the founder of William Charity Company. Well, I've heard of him. He's young and promising and kind-hearted. He's a blessing to our dragon country. Do you have anything to say about it? Lord, Mr. William came to me today and proposed to buy the book city for 60 billion. According to the law, as long as you are a dragon countryman and can afford a price that is more than 100 times the local GDP, you can buy the right to use the city for 10 years. I have checked Mr. William's bank account, and he does have the purchasing power, so I would like to ask for your permission, Lord. Chapter 51, World Currency System Opens. Hearing this, the king fell silent. The city is selling it, although the right to use it is only for 10 years, but it is the first time in Dragon Country. After a long time, the king's voice came, William is with you. Let him answer the phone. The leader quickly handed the phone to William. Mr. William, the head of state wants to speak to you personally. William answered the phone without any nervousness. Hello, my lord, I am William. The king's majestic voice asked, William, I'm curious. Why did you buy a city? William had already thought of the wording and answered without hesitation, because I want to build a future technology city that will shock the world. I want to build the most advanced, top-notch, and unparalleled city in the world. The king was silent for a while and then asked, But do you know how huge the investment is? William said readily, I know, but I want to contribute something to the country. The reason I want to purchase the 10-year right of use is that I don't want to be restricted by anything. I can use my own ideas to my heart's content. Only in this way can we build a super science and technology city in the shortest possible time. Having mastered the 7th level hacking technology, William is very confident that he can do this which is to make real artificial intelligence serve the society. The king was silent again, as if he was thinking about something. This time it took a full 3 minutes. Okay, William, what you are doing is not a bad thing for Dragon Country. In fact, our Academy of Sciences has had such an idea for a long time, but the funds are insufficient. Since you have such a plan and are willing to pay, there is no reason for me, the king, not to support it. In this case, I will send relevant scientists and people to help you for 10 years. I hope you can create a future technology city that will shock the world. In addition, the purchase price will be sold at 100 times the price. I am looking forward to your future science and technology city. I hope you will not let me down. The king hung up the phone after saying this. The top leader heard it clearly and said excitedly, Mr. William, since the king has given the order, let's prepare the transaction contract now. Good. William was in a good mood. He worries about spending money all the time. Isn't building a future science and technology city the best place to spend money? After a whole day, the acquisition procedures for Sucheng were finally completed, and William transferred 300 trillion to the national treasury. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of acquiring Sioux City within 3 days and opening the world currency system. William discovered that the currencies of countless countries, such as the US dollar, British dollar, Russian krona, etc., were all in the same price. Ding! New mission. Within 24 hours, spend 10,000 US dollars. If you fail the mission, you will be blinded. If you succeed, you will be rewarded with a special strengthening pill gift package. Ding! Since the host is in Dragon Country, the 24 hours is extended to 96 hours. Please complete the task as soon as possible. A bank card from the Bank of America appeared in his hand. What the hell? Spending in US dollars? William was speechless. Is it realistic to buy things with US dollars in Dragon Country? Obviously unrealistic. First of all, digital currency is popular in Manhwa. Secondly, US dollars cannot be withdrawn from Dragon Country. As for redemption, it is definitely not feasible even if you use your toes to think about it. After all, the system requires consumption. And the mission was very clear, which was to ask him to go to the United States. It would take 4 days to get from Suzhou to the United States without any delay. The system has fixed the time for him. No free time at all. Immediately set off for Sioux City Airport. Make a multi-person video call right away. Grace, Eve, Tina, and Tang Xian all answer the phone as quickly as possible. Husband, elder brother. Honey, what's going on? Hubby, tell me I'm busy here. Everyone is busy with acquisitions. William hurriedly said, My wives and sisters, you can put aside the acquisition for now. I have already completed the acquisition of the Book City in the Sucheng government. We have the absolute right to use Sucheng for 10 years. My plan is to build a future science and technology city. This task is left to you four. Eve interrupted hastily. What about you, husband? Grace also quickly asked, Husband, what are you doing? Still a little dissatisfied. William said bitterly, I am on my way to the Sioux City Airport. I received an urgent mission and must arrive in the United States within 4 days. Otherwise, something bad will happen to me and my family. I have no choice. You should already know that although the task of acquiring Sucheng has been completed, the new task is to build Sucheng into a future science and technology city. It all depends on you. Don't worry, I will come back to you as soon as I complete my mission. If there is anything you can't handle, please tell me as soon as possible. Honey, did you lie to us? Eve asked in a crying voice. Wife, how could I lie to you? I am really despicable and helpless. Please understand me. Beep beep. William was driving and talking on the phone and almost got into an accident. Seeing this, the four of them hurriedly said, Husband, brother, you drive carefully, we will build Sucheng well, and we will teach you when we get to the United States. After saying that, he hung up the phone. William breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was hasty, he still believed in the abilities of Grace and Eve. When a supercomputer arrives, he will remotely create a black network server. Hansu's companions should also be arriving in Long Country soon. He doesn't have to worry too much about the semi-package and can go to the United States with peace of mind. Arrived at Sioux City Airport as quickly as possible. He violated the regulations, and his car was directly seized by the police, while he had already rushed into the airport. There are no direct flights from Sioux City to the United States. You have to transfer. The nearest one is Shanghai International Airport. There are no flights for just 1 hour. Mr. William, I heard that you are very eager to go to Shanghai. Is that true? The airport manager received the news and rushed over immediately. Being a great philanthropist does come with great privileges. William hurriedly said, "Yes, I am very anxious. If possible, I hope to charter a special plane." The other party smiled and said, "Mr. William, you are so lucky. There happens to be a private jet flying from Suzhou to Shanghai. After hearing that you are a great philanthropist, the other party is happy to take you on a trip." William was delighted. "That's great. Thank you." William excitedly shook the hand of the airport manager. The other party was a little embarrassed. After all, she was a woman. "Mr. William, you are too polite. It is our honor to serve a great philanthropist like you. Mr. William, please follow me." William thanked again. "Thank you." I followed the airport manager to the private cabin area. A large luxury aircraft has been preheated and is ready to take off at any time. An acquaintance was waiting under the plane. When the other party saw William, he said happily, "Mr. William, long time no see." William was very surprised. "It's you?" Chapter 52, Airport Incident. This person turned out to be Mr. Lin, the person in charge of Zhu's gambling stone field. William couldn't help but say, "I never thought that the private jet would be yours." "Ha ha ha, I'm old. Gambling on stones is just a hobby. Now that you've bought the gambling field, I've become free. I don't plan to continue working either. The main reason is that my children are pushing me hard, so I'll go back and enjoy myself." "This is good. Mr. William, please, let's talk on the plane." William didn't hesitate and walked up to the plane. The two got on the plane and sat opposite each other. Elder Lin couldn't help but ask, "Mr. William is so anxious to go to Shanghai. Is he going to develop in Shanghai? I thought, with your financial resources, if you go to the Magic City, there will probably be some trouble." "Ah," William sighed. "I'm just passing through the Magic City. I'm planning to develop overseas." Mr. Lin was a little surprised. "Overseas? I wonder which country Mr. William is going to develop." William picked up a glass of red wine, took a sip, put down the glass, and said, "The United States." Elder Lin smiled bitterly. "With your ability, Mr. William, going to the United States to develop is a loss to the country." I could tell that Mr. Lin was patriotic. William said, "I'm afraid Mr. Lin has misunderstood. I'm going to the United States to do a lot of shopping, and the money I earn will be used to develop the country. To be honest, I have purchased the ownership of Sioux City for 10 years, and I plan to build a future technology city that surpasses the world level." Science and Technology City? Hearing this, Mr. Lin was extremely shocked. "Mr. William, the name of future science and technology city tells us that will be very expensive." William smiled calmly. "It doesn't matter. People should do something in their lives. Otherwise, it would be boring to be unknown." Hearing this, Mr. Lin was silent for a while, and then suddenly realized, Mr. William had a long-term vision. "Compared with you, I am really short-sighted. However, I am old and want to fight hard, but my descendants will not agree. I am looking forward to seeing Mr. William's future technology city rise." William smiled and said, "Mr. Lin will definitely be able to see it." We continued chatting until we arrived at the private area of Shanghai International Airport at 10 o'clock in the afternoon. Mr. Lin personally escorted William into the international airport area. "Mr. William, I wish you success in your development in the United States." "Thank you for your blessing, Mr. Lin. I wish you better health." After some polite exchanges, William walked into the international airport area. He had already purchased the ticket while on the plane. We took off from Sioux City International Airport at 5:30 p.m. on time. Walked to the entrance. The security guard stopped him and said, "Sir, I'm sorry. We need to do a full body scan on you." It was a female security guard, and her service was very polite. William smiled. "You are so beautiful." He complimented and opened his arms. The female security guard smiled brightly at William. "Thank you for the compliment, sir. After a quick check, please come in, sir." "Damn it, you Dragon Nation are such bastards. Do you know that I—" William, who had just entered the international airport, heard a loud noise coming from the right side. Since there was still nearly an hour before boarding, William walked over curiously. I saw a tall and strong American with a big beard, speaking fluent Chinese, cursing at a Chinese cleaning lady. He was also touching her. Many people were watching, taking pictures, and even live streaming, but no one stood up to persuade her. Security personnel were coming over from a distance, but it would take some time. Facing the tall and strong foreigner, the aunt apologized in great fear. "I'm sorry, sir. I really didn't mean to dirty your shoes. I will clean them for you right away." The American was even more aggressive and said in a boastful tone, "Wipe it clean? Humph. Use your clothes to wipe it? Your clothes are dirtier than my shoes. If you want to wipe it clean, Just lick it clean with your mouth. Hurry up. The ant was trembling with fear. She had no choice. If she got involved with a foreigner, she might even lose her job. But she couldn't lose this job. So I squatted down. William was very disappointed when he saw that so many dragon people did not stand up when their people were bullied. William walked over and supported the ant. Ant, don't be like this. You have already apologized to him. Finally, someone came forward to help her. The ant was so excited that she couldn't utter a word. Only tears rolled down silently. The American refused to accept this and glared at William, saying in a hostile tone, "Boy, are you meddling in other people's business?" He clenched his fists and rubbed them, as if he was about to hit someone. William already hated this American very much, and said in a cold tone, "I order you to apologize to me, and you can return to the United States safely. If you don't apologize, I will make you come to Long Country upright and return lying down." Facing the threat, the American was not afraid at all. He opened his arms and shouted loudly, "Ah!" Then he looked at the people around him and said sarcastically, "Did you hear that? This skinny dragon boy, who is only skin and bones, wants me to come here upright and go back sideways. I'm really scared." Then he looked down at William, pointed his finger at his nose, and said in a provocative tone, "Come on, let me go back sideways. William smiled, a very bright little smile. Before the other person could finish his words, he punched the American in the face and kicked him in the knee. With a click, the subtle sound shocked the whole audience. Ouch! Countless foreigners cried out in shock. William in disbelief. I never expected that he would dare to take action against the tall and strong American. "Fuck you." The American cursed in English painfully, struggling hard to teach William a lesson. William was extremely indifferent and kicked his other leg. Another click. Ding dong. The American with broken knees knelt heavily in front of the ant. At this moment, the ant was already pale with fright. She had never expected things to turn out like this. After a while, she reacted and pulled William's wrist. "Thank you, young man. Go to the bar quickly. The Americans are powerful and you will get into trouble." William smiled at the ant. "Annie, don't worry. This is Dragon Country, not the United States. Even in the United States, it is still a society ruled by law." He turned around and looked at the American indifferently. I said, "I will let you leave sideways, and I will definitely do it." After saying that, he raised his foot and kicked it. The security guards in the distance could have come over earlier, but when they saw the Dragon Country lady being bullied, they were slow to come over. It was only when they saw the Americans being bullied that they ran over in horror. Seeing that William was about to take drastic measures, someone shouted angrily, "Stop!" Bang! How could William stop? He kicked the American man to the ground. William in anger and horror. Puff! A large mouthful of blood spurted out. It was extremely tragic. Chapter 53, Settlement. I don't know how many ribs were broken. After struggling for a while, he couldn't bear the tremendous pain and passed out. Several security guards rushed over and surrounded William, each of them looking aggressive and unfriendly. The leading team leader shouted angrily, "What are you doing? Do you know that you are hitting a foreign friend?" William was also angry when the security guard was angry, as if his parents were beaten. He pointed at the ant and said coldly, "Where were you when the ant was bullied? You watched your own people being bullied and did nothing. Now that you see a foreigner being beaten by me, you are like a mad dog whose master has been beaten. Are you worthy of being a dragon countryman?" William roared out the following words in great anger. In the distance, a passionate dragon countryman shouted, "Well done. This is Dragon Country. We will never allow foreigners to run wild. If you want to bully us dragon people, you must be prepared to be beaten." The passionate young man roared and rushed over. The leading security guard was so angry that he yelled at the young man, "You want to cause trouble, don't you?" The young man was as imposing as a dragon, with his head held high and chest puffed out, pointing angrily at the security captain's nose. "I'm not making trouble. I just can't stand people like you who worship foreign things and fawn on foreigners." The security captain felt humiliated by being treated like this and yelled at the other security guards, "What are you standing there for? This guy's causing trouble at the airport and threatening public security. Hurry up and arrest him and take him away." I thought to myself, go to the security department and see how I deal with you. Then he pointed at William and shouted, "Take him away too." Faced with this situation, the young man shouted to William, "Brother, kill them." William readily agreed. Okay. The two of them attacked together, and 7 or 8 security guards were all knocked to the ground. Snap, snap, snap. There was loud applause in the distance. Some even shouted, Well done. These guys who worship foreign things and fawn on foreigners can't stand it. Even their ancestors can. So they are beaten. More and more people followed suit, beat them to death. The scene was in chaos. Soon the doctors and the police arrived. Apparently a foreigner here called the police. Medical staff quickly treated the American who was beaten by William. The police chief angrily asked, "What's going on?" An American girl pointed at William and shouted, "It was him. He beat our companions for no reason. Catch him quickly and punish him severely." Another American girl said, "You dragon people are so uncultured. You are simply barbarians." William's expression immediately darkened, and he glared at the two American girls and said, "If you weren't girls, I would really want to beat you up too." After that, he turned to the police and said, "The airport has surveillance cameras. We will know what happened once we check it out." The police did not listen to William's advice, and the person in charge ordered, "Take him away." William smiled, a sneer. He said angrily, "Wait a moment." After saying that, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Soon the number was connected. "I'm in the Shanghai International Airport area. I'm in trouble. The police want to arrest me without asking any questions. I have something urgent to do. My flight is at 5:30. Please help me settle it." "Okay, no problem. William, your ID is on the way. With your ID card, it will be much easier to handle things like this." The police officer in charge did not expect his men to stop and obey. He shouted angrily, "What are you doing? Is he your superior or am I? Arrest him immediately." William's expression became colder. "Are you sure you want to arrest me?" The police officer said coldly, "Boy, you are very arrogant." Then he approached William and said, "What's the point of arresting you? When you go to prison, you will know what the nightmare begins." Just then his phone rang. Seeing that it was his boss calling, he quickly answered the call. "Li Ballet, what are you doing? Are you tired of living? You're moved by everything." As soon as the phone was connected, Li Ballet was cursed and looked stunned. After the boss finished scolding, he asked in disbelief, "Sir, what's the situation?" "I received a call from the police to handle the case at the Magic City International Airport." The boss became increasingly angry and roared, "I know you are handling this case. Have you offended a Mr. William? I tell you, if Mr. William loses even a hair, you should be prepared to spend your whole life in prison." Hearing this, the guy was scared to death. "Master, please tell me clearly, what's going on?" William took the phone from him at this time. He was furious. "What are you doing, little bastard?" and was about to take the phone back. William ignored him and held the phone and said, "This is William. I now ask you to dismiss this Shirley and investigate him. I hope you will take this matter seriously." After saying that, he threw the phone to Libale, looked at the young man, and said, "Leave. By the way, if you're interested, you can go to Sioux City and find Grace. That's my wife." When a young man heard this, he remembered something and muttered, "Grace? Your wife?" Suddenly, he came to his senses and said, "I see. You are William. The founder of the William Charity Company is you." William smiled slightly. "Yes, I am William." Everyone knows about William's deeds in Dragon Country. The whole audience was shocked. At this time, the airport loudspeaker sounded, "Flight 9118, friends heading to the United States, please go to the boarding waiting hall and get ready to board the plane, please." The loudspeaker broadcast the announcement 3 times in succession. William looked at the young man and said, "I have to board the plane, so I'll leave first." The young man was shocked and asked, "Mr. William, are you going to the United States?" William turned around and nodded, then turned away again. All the Americans walked towards the waiting room. Passing by William, someone threatened, "Long Country, do you know who the person you beat up is? Not only did you hide in Long Country, but you even dared to go to the United States. You don't even know how you died." As soon as the man walked away, another person came over and said, "Long people, if you dare to go to the United States, just wait." He made a gesture of wiping his neck. William felt very upset and saw that there were still Americans coming towards him. He shouted angrily, "If you dare to threaten me again, I will not let you get on the plane now." Seeing that William was murderous and wanted to threaten him, the American immediately gave up the idea. "I thought, I'll let you show off a little, but when you get to the United States, I'll kill you on our territory." Arrived at the waiting room. Only a small number of Americans who wanted to go to the United States returned home, and most of them were Chinese. When these people saw William, they subconsciously stayed away from him, fearing that they would be implicated by him. There was even a dragon who said that the way people looked at him was just as hateful to him as those Americans. In response, William closed his eyes and didn't bother to pay attention. Chapter 54. Arrival at Lanzhou, United States. The half-hour waiting time in the terminal room passed quickly. William was happy to have some peace and quiet as no one paid any attention to him. We boarded the plane quickly. The first-class cabin was almost entirely filled with Americans. William became the object of their dislike. William said to a pretty stewardess, "Give me a glass of strong liquor." The stewardess smiled gently. "Okay, sir, please wait a moment." After a while, William's liquor was brought over. The flight attendant was about to walk to William's seat. An American became unhappy and deliberately stretched out his foot. It happened so suddenly that the flight attendant had no chance to notice, and she tripped. Wine plates and glasses splashed across the sky, and she fell heavily to the ground. William quickly supported her and just happened to see the American who had done the bad thing retract his foot. William straightened the stewardess and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" The stewardess was still frightened and said in a panic, "I'm sorry, sir. I'm fine. I'll get you another glass of wine." As a flight attendant, the thing I fear most is complaints. So even if I know there is a problem with the customer, I dare not pursue it. William let go of the flight attendant only after he saw that she was fine and strode toward the American who had done the bad thing. When I got closer, I saw that it was the companion of the guy he had beaten before. She herself stood up and said that she was the companion of that guy. He was immediately furious, but the other party was a woman, so William suppressed his anger and said, "You apologize to him quickly." The American woman did not fight back at all and threatened loudly, "You short, ugly dragon man. You are now on a plane to the United States. I hope you can keep a low profile. Otherwise, I am afraid you will not be able to get off this plane." William laughed, a cruel laugh, and asked coldly, "Do you think I dare not hit a woman?" The American woman shouted, "Hey, you want to hit a woman? Come on, dragon man. I'm standing still. You hit me. Are you dragon men good at hitting women?" Seeing the tension so strong, the flight attendant came over quickly and said, "Sir, forget it. I'm fine." William took a deep breath and said to the American woman in a deep voice, "I'll say it again. Apologize to her." The American youth next to him looked like her boyfriend and said coldly, "Dragon country man, I have tolerated you for a long time. If you bully my girlfriend again, I will never let you go." William's chest with a finger. William grabbed his fingers and broke them apart with force. Click. Everyone nearby who was watching this scene was frightened. The young man screamed in extreme pain. At this time, the flight attendant came over and asked loudly, "What's wrong with Xiaoyu?" Xiaoyu's body trembled, and she quickly explained, "Captain, I just served this gentleman some drinks." William added, "As a result, this American girl stretched out her foot and deliberately tripped her. I asked her to apologize to her, but she refused and threatened me. Her boyfriend even poked my chest with his finger, so I broke his finger to teach him a lesson." Then he added, "This time it was the finger. Next time it might be the neck." The cold words made the people around shudder, and they realized that this dragon countryman was really in trouble. Xiaoyu apologized to the two foreign friends. The flight attendant said in an imperative tone. Then he looked at William and said coldly, "As for you, go back to your seat and pray." William smiled, a sneer. "Right." Xiaoyu was about to apologize. William stopped her and said, "What's the point of apologizing? Did you do anything wrong?" She moved on to you. Xiaoyu hurriedly said, "Sir, no. She didn't trip me. I fell accidentally just now. Please go back to your seat and stop interfering." Hearing this, William was stunned, then shook his head and returned to his seat. Next, William found that he seemed to have become a public enemy, and everyone looked at him unfriendly. The flight attendant brought a medical kit and gently bandaged the American youth. After 48 hours, we finally arrived in Philadelphia, USA. Everyone lined up to get off the plane. At this time, the young man whose fingers were broken by William came over and said provocatively, "Boy, wait for your nightmare to begin." William said coldly, "Believe it or not, I will have you carried off the plane." No one expected William to still be so rampant, but no one dared to provoke him. After all, none of them could match him. The young man just strode off the plane with a gloomy face. As soon as I got off the plane, I took out my phone and called someone. William also stood up and walked off the plane, and everyone around him subconsciously bowed to him. The flight attendant, who was watching from a distance, said disdainfully, "This guy has no chance of returning to Dragon Country alive." William got off the plane and looked into the distance. There were no mountains, just endless plains. Take a few deep breaths. I couldn't help but sneer. Don't you feel that the air abroad is fresher than at home? Why are there so many foreign worshipping rubbish? Hearing this, The dragon citizens who had obtained green cards were extremely unhappy, but they did not dare to offend William, thinking that he was a mad dog and someone would teach him a lesson. The American youth whose finger was broken, along with a few friends, came towards William and said, "You useless dragon country guy. Aren't you arrogant? Come on, do you dare to follow me out of the airport?" William smiled slightly and said disdainfully, "Who do you think you are? Are you my dog? If you tell me to go with you, I will go with you." After saying that, he strode away. The young man was so angry that he roared, "You are a piece of trash from Dragon Country. You will die the day you leave the airport." William strode into the departure hall without threatening him. I saw an ATM at the airport and hurried over. He knew that mobile payment was not popular in the United States. It was mainly based on cash flow, and only large payments were made by swiping cards. In the distance, the young man and several of his friends were following. William ignored it and went to the ATM. Seeing that the language was still in English, William was a little annoyed. He knew a little, but not much. The system has improved my English to the maximum level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the maximum level of English. 1,000 enhancement points have been consumed, and the remaining enhancement points are 447,790 points. With the highest level of English, I was able to withdraw 10,000 yuan from the card, turn around, and prepare to leave. He saw an American kid holding another lollipop in his hand and walking towards him. William squatted down and said, "Well, kid, I'll give you 10,000 yuan. Can you sell me your lollipop?" "Big brother, are you sure you are not joking?" the child asked in surprise. They have strong social skills, which may be the difference between Chinese and Americans. William handed over 10,000 yuan and said, "Okay, give me the money in one hand and the candy in the other." Many Americans around saw this scene and stopped to watch in shock. I was thinking, is this dragon countryman crazy? You want to spend 10,000 US dollars to buy a lollipop that costs only 1 cent? Chapter 55, a lollipop costing $10,000. "Okay, since you're so sincere, I will sell you my favorite lollipop." The child took the 10,000 yuan first, and then handed the candy to William. Then he ran away excitedly, shouting, Mom, look, I made 10,000 yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a consumption of 10,000 US dollars within 96 hours and receiving a special enhancement pill gift package. Ding! New task. Complete the consumption of 100,000 US dollars within 24 hours. If you fail the task, you will be blinded. If you complete the task, you will be rewarded with a special grade strengthening pill package. William was very curious. What was the difference between the strengthening pill gift pack and the strengthening point gift pack? The system opens the special grade strengthening pill gift package. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the special enhancement pill gift package and obtaining 100,000 enhancement points. William was overjoyed. This gift pack of strengthening pills was like giving away strengthening points. He quickly withdrew money and then spent it lavishly. Suddenly, I became very motivated to spend money. In the distance, a working woman who was stocking a vending machine looked over after hearing a child screaming. Seeing the big stack of money in the child's hand, he was very shocked and asked, "Oh my God, Ollie, where did you get so much money? Did you pick it up? Hurry up and give it to the police, uncle. Otherwise, the owner will be very worried. This may be someone's life-saving money." William, who was holding a lollipop and continuing to withdraw money. William's pockets were filled with stacks of US dollars. The Americans nearby were all jealous. I wondered why the people of Dragon Country are so rich. The child shouted, "Mommy, it's that big brother who bought my lollipop for $10,000. Hearing this, the woman immediately shook her head and said, "Ollie, it's not right for you to do this. If Big Brother really wants to eat candy, you can give it to him, but you can't take money. Come with Mom and return the money to Big Brother. Okay?" The child nodded. Ollie listens to Mommy. The woman brought her child to the ATM. William had just withdrawn 100,000 yuan and his pockets were filled with money. It makes some poor people's eyes turn red with envy. The woman was also very shocked when she saw this and kindly reminded, "Sir, even if you are very rich, I still remind you to keep it properly." Also, looking at her daughter, "Ollie, return the money to this uncle." Ollie handed the money to William and said, "Big brother, can I not call you uncle? Mom said that if you like to eat candy, Ollie can give it to you, but I can't ask for your money. I'll get it back to you." William smiled, thinking that not everyone in the United States is so bad. He squatted down and gave Ollie a hug, saying, "One hand pays, the other hand delivers the goods." A completed transaction cannot be regretted. Our transaction is very pleasant, isn't it? Ollie said excitedly. Yes, it's a pleasure, big brother. You are so nice. I wish you could be my father. William was stunned for a moment, then smiled and asked, Don't you have a father? Ollie said sadly, My father abandoned me and my mother when I was born, so I don't have a father. The American youth who was targeting William said, Kid, you'd better not have anything to do with him, because he will die soon. Ollie looked at these people and said angrily, You are bad people. The woman was very worried. She hugged her daughter and said, Ollie. Then she looked at the young man and said, I'm sorry. We don't care about your affairs. After that, she looked at William apologetically and left. William looked at the young man and said coldly, You'd better not provoke me, or I will let you know what money power is. The young man immediately laughed and mocked loudly. Did you hear that? He has superpowers? Is he Spider-Man or Batman? The group of young people laughed wildly. William ignored them and walked towards the convenience store next door with $100,000 in cash, looking very cool. Who doesn't like rich people? Even though William is from Long Country, the conspicuous US dollars on his body are from the United States. The convenience store clerk's eyes lit up and asked, Sir, what do you need? The other party was polite, and William smiled kindly. I just have a lot of money. Do you have anything valuable to sell? When the clerk heard this, he frowned. This was a small shop and there were no valuable things there. Seeing a group of people waiting to deal with William, an idea came to his mind. Sir, I think you seem to be in trouble. How about this? You give me 10,000 US dollars, and I will help you call some powerful bodyguards, but only 5,000 US dollars each. What do you think? William's eyes lit up when he heard the suggestion. Nice. Very nice. He took out 10,000 US dollars and handed it over, saying, Hurry up, give me 18. The clerk took the 10,000 yuan and was very excited. Sir, please wait a moment. I will contact them for you. They will be here in half an hour at most. William sat on a chair nearby. Okay, I'll rest here for a while. Outside, all the people the young man called came here. There were more than a dozen of them, all with tattoos, and it was obvious that they were not people to be trifled with. They learned the situation from the young man whose finger was cut off by William. They all looked towards the store with unfriendly eyes and saw William sitting there comfortably. A yellow-haired man strode towards the convenience store with a strong momentum. He came to the chair made by William, put one foot on the chair, and stretched his head in front of William. He looked at William closely and said viciously, Boy, do you think you can escape by hiding here? I tell you, this place closes at 8:30. I hope you can hold on for the last 3 hours. After saying that, he looked enviously at the money in William's pocket and turned away. If there weren't surveillance cameras everywhere and police patrolling, he would have done it. About half an hour, a group of shirtless and aggressive people rushed in. The group of young men were shocked when they saw these people. The leader said in a deep voice, What are the people from Qingwan doing here? I saw this group of people walking into the convenience store. William covered in money. Everyone's eyes lit up and they wanted to rush up and grab it. The leader asked arrogantly, Boss, where is the employer? But his eyes were wandering on William. The boss pointed to someone who looked like William and said, That's him. Suddenly a group of people gathered around William, and the leader introduced himself. My name is Vic, and I'm the one who hired you a bodyguard for 5,000 each? William nodded and said with a smile, Yes, it's me. Then he took out the money he had on him, handed it over, and said, Here's 90,000 yuan. It's a deposit. Vic frowned and asked in confusion, What deposit? I only brought 18 brothers with me, 5,000 each, so 90,000 is just right. Chapter 56, American version of Honey Trap. William shook his head and said, This is a deposit from me. Protect me 24 hours a day. After that, I will give each of you another 5,000 yuan. That means you will get 10,000 yuan for protecting me for 1 day. Everyone's eyes lit up and they were extremely excited. Vic frowned and said, We are only protecting you, but we will not do anything illegal or criminal for you. William nodded and said, Don't worry, I don't dare to do anything illegal or criminal. After saying that, he walked towards the young man. Vic and his 18 companions followed behind with great momentum. There were only 14 or 15 people on the other side, and a few of them were his female companions. Seeing William's posture, everyone was frightened. At this time, the police came over and asked angrily, What are you doing? Then he glared at William and said, Dragon people, this is the United States. I advise you not to cause trouble. William smiled slightly and said, Don't worry, police officer. I will never cause any trouble. After that, He looked at the young man and raised his middle finger towards him. Then he took the lead and left the airport hall. When I walked out, it was very lively outside. There are lights and wine everywhere. After all, it is near the airport, so it is extremely prosperous. William waited for a while. The young man who wanted to follow behind immediately became scared. Someone exclaimed, "They haven't left yet. They must be waiting for us. What should we do?" The leading young man said, "What else can we do? We can't afford to offend the people of Qingwan. Let's go through the back door." Seeing that William didn't move, Vic couldn't help but ask, "Boss, where are you going?" William remembered that every city in the United States was a Dragon Street. So he asked, "Is Dragon Street far from here?" Vic replied, "It's not far. It only takes about an hour to get there by car. But if you want to have fun, this place is definitely the most fun. There are bright lights and wine, and the boss is everything he wants." While saying this, he deliberately stared at a girl who was dressed sexily. William certainly didn't understand what they meant. But he has no money now. If I think about it carefully, it should be because I offered $90,000 to protect him for 24 hours. During this time, the money was not spent, so the system did not prompt that the task was completed. After thinking for a while, he said, "Okay, go and have fun by yourselves. The protection mission is over." Hearing this, these people were stunned. Vic asked in surprise, "Boss, are you sure you are not kidding? Let me make it clear, we will not refund your money even after the mission is over." William said seriously, "You don't have to return the money, but because you took less than half an hour to retaliate against me, you can only get 5,000. Is that okay? I can earn 5,000 yuan just by going out for a walk. How can I have any objection?" Vic said, "In that case, we owe each other nothing. Let's go." Vic took his men away. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have completed the task by spending 100,000 US dollars within 24 hours and received a special enhancement pill reward package. Ding! New mission. Spend $300,000 within 24 hours. Complete the mission and receive a special enhancement pill reward. System. Open the enhancement pill gift pack. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the enhancement pill gift pack and receiving a reward of 100,000 enhancement points. The current remaining enhancement points are 647,790. Seeing so many enhancement points, William was overjoyed and decided to enhance them. System, strength, physique, agility, spirit. Each of the 4 attributes will be strengthened by 100,000 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for strengthening the 4 attributes by 100,000 points each, consuming 400,000 points of strengthening points, and the remaining strengthening points are 247,790 points. The current strength, physique, agility, and spirit are all 13,000 points. Instantly, the 4 attributes broke through 100,000 and reached 130,000 points. William felt as if he had been sublimated. You hear, your vision, your sense of smell, your perception are all enhanced exponentially. Looking up at a dim alley in the distance, which was more than 200 meters away, William could see clearly that it was a place for special transactions. Where did Vic and the others who had just protected him walk into? I moved my ears slightly and heard 2 couples whispering amid the noise 30 meters away. "Alice, the butterfly hollow sexy lingerie you sent last night is very good. I like it very much and it motivates me. Let's continue tonight." "Chowan, you are so mean. It's still early. Why are you bringing this up? Also, you're not allowed to take medicine tonight. I want you to conquer me with your strength." William heard all this conversation clearly. When it reached 30,000 points before, these were huge improvements, but compared to the 100,000 point increase this time, the gap is huge. Before, flying consumed a huge amount of energy for him, but now he only needed a thought, and there was no need to use the air step, so the consumption was also very small. This is the powerful effect brought about by increased strength. This feeling can be summed up in one word: awesome. With 300,000 US dollars in his pocket, William swaggered towards the other side of the feasting and revelry. There are mainly bars over there. Besides bars, there are luxury stores on both sides. After all, most of the people who hang out in bars are young men and women. There's a saying that goes, couples' money is the easiest to make. This time, a white beauty, tall and curvy, walked towards William and asked in surprise, "Wow, Dragon Boy, do you have a girlfriend?" William smiled and said, "I just came to the United States and I don't have a girlfriend." He had to admit that the other person had a hot body and he was moved by her. The beauty stretched out her hand to touch William's chin, very provocatively, her chest shaking violently, and said in a charming voice, "Really? I don't have a partner, The Dragon Country brother won't dislike me, right? As she spoke, she had already fallen on William. There was a magical perfume on her body that smelled extremely pleasant, which made people want to possess the other person. William doesn't think that love luck will come to him. He wants to see what tricks the other party will play. Wouldn't you be a bastard if you don't take advantage of this great deal? So he hugged this white girl and touched her in various ways, with all the reactions a normal man would have. The white girl also felt it and thought that Dragon Country men were really vulnerable to temptation, and she could hardly hold back. Brother, since you have feelings for me and I have a sense of justice, the hotel is over there. Let's go over there, okay? The charming tone and exotic style gave William another shock. He said lecherously, okay. Holding this white beauty in his arms, he walked towards the hotel over there. Pay by card and head to your room. After arriving at the room and closing the door, William immediately hugged the white girl and rushed to the big bed. Brother, don't be in a hurry. Take a bath. William ignored it and thought, there's so many such traps in Dragon Country, and I actually encountered one in the United States. I'm gonna fucking take a bath. William, who used to be a gangster, knew very well that when faced with a situation like this, he would just do it first and talk about it later. So he didn't give the white beauty any chance to prepare and just took advantage of her. Chapter 57. Take it down directly. Fuck. The woman roared loudly. William didn't care about all that and kissed her bravely, not giving her a chance to make a sound. The woman was so angry. She didn't expect this dragon man to be so impatient and not play by the rules. Her companions were not ready yet. When William rushed forward violently, he felt a layer of resistance. Then the white girl burst into tears of pain. She never expected that her tried-and-true money-making methods would cause her to lose the most important thing. He was going to leave it to his beloved husband and give it to him on their wedding night, but now it was taken by a dragon countryman. Only tears are left. Outside, her accomplice finally arrived. One of the two big men asked curiously, "That's strange. Why hasn't Valia made any move today?" Another person smiled and said, Valia sent a message saying that the person he caught today was a dragon countryman. I guess dragon countrymen have more tricks. We haven't gotten to the point yet. Wait a minute. The man laughed and said, Trant, I heard that the dragon people are insidious and cunning. Your fiancée is still a virgin. Aren't you afraid of an accident? Speaking of your fiancée, I'm wondering, what era is this? You've been engaged for half a year. Why doesn't she let you touch her? Terrence smiled happily and said, because Valia said that she wanted to save the most precious thing for our wedding night. This way will be more interesting. It doesn't matter. We will be married in a month anyway. Another half hour passed while waiting. The guy frowned and said, Trant, something is wrong. Why is there no movement inside? It's been half an hour. Could something really have happened? Tranter also became heavy-hearted. Whatever it is, open the door and rush in. They have been doing this for more than a day or two and have spare cards ready for every room. With a flick of the brush, he opened the door and rushed inside. I saw something shaking inside the white quilt. Tranter was extremely anxious. Damn it. He rushed over cursing and tried to grab the quilt and pull it open. Bang. William was too strong now. He had already noticed that the two men were outside, and he could hear their whispers clearly. The guy strode over, and he kicked him with great force, knocking him unconscious. Another companion closed the door and came over, only to find that Tranter had fainted. He looked at the rolling bed in shock, extremely shocked. He took out the dagger, approached cautiously, grabbed a corner of the quilt, and was about to lift it up. Bang! Just like Tranter, he was kicked away by William and knocked unconscious. This is William using his enormous power to transmit it to the opponent's mind, shocking him. Next, continue to work. Another hour passed, and William went to take a bath contentedly. Valia hugged the quilt and cried in great pain and sadness. William came out of the shower in a few minutes and said to Valia, I'll give you a choice. Follow me and be my woman, or choose him and continue to do this illegal and criminal thing. Valia was furious. You raped me. I'm going to sue you. William smiled slightly, took out his phone and handed it to Valia, saying, look for yourself. Valia saw in a video that she was the one who approached William, flirted with him, and invited him to the hotel. It turned out that when William was taking a shower, he instantly hacked into the nearby surveillance camera and blacked out the footage, which was a piece of cake for a level 7 hacker. How could you? William didn't wait for her to finish and interrupted. Okay, I'm more powerful than you think. Let's go. You won't suffer any loss by being my woman. After that, he walked outside and said at the door, I'll only wait for you for 5 minutes. If you don't come out, I'll leave. Valia bit her tongue and looked at her unconscious fiancé, feeling guilty and unwilling. She had cherished this body for 20 years and wanted to give it to Tranter at the wedding next month, but she didn't expect that it would fail this time. Not only did she get nothing, she also lost the most precious thing and was caught by the other party. After hesitating for 2 minutes, she chose to put on her clothes, then glanced at Tranter and his companions and left the room. She knew very well that she had been defiled by this dragon man. If Trent knew about it, he would not be able to accept her. In this case, she could only follow this dragon man for now. If she treated him badly, she would fight him to the death. When they got outside, William looked over with a smile, put his arm around her waist, and said, "This is the right choice you made. I promise you won't regret it and will be very grateful. By the way, what should I call you?" Valia is still not used to it and still hates William because he destroyed her soon-to-be formed family. After a while, he said coldly, "Valia." William hugged her and continued to rub her. "Valia, I'm honored that you can be my wife." I came downstairs and left without checking out. It was already late at night, and Valia asked in a bad mood, "Where are you taking me?" William thought for a moment and said, "Go to a place where you won't be disturbed and have a good rest." Valia got angry at the mention of rest and said angrily, "Follow me. Take William to the most expensive hotel." I thought to myself, "Dragon people, don't you think you are so powerful? I'm going to spend your money and make you feel sad." William hugged Valia and enjoyed the hope. At this time, a group of people appear in front, rushed over, and surrounded William and Valia. Valia suddenly became nervous. William recognized them at a glance, looked at the young man whose fingers he broke, and said, "I thought you were gone, and I was very sorry, but I didn't expect you to show up again." The young man glared at William and said murderously, "Dragon countryman, tonight is the day you die." William smiled slightly, glanced at the surveillance camera, and said, "How about going to a place where there is no such thing?" Everyone at the scene was stunned. Looking at William, some people wondered curiously, is there something wrong with this guy's brain? He actually took the initiative to find a place without surveillance. Even if they dealt with the dragon people as Americans, they would have ways to excuse themselves, but it would naturally be best to solve the problem in a place where there is no surveillance. The young man said cruelly, "Dragon countryman, you are very brave. Follow me." Valia responded at this time and said, "Are you crazy? If you want to die, don't implicate me." William hugged her and followed the young man, saying confidently, "You are my wife. How could I implicate you? Don't worry. These small characters can be easily handled by your husband. It's not like you have ever experienced how powerful your husband is." When Valia heard this, he was filled with hatred and stopped talking. "I thought it would be best if you died." The group of young people were very angry about what William said. He said they were small characters. Very good. I will let you know what a big role is in a moment. Chapter 58, Live Always. Soon we came to a deserted dead end. The young man couldn't wait any longer and shouted, "Get him. As for this woman, brothers, enjoy her later." Varia's beauty was outstanding, so these bastards stared at her, but all the way. Now the time is ripe and the young man has spoken, and a group of people draw their knives and rush towards William. Everyone thinks it is a sure win. Valia closed his eyes in despair. He wondered how unlucky he was, as his most precious thing had been taken away by this dragon man, and now he had to be buried with him. As I thought about it, tears began to flow. Bang, bang, bang. Valia heard a noise and opened his eyes subconsciously, then was stunned. The dozen or so thugs who were trying to deal with this dragon country man all lay on the ground motionless. Only the young man whose finger exploded looked at the dragon people who bullied him in shock. William looked at the young man and said calmly, "Now it's your turn." He walked over slowly step by step. The young man reacted and quickly pulled out the gun from his belt, yelling at William, "So what if you can fight? Can you beat my gun? Go to hell." Bang, bang, bang. The young man spoke to William continuously as if he was crazy. He stopped only after firing 6 rounds. Valia thought in despair that it was over. This dragon man was dead. I don't know if it's because he slept with me, but I felt a little reluctant. The next moment, William reached out and grabbed. It sounds slow, but in fact everything is done in the blink of an eye. The young man, who was sure that this dragon countryman was dead, stared at William's fist in a daze. After a while, he muttered in disbelief, "Impossible, absolutely impossible." William unclenched his fist. Boom, boom, boom. The bullets fell to the ground one by one. The young man was stunned, and so was Valia. This is a bullet. Even Spider-Man and Batman don't dare to catch bullets with their bare hands. Besides, Spider-Man and Batman are just fictional. William walked towards the young man step by step. The young man who reacted shouted, "Ah." Then he yelled like crazy, "Don't come over here! Don't come over here!" He pulled the trigger on the pistol in his hand, but he had no more bullets. William approached him, pinched his neck, and said coldly, "Don't worry, I won't kill you, but I will make you spend the rest of your life in bed." After a series of attacks, all the young man's muscles and bones were broken. He was destined to be a cripple for the rest of his life, and even the best doctor could not save him. William turned back to Valia, who was staring at him, still unresponsive. Looking at Valia, William smiled and said, "Sorry, I was too rough before." After that, he picked up Valia and left. He could already see the Wyman's 7-star hotel in the distance. As an international airport, there must be high-end consumption places nearby, and large hotels are indispensable. Came here holding Valia. Immediately, a receptionist came over and said, "Welcome, sir. We should check in now, right?" William nodded. "No mistake. Stay in the hotel. The most luxurious imperial suite. Come on." The receptionist's eyes lit up. They got a commission for the high consumption of this customer, so she said more enthusiastically, "Sir, please come this way. We need to pay first before we can check in." "Okay, no problem." When you arrive at the front desk, you are responsible for the settlement and arrangements for your guests. The receptionist entered the front desk and said, "Sir, the Imperial Suite number 1 costs 180,000 yuan a night. Please pay by credit card." William took out the card and said, "Password 123456." The receptionist's smile became even brighter. Usually, people who say this kind of password directly are all super rich people. He glanced at Valia and even felt a little envious. He took the card and said, "Okay, sir, please wait a moment." It took about 30 seconds to complete the check-in of the Imperial Suite. He returned the bank card to William and said, "Sir, this way, please." The receptionist deliberately showed off along the way, hoping that William would like her. Walia was in a state of shock throughout. She suddenly realized that the dragon countryman she had casually hooked up and who had taken away her most precious thing seemed to be a very rich man. In the elevator, they were about to reach the Imperial Suite. William did not say anything, but the receptionist took the initiative to ask, "Sir, do you have any other needs?" While speaking, he deliberately adjusted his collar. Business attire, a lot of nice, no need to organize at all. However, William saw the white and saliva-inducing scene through her actions. William admired it for a while and said, "How about this? Send your best wine and food to my room. Remember, be romantic." The receptionist was somewhat disappointed. "Yes, sir." After a while, the Imperial Suite arrived. The halls are decorated magnificently and are full of aristocratic atmosphere. The receptionist walked in front and opened the door, saying, "Sir, we have arrived at the Imperial Suite number 1. Please come in." When you walk in, you will find that it is not just a room, but also a living room, swimming pool, and everything else. It was also the first time for Valia to come to such a place, and he looked around curiously. The receptionist said, "Sir, I will prepare wine and food for you. Please help yourself." William put Valia down and kissed her on the forehead. "How about we live in a place like this from now on?" Valia was stunned. It costs 180,000 US dollars to stay here for one night, and that's just for accommodation. If you take into account other expenses, it would cost 200,000 US dollars a night if you were a bit frugal. She doesn't even look like she has that much money. At this time, her phone rang. When she saw that it was Tarrant calling, Valia became nervous. She had no idea how to communicate with Tranter about what was happening now. William saw something and took the phone to answer the call. "We are in the Imperial Suite of the 7-star Hotel, Wyman's. Thank you for giving Valia to me. I like her very much and will cherish her. Unlike you, you used Valia to make money illegally. This is your retribution." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Originally hated William, heard what William said. "Recalling my time with Tranter. Yes, making money this way was what Tranter had begged her to do." After thinking for a long time and figuring it out, Valia smiled bitterly and felt that what the dragon man said was right. This was retribution. Suddenly, she no longer felt guilty towards Tranter. After all, it seemed more like this man was using her to make money. After they were completely in agreement, Valia looked at William and said, "Dragon, is it true that you said you would be responsible for me?" William came over and gently embraced her. "Don't worry, we dragon people keep our words. If I say I will be responsible for you, I will definitely be responsible and will never let you down." Valia looked into William's eyes for a while, making sure he was not lying, and smiled. Honey, I'm going to take a shower. She walked towards the bathroom, and when she entered, she stopped and turned to William and said, Thank you, honey. Chapter 59, Attacked. At this time, the receptionist arrived with fine wine and delicious food. A few people from the kitchen put down the wine and food and left. The receptionist walked towards William, but when he was almost in front of William, he stumbled and fell down. Coincidentally, she fell into William's arms. William watched with a smile, but did not expose it. Anyway, you can get an advantage without suffering any loss. Oops. The receptionist groaned, looked up at William, and said in a very apologetic tone, Sir, I'm sorry. It was North who fell accidentally. Please don't be angry. Not only did he talk, but he also kept touching William's body, which was very dishonest. If it were someone with less self-control, he would have hugged her and thrown himself onto the bed. North was upset when he saw William smiling, but not saying anything. So he asked, Sir, why don't you say anything? Are you angry with North? At this moment, Valia came out wrapped in a bath towel. Seeing this scene, she knew that it was this receptionist who shamelessly seduced her man. She was very angry and said, Bitch, let my man go. Rushed over quickly. As a result, because she ran too fast or the bath towel was not wrapped properly, it fell to the ground, revealing her perfect body. William turned around and saw this scene. Thinking of their previous interactions, he immediately started to have wild thoughts. He said to Ruah, who was still holding him, All right, North, I'll remember you. Let's go. Hearing this, North let go of William, gave Valia a provocative look, and left. I thought I had taken the first step towards approaching this wealthy Oriental man. Valia froze in place because he was so embarrassed just now that he even forgot to pick up the towel. William walked over, looked at her closely, and said, Madam, your figure is so perfect. I like it very much. Then he carried Valia to the bed. Honey, be gentle, it hurts. Valia said shyly. After all, it hurts to lose the most precious things. Thinking of this, William stopped, put clothes on her, and said, Let's go eat something first. Coming to the dining table and looking at all the expensive delicacies, Valia felt a little distressed. After all, it was all money. Since she has accepted this Oriental man, she has to save money for him. After all, the two of them are going to start a family, and there will be a lot of places to spend money in the future. I thought to myself, this is the only time I'll come to a place like this again. At the same time, he was also worried that North would seduce William. After a meal, the two lay on the bed. Valia thought she was in William's arms and asked worriedly, Honey, do you need it? Can I? Pointing to his mouth, William was stunned. Before I could react, Valia had already crawled over. Then, William just wanted to say it was awesome. The next day, it was almost noon when William and Valeria got up. Come to the first floor. The receptionist came over enthusiastically, put a card in William's pocket, and asked, Sir, did you have a good rest last night? William nodded, not bad. Just have a simple breakfast and go to check out. It was North again. He said charmingly, Hello, sir. Your meal last night and breakfast today cost a total of 38,000 yuan. William handed over the bank card and said, Swipe the card for 120,000 and the rest will be yours. North was overjoyed. He thought that this dragon countryman William must have liked him, which was why he was so generous. Imagine thanking you very much. After swiping the card, he handed it to William and said, Sir, I'm looking forward to your order. Then he pointed to William's pocket. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending $300,000 within 24 hours and be rewarded with a special grade strengthening pill. Ding! New mission. Spend 500,000 US dollars within 24 hours. If you fail the mission, you will go blind. If you complete the mission, you will get a special strengthening pill as a reward. The system opens the special grade strengthening pill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the special enhancement pill and obtaining 100,000 enhancement points. William walked out of Wyman's with Valia in his arms. The eyes of the two men waiting outside turned red. Seeing Valia rushed over excitedly. Valia, come back with me, said one of the men. Valia shook her head and said coldly, Trotter, forget it. You have been using me to make money illegally, and the money is all with you. If I don't take a share, our engagement will be void. William angrily and said to her, Valia, did he rape us? Let's call the police, put him in jail, and make him compensate us. I won't despise you, and we can get married as usual next month, okay? Tranter didn't have to marry a beauty like Valia. He just felt unhappy that he hadn't gotten her yet. Valia smiled coldly. Trant, do you dare to call the police? What you asked me to do is illegal in itself. And let me tell you, I am now living a very happy life with this dragon countryman, my husband. Valia's words were like a bolt of lightning to Trant, and he simply could not accept it. Pulling out the prepared gun, he yelled at Varia, I say it again, come back to me, let's get married, let's live a good life, don't leave me, or I will die with you. Looking at the emotional and crazy Yellant, Valia was a little panicked. Suddenly, she thought of the scene where William caught the bullet with his bare hands last night. She was not so panicked anymore. She firmly believed that this man would protect him. William didn't leave. Two policemen ran over from a distance and saw someone threatening passersby with a gun. They quickly pulled out their guns and shouted, "Put down your weapons! Put down your weapons!" Both men pointed their guns at Tarrant. Tranter's tears flowed down, and he said loudly and affectionately, Valia, we have been in a real relationship for 2 years, engaged for half a year, and will be married next month. Why did you abandon me? Come back. I can't live without you. Valia shook her head. Tarrant, I hope you can turn over a new leaf and find a legitimate job. Then you will meet a better partner. After saying that, she took William's hand and said, Honey, let's go. William followed Valia away. Trant became furious when he saw this scene. Damn dragon people, I'm going to fight you. Then he was about to open fire. Bang, bang, bang. Seeing that he was suspected of threatening passersby, the two policemen fired several shots and shot Trant dead. Valia couldn't help but stop and turn around to look. Seeing Trant lying in a pool of blood, he felt a little guilty. At this moment, a kind SUV rushed over from the street nearby. Then the car window opened and several people popped out, all holding AK-47s and yelling at William, It's that Oriental guy, kill him. Da. Chapter 60, Complete Set of Jewelry. The gangsters in the 3 off-road vehicles fired wildly at William and Valeria. Everyone nearby was stunned. Even the 2 policemen didn't have time to react. With such firepower, William rushed away holding Valia. Naturally, all the firepower was in vain. Even so, Valia was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. William was also speechless. This is the United States. The consequence of not banning guns is that shootings can happen anywhere. Seeing that Valia was still shaking, William comforted her. Don't be afraid. With your husband here, even if the world collapses, it won't hurt you. Yeah. Valia felt enough security in William's arms and hummed. Thank you, husband. William smiled slightly. Let's go. I'll take you to spend money. Take Valia and go. Valia asked with lingering fear. Husband, do you know who those people are who want to kill you? William said indifferently. I have offended a lot of people. No matter who they are, it is impossible for them to kill me. They'd better not anger me. Otherwise, the consequences will be serious. Then we came to the gold shop. The salesperson saw William and Valia walking in hand and asked, Sir, madam, what do you need to buy? William looked at Valia, who was not wearing any jewelry except earrings, and said arrogantly, My wife Valia, give her the most valuable and beautiful complete set, including rings, necklaces, bracelets, etc. I only want the most expensive and best. Hearing William's words, the salesperson was overjoyed. He looked at Valia enviously and said, Dear Miss Valia, you are so lucky. Your husband treats you so well. Valia smiled at the salesperson and said to William, Forget it, husband. We need money to get married and raise children. Let's save some money. I thought to myself, Valia, am not one of those vain women. William was touched when he heard this. He smiled and shook his head, saying, I am very lucky to have met a good woman like you who is frugal and manages the household well. But I also want to be a good man. A good man must give his lover the best gift in the world. After saying this, he looked at the salesperson and said, A complete set of jewelry must be the best. The salesperson, who was worried that the big customer would not buy, breathed a sigh of relief. I quickly said to the hesitant Valia, Miss Valia, you should really cherish the fact that you have a husband who loves you so much. I believe your husband will never feel bad about spending money on you. Only in this way can you prove his love for you, which cannot be measured by money. Come with me. Valia had no choice but to agree. She was extremely happy. She had felt very guilty about Trent's death, but now she felt more open-minded. William is definitely the Prince Charming given to him by God. After a while, Valia came with a necklace and asked, Hubby, look at this necklace. Is it beautiful? William took a look and said, It looks good. It suits my dear wife very well. Valia glanced at the price and said distressedly, It's just too expensive. It costs 88,000. I'd better change it. William hurriedly said, My dear wife Valia, please don't. This necklace suits you very well. I like it too. Please quickly choose some jewelry. After that, he turned to the salesperson and said, Remember to pack it for me later. The salesperson was overjoyed. Don't worry, sir. Honey, is this bracelet nice? Nice. Where's this ring? Husband. Wow, this ring is a matching ring for men and women. Come try it on. Valia's excited voice came. Nothing can better prove the love between couples than something that they both have. William hurried over, and Valia held the ring. Hubby, let me put on you. Gently put the men's ring on William. William also picked up the lady's ring. Wife, I'll put it on you. They both put on their rings and placed them together. Wow! The salesperson immediately screamed. Ms. Valia, Mr. William, this ring looks so good on your hands. Valia was overjoyed and asked, Really? The salesperson smiled and said, Of course it's true. You will be very happy if you wear this pair of rings. Valia's face was full of excitement. Well, we'll buy the ring. Then I selected other jewelry. Choose all the boxing gloves. Valia looked at so many jewels and said distressfully, Hubby, why don't we just buy that pair of rings instead of anything else? William felt that Valia was lovable and good at housekeeping, and liked her even more. My dear wife, I have chosen you, so why would I refuse her? I said to the salesperson, Help us calculate how much it will cost. No need to blow it up. My wife can just take it. Valia hurriedly said, Hubby, it's too real and I can't bear to wear it. William smiled bitterly. I bought it to wear, and I like it very much when you wear it, honey. The salesperson calculated the price and handed over an invoice. Sir, your wife spent a total of $510,000 before the $900. Since your spending was so huge, I'll give you a round number. You just need to pay $500,000. Okay, swipe the card. William handed over the bank card and said, The password is 123456. The salesperson was in a good mood. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. After completing this order, she could get a lot of commission, so she was naturally very happy. In 2 or 3 minutes, the payment was successful. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have spent $500,000 within 24 hours and received the special enhancement pill reward. Ding! New mission. Complete a $1 million spending within 24 hours. Failure of the mission will result in blindness. Completing the mission will result in a special enhancement pill reward. System. Activate the special grade strengthening pill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the special enhancement pill and obtaining a reward of 100,000 enhancement points. The remaining enhancement points are 447,790 points. William was overjoyed after accumulating more than 400,000 reinforcement points. At this time, the cell phone rang. I took out my cell phone and saw that it was an international call. William then remembered that he forgot to ask Eve and the others to stay safe when he came to the United States. This is Valia saying, Honey, I'm going to the bathroom. Wait for me. Okay, go and come back soon. I'll wait for you outside. William came outside and answered the phone. Eve's voice came, Hey, husband, have you arrived in the United States? Then Tina's voice came, Brother, have you arrived in the United States? Do you miss me? William had already guessed that they were all there. Now that I'm in the United States, I miss you guys too. By the way, what are your plans for the Science and Technology City project? Grace said, What else can we do? We could just buy all the sites first. Only after we have bought all the sites can we expand the project. However, this project is huge and requires a huge amount of funds. William just said hurriedly, It's okay. If you need funds, just come to me. Chapter 61, Racial Dislike. Tina said, I know my brother is the richest. Brother, please don't find me a foreign sister-in-law. My 3 sisters-in-law are worried all the time. William smiled bitterly. Don't worry, I'm busy with work. I don't have the mood to talk about love. You guys don't have to work too hard. Your health is the most important thing. If you need anything, just tell me, okay? Seeing Valia coming, William said, Okay, it's late at night over there, so go to bed early. And several people rushed to say, Husband, brother, husband. After I hung up the phone, Valia came over and asked curiously, Hubby, who are you talking to? My family in Manhwa, asking me how I'm doing here and whether I'm having any problems with the local climate. Valia did not doubt it. Is that so? I want to get in touch with you and your family when I have time, but I don't speak the dragon language. Husband, please teach me the dragon language when you have time, okay? William hugged Valia and said, Okay, I'll teach you when I have time. Let's go. We've sold all our jewelry, so we have to buy some matching clothes and shoes. Ah, Valia was shocked and then said, hubby, forget it. I just spent $500,000 US. You know, it takes me several years to earn that much. William pulled her and walked away. Forget it. Your husband wants to buy you something and you can't refuse. Otherwise, don't say, I don't love you. Valia was speechless, but very happy. She liked this domineering husband very much. Holding William's arm, I love him so much. I couldn't help but say, hubby, meeting you is the greatest happiness in my life. William smiled and said, I am also very happy to meet you. Then take a taxi. Who would have thought that when the master saw that it was a dragon countryman? He angrily said, yellow people? No way. This is pure racial discrimination. He stopped another car, and when he saw that there was no one he would not take, he asked coldly, where are you going? William replied, go to the top shopping mall in France. The master said, $1,000, just pay and go. Valeria immediately refused to accept the offer. For $1,000, why don't you just go and rob? I go there often, and I only get $50 at most. The master said impatiently, do it if you want. After saying that, he stepped on the accelerator and drove away. But Walia was so angry that he shouted, how could you do this? I will file a complaint against you. William quickly patted her on the back and said, don't be angry, honey. We'll get the next one. Walia complained, hubby, they think you are from Dragon Country, and they are too bullying. I don't even mind that they are black. Walia's coquettish tone made William want to laugh. Okay, let's wait. Someone will be willing to take us. If not, we can go to the car city to buy a car first, which will be convenient. Walia said in embarrassment, but buying a car is too expensive. If I had known, I would not have bought these jewelry. William Yong said angrily, what are you talking about? No matter how expensive it is, you have to buy it for your husband. I will buy you a car and a house, and I will buy the best ones. My wife, nothing can be worse than others. William's domineering appearance. Valeria was surprised and delighted. Thank you, my husband. I don't know how to repay you. William smiled evilly. You want to repay me? It's not that easy. Let's continue tonight. Look at her red lips. Valia was immediately extremely shy. Hubby, you are so bad. I don't need to use my mouth tonight. I want to give you a child. No, one is not enough. I want to give you 2 or 3. If I want 4, it depends on how good you are at making money. William was speechless, and he wanted 3 or 4 more gods. At this time, a taxi stopped beside them. Hey, fellow, do you want a taxi? The driver turned out to be a dragon native, and there was a sense of familiarity between fellow countrymen. We need to take a taxi. The master said kindly, hurry up and get in the car. William supported Valia. Wife, get in the car quickly. After getting in the car, the driver asked, where are you going? Valia said, just find any mall. We need to buy some clothes. William hurriedly said, fellow countrymen, let's go to the most luxurious shopping mall. We dragon people can't go to low-class places to buy things, otherwise we'll be looked down upon. The master quickly said, that makes sense. He stepped on the accelerator and drove out, then said, little brother, you are amazing. You can find such a beautiful and good wife in the United States. I envy you. Valia couldn't understand the Dragon Country language, so she asked curiously, hubby, what are you talking about? William said in English, my fellow villagers praised you for being beautiful and said they envied me for finding such a good wife like you. Valia smiled and said to the master, 3 mouthfuls of oil. The master also smiled. He understood English and asked, my fellow countrymen, where in Longwo are you from? Meeting fellow countrymen in a foreign country is like chatting about your hometown. William answered honestly, I'm from Sioux City, and I just arrived in the United States not long ago. The master said with a shocked expression, my fellow countryman is amazing. He has only been here for a short time, and he has already got such a good wife. William smiled and said, it's just luck. Alas, the master sighed, I don't have such good luck as you, but it's not bad, at least it's passable. William said, it's okay as long as it's okay. In this way, the 2 fellow villagers chatted all the way and arrived at the Golden Commercial District in about 15 minutes. William asked, countryman, how much is the fare? The master waved his hand and said, we are all from the same hometown. Why should I charge you any money? William quickly said, my friend, you still have to pay for the gas. Then he asked Valia, wife, do you have cash? Valia quickly took out a $100 bill, handed it to the master, and said, thank you, master. After saying that, he took William and left. The master hurriedly said, wait, I'll give you the change. Valia said, master, no need. The Golden Commercial District of the United States is equivalent to the aristocratic district of Dragon Country. The difference is that there are no restrictions here, and there are even homeless people begging inside. Valia often comes here to shop, mainly with friends, but rarely buys anything here, simply because she knows how expensive the things here are. Only the truly wealthy people in France can spend money here, and they can only stroll around. Valia leaned close to William's ear and said, "Honey, let's just buy the cheapest one later, okay?" William hugged her and said, "Wife, no. Everything else can be cheap, but the one you wear cannot be cheap. You don't feel bad about it, but I do." When Valia heard this, her heart was filled with warmth. "Hubby, you are so good to me." The two just walked to the door. A voice came from not far away. "Valia, Valia." Valia looked over excitedly. "Stephen, is it really you?" They both noticed that there was a man beside each other. They both said almost in unison, "Valia, Stephen, he is..." Chapter 62, Purposeful Targeting. This scene made both of them laugh at the same time. William and the young man also looked into each other's eyes. The young man looked at him with an unfriendly expression, but looked at Valia with a possessive look. William found that this guy was a bit astringent. So he looked at Stephen, and it was true that birds of a feather flock together. A beauty like Valia and her friend, although with a slightly darker skin, were also top beauties. Stephen looked at William, not rejecting the dragon people, and said to Valia, "Valia, you introduce yourself first." Valia happily pulled William and said, "Stephen, let me solemnly introduce you to my newest boyfriend, William, from Sioux City, Dragon Country." Apparently, from the previous conversation between William and the driver's fellow villager, Valia remembered William's city in Dragon Country. Stephen couldn't help but ask curiously, "Valia, what about Trod her? You are all ready to get married, right?" Hearing this, Valia pulled Stephen aside and started chatting with Stephen in a low voice. While the two were chatting, they looked over here from time to time. The young man Stephen brought looked at William and said coldly, "Dragon boy, I advise you to leave area. You are not worthy of us American women." William pretended not to hear and whistled and looked around. This scene made the young man feel like he had punched cotton, and he felt very uncomfortable. He said angrily, "Dragon Country kid, I'm talking to you. I am telling you seriously, leave Varia quickly, otherwise you will not be able to leave and return to Dragon Country." William still ignored him. The young man was furious and grabbed William by the collar, about to explode. At this time, Stephen and Valia came over. Stephen shouted in a deep voice, "Victor, what are you doing?" Stephen came over, and Victor quickly let go of William. He put on a harmless smile, spread his hands, and said, "I told him I was very strong, but he didn't believe me, so I gave it a try. I didn't expect you to misunderstand me." Valia frowned and asked, "Is that really the case?" Victor quickly said, "It's true, I promise." He held out his hand to assure. Stephen didn't dwell on this question. He looked at William and said in a warning tone, "Dragon Countryman William, I know everything about you and my best friend Varia. Since Varia has forgiven you, I won't pursue it. But I hope you'll be nice to Varia in the future. You're not allowed to bully Varia or let Varia cry. Do you understand?" William smiled confidently, glanced at Victor, and then said, "I promise, I'm 10,000 times better than this guy." Victor exploded on the spot. "Dragon people, you're talking nonsense. You dragon people are all emotional liars." Before he could finish, William interrupted, "How about this? Let's do some actual proof. They are our lovers. Let's compare and see who is more willing to spend money. I believe everyone knows that the man who is more willing to spend money on his woman must love her more." Hearing this, Stephen looked at Victor. Victor smiled and said, "Dragon Countryman, if you make such a suggestion, I'm afraid you will cry soon." William smiled. "Really? Then let's wait and see who will cry." Valia quickly said, "Hubby, forget it. What's the point of competing? We could just buy a set of clothes." In Victor's opinion, Valia's nervousness was due to William's lack of financial resources, so he immediately said with confidence, "Let's go, don't waste time." William pulled Valia straight into the mall. "Keep walking inside, because the things get better and more expensive the further you go inside. Yes, there are homeless people here." What caught William's attention was a homeless woman who was black. Although black people were not welcome in the United States, there were still men who could accept women. He couldn't understand why she was homeless. At this time, Victor walked up to the homeless woman, took out $100 and handed it to her. "Take it. I hope it can provide you with food and clothing for a few days." After doing all this, he looked at William provocatively. William smiled and ignored it. Victor muttered, "The dragon people really have no love at all." Valia knew that William had no cash, So he quietly took out $1,000 and stuffed it into William's hand. William naturally understood, but he walked over and handed it to the homeless man and said, "Okay, Victor, if you want to help them, you should introduce them to a job instead of $100. Victor subconsciously said, "Why don't you help her find a job?" William smiled slightly. "Okay, I'll introduce her to a job." After that, he walked up to the female homeless person and said, "Hello, my name is William. I'm from Manhwa. I want to introduce you to a job. Are you willing?" The female homeless person pointed her head. There's something wrong with this. Indicates that there is something wrong with his brain. William smiled. "It doesn't matter what's her name. What can you do?" The female homeless person also smiled and said, "My name is Emily. I can cook, clean, and also—" "Okay, that's enough. How about I hire you as my nanny at a salary of $10,000 a month? Are you willing?" Emily shook her hands vigorously and said, "No, that's too much. $3,000 is enough." William thought about it and said, "How about this? 5,000? No less, otherwise people will say that I am exploiting the labor force." Emily was overjoyed. "Really? Thank you so much, Mr. William. It's just that my mind is not normal sometimes. I'm afraid." William interrupted. "It's okay. I can accept it. Come and let me introduce it to you." Pointing at Varia, he said, "This is my wife, Varia. This is my wife's best friend, Stephen. And this is the fake nice guy, Victor." Victor's face was gloomy. "Dragon, what do you mean? Why do you say I'm a fake good person? Didn't you just waste 5,000 to hire her?" Victor said, looking at Emily, "I'll pay you to be our nanny. We are both Americans. I hope you won't reject me. Don't worry, I will treat you well." This, Emily looked at William, not because of the temptation of money, but because of Victor's words, "We are all Americans." Being a member of the same tribe gave her a greater sense of security. William smiled and said, "Emily, you can make your own choice. This is a free country and no one can restrict you." Emily smiled apologetically and said, "Mr. William, I'm sorry. I choose to be with Mr. Victor." William proudly. William pretended to lose a game and said, "Don't be so cocky. Buying gifts for your own wives is what we should compare. Let's go. I hope you won't cry later." Victor shouted, "You're the one who's going to cry." Chapter 63, Furious Victor. Several people came to a luxury shoe store. The shoe store is large and empty, not crowded at all. There are 7 or 8 beautiful saleswomen. Each of them is a beauty with a good figure and a beautiful face. There was a salesperson standing at the door. He saw them coming and said, "You are very honored guests. Would you like to take a look inside and make your selection?" Victor said with the air of a wealthy man, "Well, I want to buy my girlfriend a pair of the most expensive and best shoes." Hearing this, the salesman's eyes lit up. "Sir, and your girlfriend, please come in." William and the other 3 followed in. William was not in a hurry, waiting for Victor to show off. The salesperson quickly took them inside, where there was a pair of transparent crystal shoes on the display stand. The salesperson introduced enthusiastically, "Sir, this is our treasure, Crystal Love. There's a price note next to it. Crystal Love, $1 million US." Victor felt a pain in his heart when he saw the price. He thought to himself, "You salesperson are really honest. I just mentioned it casually, and you took me to see the most expensive one. You don't have any taste at all. Well, these shoes are easy to pinch the feet after wearing for a long time, so I won't use them. I recommend the more practical ones above. After all, my girlfriend is used to shopping, and these shoes are not good." In fact, Stephen looked at Crystal Love with fiery eyes. "Just because this pair of shoes is so beautiful, even if I don't wear them after buying them, it's comfortable to just appreciate them." The salesperson explained, "Sir, you are wrong. Every pair of Crystal Love shoes is made according to the feet of the girls with the best figures. They are professionally made by the top shoemakers, so the foot-pinching phenomenon you mentioned will not occur." Victor was a little embarrassed and said angrily, "Don't you understand me? The salesperson? I want to buy my girlfriend a pair of practical shoes for shopping, Crystal Love, and I can buy more when I need them later." Stephen was suddenly disappointed. But when you think about a pair of shoes costing $1 million, how many men would buy them for a woman? Many women who wear this kind of shoes are in favor of earning money to buy them. William said, "Sales, please help my wife pack these shoes." The whole audience was stunned. William in disbelief. The salesperson asked doubtfully, "Mr. Longoran, are you sure you are serious? You know, this is $1 million US, which is 7 million Longo currency. Are you sure you want to buy it?" William took out his bank card and handed it over, saying, "Password 123456. Swipe the card now. I want this pair of shoes." The salesperson was stunned. Others were shocked. Valia felt distressed. "Forget it, husband. Just like Victor said, these shoes are not practical. Let's buy something else. I like this pair of sneakers very much," Valia said as he picked up a pair of sneakers next to him. In the past, he would have thought this pair of sneakers worth 38,000 yuan was expensive, but now he is really not as willing to spend money as William. William put his arm around Valia's waist and said, "Wife, I've told you so many times that I don't feel bad at all for spending money on you. The more expensive the better, just because I love you." Snap, snap, snap. When the people at the scene heard this, they all applauded enthusiastically. Stephen's expression was cold, and she looked at Victor. Victor's face was as dark as ink. He didn't buy it, but this dragon countryman bought it. It was really a slap in the face. He glared at William with his fists clenched and swore in his heart that he would teach him a lesson. The salesperson reacted and said quickly, "Sir, check out this way." After I took the crystal love and paid the bill, the salesperson said enviously, "You are so lucky to have such a good husband." Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending $1 million within 24 hours and receiving a special enhancement pill reward. Ding! New mission. Spend $3 million within 24 hours. Fail the mission and you'll be blinded. Complete the mission and you will be rewarded with a special strengthening pill. System. Activate the special grade strengthening pill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the special enhancement point and obtaining 100,000 money points. These strengthening points are 100,000 each time, which feels really good. At this moment, Valia was so happy that she almost fainted. William was so good to her. At first he thought William was just trying to please her, but now he bought the millions of shoes without blinking an eye. She subconsciously looked at Stephen and Victor, thinking that there is no harm without comparison. Stephen had previously advised her not to be with the Dragon Man. At this time, William continued, "Sales crystal love shoes are indeed not suitable for shopping. Please recommend 2 pairs of shoes suitable for my wife to wear on the street." The salesperson was delighted. "Sir, you are so kind to your wife. Madam, please come with me and try on the casual shoes in our store." The salesperson took Walia away. While Valia felt sweet in her heart, she was also worried. She really didn't want to give William money like this. After all, she still had to make a living in the future. But I couldn't refuse such a kind invitation. William walked up to Victor and said with a smile, "Mr. Victor, why don't you buy a few pairs of shoes from Miss Stephen?" Victor got angry when he saw William and said in a deep voice, "Dragon people, don't go too far." William smiled and said, "Too much? I really don't know what you're talking about. I love my wife. How can it be too much if I buy things for her?" Then he looked as if he had suddenly realized something. "Oh, you're reluctant to buy it?" She said to Stephen, "Stephen, feel free to choose whatever you like. As Valia's best friend, it's not too much for me to buy it for you." Then he said to Emily, who was standing beside him, "By the way, Emily, you choose too. It's my treat." Crackling. Victor was so angry that he clenched his fists and glared at William with red eyes, wishing he could beat him to death immediately. I swore in my heart that I would leave here and find a chance to kill him. Stephen was even more sad and upset when he saw him like this, and he shouted, "Victor, were you lying to me about what you said to me?" Victor's body trembled, and he forced an awkward smile and said, "Stephen, how can you think that? I'm sincere to you. You can choose any shoes you like, and I will buy them for you." I thought to myself, "Stephen, no matter how much money I spend on you, when I get tired of you, I will use you to make it back." Stephen then smiled and ran to Valia to choose shoes together. William fiercely and said, "Boy, if you don't listen to my advice, just wait for me." William smiled slightly and said loudly to the salesperson, "Don't choose. Buy 2 pairs of the most expensive shoes that fit my wife's size. The reason why only 2 phases are needed is because there are too many to carry and I have to buy other things." The salesperson, who was in a bad mood, was delighted to hear William's words. "Hello, sir." I thought to myself, your husband is so generous and is not afraid to spend money on you. What are you reluctant to give up? Varia came to William with a wry smile and said, "Hubby, don't be so wasteful. We still have to live." Chapter 64. Insufficient amount. The salesperson quickly brought 2 pairs of shoes, 2 pairs of the same style, both very exquisite and beautiful, and very comfortable. While the salesperson was calculating the price, Stephen said, "Salesperson, please give me 2 pairs of these 2 styles of shoes." The salesperson's eyes lit up. "Okay, please wait a moment." He quickly printed out the invoice and handed it to William, saying, "Sir, 2 pairs of shoes, a total of 680,000 US dollars." Upon hearing the price, Victor's face immediately turned pale. A scoundrel like him, who pretends to be a rich second generation to pick up girls, can only overdraw his bank card, even if he can come up with so much money. It is worth noting that US bank cards can be overdrawn. William readily took out his bank card and handed it over. "Pay the bill." The salesperson said respectfully, "Sir, please enter the password." William smiled slightly. "It's the same card, the password is the same." After paying 680,000, the salesperson respectfully returned the bank card. "Sir, please keep your card." Then he said to Stephen, "Madam, please wait a moment. Hurry and get her the same shoes as Valius." After a while, he took it, packed it, printed out the invoice, and asked, "Madam, who will pay for it?" William fiercely, and could only use his bank overdraft funds to consume. After paying, Victor immediately received the payment information. He took out his mobile phone and took a peek. Sure enough, the consumption was negative. Stephen saw that Victor looked very bad. "Victor, are you okay? It doesn't matter if the crystal shoes are not sold. I don't wear them often anyway." I thought Victor was unhappy because of the crystal shoes. William fiercely, thinking that he was going too far. "If you wanted to buy it, you should have bought it earlier. Why did you buy it when Victor said not to buy it? Wasn't this intentional?" William didn't take it seriously. He picked up his shoes and pulled Valia towards everyone, saying, "Let's go. We bought the shoes. Let's buy matching clothes and pants." Hearing this, Victor's heart sank, thinking that the Dragon Man did it on purpose. He just didn't expect that the other party was so rich despite being dressed ordinary. It is impossible to continue shopping. Any cheap clothing here costs tens of thousands of yuan, and they're the worst ones. They're basically not worth giving as gifts. We have to think of a way. I quickly checked the time and said, "It's 10:30. I'm a little hungry, mainly because I didn't have breakfast. Let's find a place to eat first." I thought after dinner I will find an excuse to slip away. But as for this damn dragon countryman, I must deal with him. William took out his phone and said, "Okay, I just happened to see a Michelin restaurant in the mall. Let's go over there. It seems not far away." Valia pulled William and said, "Forget it. Let's just go out and have something to eat." Everyone knows that the Michelin restaurants in the Noble Shopping Mall are high-end, but also incredibly expensive. William looked at Victor and said, "What are you afraid of? Although we are a little poor, Stephen's boyfriend Victor must be rich. Look, he is wearing famous brands. Mr. Victor, you wouldn't be so reluctant to treat us to a meal, right? After all, Valia and Stephen are best friends." Victor was so angry. He realized that the Dragon Man did it on purpose. It was really hateful. Stephen also looked at Victor. Victor smiled brightly and said, "How could that be? It's just a meal. Let's go quickly. We are really hungry." William happily hugged Valia and said, "Wife, you can eat and drink for free today." A group of 5 people came to the Michelin restaurant. I walked in and found a seat. The waiter came over immediately with a menu in his hand. "What would you like to eat?" William smiled faintly and said, "Give me one of the most expensive ones you have here." The waiter was stunned and then asked in surprise, "Sir, our most expensive set meal here is worth 880,000 yuan per cent. Are you sure you want 1 cent per person?" Hearing this, Victor's heart was bleeding, but in order to maintain the temperament of a rich man, he had to hold it back. William smiled and said, "Don't worry, our Mr. Victor is a well-known rich man, and the last thing he lacks is money." The waiter took a look at Victor and saw that he was well-dressed and his wife was nice too. He didn't look like the kind of person who couldn't stand a meal, so he said, "Okay, wait a moment." William shouted as the waiter was about to leave. The waiter asked politely, "Sir, is there anything else you need?" William thought for a moment and said, "Do you have any red wine here?" The waiter smiled and said, "Sir, you've got it. We have most of the ingredients here, and red wine is no exception." "That's good. Give us a bottle of 1982 Lafite. Just 1 bottle first. We can order more if it's not enough," William said calmly. The waiter was stunned. Victor couldn't help but burst out, "You country bumpkin from Dragon Country. Have you ever eaten or drunk anything? I suspect you were blackmailing me on purpose." William looked very surprised and incredible and said, "Victor, are you in a bad mood? Or do you not want to treat us to a meal?" Then he nodded and said, "It's okay. I'll treat you to a meal. We dragon people love to treat friends to a meal when we get together." After that, he looked at the waiter and said, "Give me 2 bottles of 1982 Lafite, and also some of your best drinks, just enough for me to drink." The waiter asked doubtfully, "Sir, do you have the spending power?" William took out his bank card and handed it over, saying, If you doubt my spending power, you can pay the bill now. The waiter didn't hesitate, calculated the bill, took the bank card and swiped it directly. Seeing that the other party wanted to ask for the password, William said, 123456. The waiter was stunned. He didn't expect that the password could be said so casually. This is a consumption of several million. I wonder if there's no money in this card. After entering the password, sorry, your payment amount is insufficient. William's spending amount is only 3 million. He spent 680,000 before, which only left him with more than 2 million. A 5-set meal package would be more than 4 million, so naturally the amount would be insufficient. Victor was overjoyed when he saw this. TSK, TSK, TSK. You dragon people, you like to show off. You keep on showing off, I'm watching you. He thought to himself, let's see how you resolve the embarrassment. Valia quickly came to William's rescue and said to the waiter, my husband has drunk a little too much. Let's. Without waiting for Valia to finish, William asked calmly, how much money do I have on my card now? The waiter checked quickly and said, 2.32 million US dollars. William nodded. Well, you can swipe 2.32 million US dollars first. My card has a habit. After I spend it all, the family will immediately transfer more money to me. Chapter 65, Feast. The waiter asked hesitantly, are you sure, sir? Valia was anxious and said angrily, husband, forget it. Don't be stubborn. William interrupted again. I'm sure. Hurry up. This is freedom of consumption, and no one has the power to stop it. The waiter nodded, swiped the card, and entered the password immediately, and spent 2.32 million. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You spent 3 million US dollars within 24 hours and received the special enhancement pill reward. Ding! New mission. Spend 5 million US dollars within 24 hours. Fail the mission, and you will be blinded. Complete the mission, and you will be rewarded with a special enhancement pill. The system activates the special grade strengthening pill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the special enhancement pill and obtaining 100,000 enhancement points. The current remaining enhancement points are 647,790 points. The waiter continued, sir, you still need 4.2 million yuan. William nodded. Just keep swiping the card for 5 million. And for the extra 800,000, just prepare 800,000 worth of food for us. The waiter was shocked. Valia, Stephen was shocked. Victor was dumbfounded. After careful calculation, this meal cost more than 6 million. Most people can't earn that much money in their lifetime. The waiter was a little skeptical. The card was out of money just now. Can it be swiped now? I tried it quickly, entered the password, and was shocked. It turned out that there were really 5 million. I asked in disbelief, sir, are you really going to swipe your card for 5 million? William said very seriously, when I treat friends to a meal, I never spend money. My friends can order whatever they want to eat. After saying this, William deliberately glanced at Victor. The waiter continued to swipe the card. Walia and the others didn't believe that there was still money. As a result, the waiter finished swiping the card, handed the bill and bank card back to William, and said, sir, please wait a moment. Stephen took the bill and looked at it in disbelief. It was clearly stated, more than 6 million. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of spending 5 million within 24 hours, and you will be rewarded with a special strengthening pill. Ding! The host has completed the task in excess of the quota within 1 minute and has obtained a chance to draw a prize. Ding! New mission. Within 24 hours, complete the consumption of 8 million US dollars. If you fail the mission, you will be blinded. If you complete the mission, you will be rewarded with a special strengthening pill. This time, William was stunned. It actually triggered a chance to win a prize? What kind of prize was it? It took a while to calm down. The system opens the special skill enhancement pill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the special enhancement pill and obtaining a reward of 100,000 enhancement points. The current remaining enhancement points are 747,790 points. System, let me draw a lottery. Ding! The host is drawing a lottery. Countless flickering spots of light appeared in William's mind, and he thought that was the prize. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the light-related superpower. William suddenly felt a wonderful change in his body. At the same time, his sensitivity to light became very high, and he could even see the properties of light traveling in the air. Wonderful, very wonderful. Valia saw William pay. She was stunned and shouted curiously, husband, husband. I called out several times, but there was no response. Victor sneered. I think he's a newcomer. He likes to show off, but he can't bear to give up. I think all dragon people are like this. Value is angry. Victor, shut up. My husband is fine. The 6 million is a real payment. It's not like some people who want to pursue Steven but are reluctant to spend money even on a pair of shoes. Also, my husband is going to buy me some clothes and pants later. I hope you won't find an excuse to run away. I thought that Victor was going too far. In that case, I would let my husband teach him a lesson without giving him any face. Valeria could see that William was really rich, but he just spent it bit by bit. Victor's face immediately turned as dark as ink, and he said loudly, Valia, you have to understand that not all men who are willing to spend money on you love you. Men who spend money on you just want to sleep with you. Valia laughed. Victor, you are so hypocritical. This is the first time I've seen a hypocritical man like you. After that, she asked Steven, my bestie, he is reluctant to spend money on you. Does he want to sleep with you as well? There's an old saying that goes, whether a man loves you or not can be known from whether he's willing to spend money on you. A man who's willing to spend money on you doesn't necessarily love you, but a man who's not willing to spend money on you definitely doesn't love you. He just wants to take advantage of your body for free. Snap, snap, snap. William, who had recovered from his surprise, clapped his hands and said, Wife, well said. I'll go and try to see if some people are really willing to spend money on Steven. Noticing Steven's unhappy expression, William hurriedly said, Steven, you and Valia are best friends. Although doing this may embarrass you, it can at least test whether some people are sincere to you. At this time, several staff members came with a dining cart and said politely, Dear guests, your food is ready. I wish you a pleasant meal. Some people in the distance had been here for a long time, but their food had not come. When they saw the people who came later, they asked in dissatisfaction, Hey, what's going on? We came first, but our food didn't come. So how come I got their food first? You immediately distracted Steven's attention. The waiter politely explained, I'm sorry, sir and madam. These VIPs ordered our top set menu, each of which costs 880,000 US dollars, so they enjoy limited service. William smiled and said, It seems that being willing to spend money does have its benefits. Then he opened the lid of Varia's lunchbox and said, Wife, please eat. A large seafood feast from king crab, Australian Tyrannosaurus, and more. All in all, this set meal gives people the feeling that the 880,000 yuan is worth it. William picked up the 1982 Lafite, opened it, and poured it for everyone. He did not ignore Victor. After all, he had to be a gentleman now. Emily was in a state of shock. She suddenly realized that her choice to be Victor's family's nanny seemed to be a very wrong choice. This dragon countryman looks more gentlemanly and is more willing to spend money. But I have made my choice, so I can't regret it. William smiled and said, Everyone, eat quickly. If it's not enough, keep serving. Don't be polite to me. Although Victor was extremely unhappy, he couldn't resist the temptation when seeing the delicious food. He thought that in his entire life, he had never eaten the best Michelin meal, let alone the Michelin meal in the Noble Mall. Steven Natsong used his mobile phone to take photos and record videos. Naturally, this kind of consumption had to be posted on WeChat Moments. Valia didn't have such a hobby and said to William with great gratitude, Thank you, husband. William said gently, Silly girl, your husband invited you to dinner. It would be awkward to say thank you. Seeing that Emily didn't touch the tableware, he hurriedly said, Emily, don't be polite. Hurry up and eat. Emily's tears immediately flowed down. She never dreamed that the first person who invited her to a big meal and treated her so well was actually a dragon countryman. Mr. William, thank you. Chapter 66. I bought you clothes and you refused. You don't love me anymore. At the end of the meal, everyone was very satisfied. They walked out of the restaurant together. Walia said, Hubby, let's go back. We don't need to go shopping anymore. After the meal, Valia's anger towards Victor subsided, and she really didn't want William to spend any more money. William shook his head and refused. No reason can stop me from spending money on my wife. Let's go buy some clothes. Don't be polite to me. Don't save money for me, unless you don't love me. The last sentence is simple, but very domineering. Valia couldn't refuse anymore, unless she didn't love him. Victor really wanted to find a reason to leave, but Valia had told him the truth before. If he left now, Steven would hate him to death. We have already spent so much money. If we retreat, all our efforts will be in vain. But if we continue, these damn dragon people are simply a bottomless pit. What should I do? What should I do? While Victor was struggling over what to do, They had already arrived at a clothing store. William took the lead and walked in with a swagger. "Ladies and gentlemen, who are you looking to buy from?" the salesperson asked politely, with a respectful tone. After all, those who can come to such a place to consume are not ordinary people. William smiled and said, "Anyone can do it, as long as they like the recommended items." The salesperson was delighted when he heard this and said, "Sir, this way please. We just got a new suit that will suit your temperament very well." Upon hearing this, William could tell that this was an experienced salesperson. He followed very cooperatively. Seeing that William wanted to buy a suit, Valia hurried over. As a wife, she naturally wanted to take a look at it with her husband. At the same time, she also held William's arm to prove to others that this was her husband. Seeing this, the salesperson smiled at Valia. She knew what to do immediately and said to Valia, "Hello, ma'am. This suit is a new model in our store. Take a look. It suits your husband's temperament very well." When Valia heard this, a smile immediately spread across her face, and she said to William, "Hubby, go and give it a try." William nodded. "Okay, I'll try them on. Honey, you can pick them out too. Buy whatever you like." William came to the fitting room, put on a suit, and walked out. "Wow!" Valia, who was waiting at the door of the fitting room, exclaimed. Even the salesperson covered his mouth with his hand in shock. "I never expected that this dragon man, who was wearing simple casual clothes, would have such a drastic change in temperament after changing into a suit. The only thing that is affected is the shoes on your feet, which are not a pair of leather shoes to match the suit. Even so, the noble and top-notch temperament is still astonishing." Stephen couldn't help but muttered. It turns out that Valia has such a good vision. He found a dragon countryman who is so handsome and has money. Why do I feel like I have taken action? William smiled and asked, "Wife, what do you think? Buy it if you can." Valia finally reacted and said in surprise, "Honey, that's great. This suit suits you so well." William said happily, "Wife, as long as you like it." He looked at the salesperson and said, "I want this suit." The salesperson was also overjoyed. "Okay, sir, please check out this way." The bill came out, and the salesperson said respectfully, "Sir, your purchase amount is $5.6 million US. Hiss. Shocked, Emily took a deep breath. A suit costs $5.6 million US? That's crazy. William took out his bank card and handed it over, saying, "Swipe the card, password 123456. Victor's eyes suddenly fell on William's bank card. This card seems to have endless amounts of money, and the key is that he knows the password. If I get this card, can I spend it as I please? Thinking of this, Victor only had William's bank card in his eyes. Once you know it, no matter how beautiful a girl is, you can't pick her up. As long as you have money, big stars and internet celebrities are at your fingertips, right? After the payment was completed, the salesperson respectfully returned the bank card to William. "Sir, I wish you a happy life." Victor's eyes followed William's hand, and he almost drooled when he saw him casually put the card into his trouser pocket. William had already put on the suit and said to Valia, "Wife, have you chosen it?" Walia refused. "Hubby, I don't need it. I have plenty of clothes." William said angrily, "Wife, do you not love me anymore? You bought your clothes, and now I want to buy you clothes, but you refuse. Tell me honestly, do you not love me anymore?" When the others heard this, they looked at them and at Valia with envy. "I want to buy you clothes, but you refuse. If you refuse, that means you don't love me." Someone muttered, "Isn't this dragon countryman too rich? But that girl is so lucky that she forced him to buy clothes. Please, someone come and force me. I will never empty this place." Valia smiled bitterly and said quickly, "Hubby, don't be like this. I love you very, very much, really." William said seriously, "Then why are you still standing there? Go and choose quickly. Buy everything you like to prove that you love me." Stephen saw this scene and subconsciously looked at Victor. Victor happened to meet Stephen's gaze and felt awkward. "Stephen, next time, I swear, next time I will buy you whatever you want, and I won't even blink an eye." I thought to myself, as long as I could get the bank card of this damn dragon countryman, I could buy whatever I wanted and never have to worry about not having enough money. Stephen wanted to compromise. This is when William shouted, "Stephen, come here quickly. Valeria said this suit suits you very well. Come quickly." Hearing this, Stephen glanced at Victor, didn't care about anything else, and strode over. Valia handed her a set of clothes and said, "Stephen, this suit suits you very well. Go and try it on. I will change into this one." Stephen took the clothes and liked them very much. She thought that she was worthy of being her best friend, and her selection was really good. She quickly walked into another fitting room. After a while, Valia and Stephen came out almost at the same time. Wow, William exclaimed in surprise. It's true that clothes make the man, and gold makes the Buddha. You look like fairies in these two sets of clothes. So beautiful. Valia was so happy to hear William's praise. What woman doesn't like to be praised by her man? Even Stephen was very happy and asked Victor, Victor, what do you think? Victor's eyes fell on the price tag, and after seeing it, he felt numb. Chapter 68, Mission Time Reduced. Ding. Congratulations to the host for spending 15 million US dollars within 1 minute and getting a special enhancement pill reward. If you exceed the task, you'll get a chance to draw a lottery. Ding. New mission. Complete the consumption of 30 million US dollars within 12 hours. If you fail the mission, you will be blinded. If you complete the mission, you will be rewarded with 2 special strengthening pills. William was overjoyed by the lucky draw reward for exceeding the task target. But why did the time get shortened? In the past, the time got longer as the amount of money increased, but now it got shorter? The benefit is that the reward has increased. William thought about it carefully, and it seems to be caused by overfulfilling the task. Sure enough, the system would not give him a chance to BGU. Hey, he sighed and said to the waiter, just settle the rest. The salesman said, okay, activate all the strengthening pills. Ding. Congratulations to the host for opening 3 strengthening pills and obtaining 30 strengthening points. The current remaining strengthening points are 1,047,790. The system draws twice. Ding. The host is drawing a lottery. Countless points of light appeared in my mind again. Congratulations to the host. You won 1 million points in a lottery, and congratulations to the host for winning the angel wings in the lottery. What the hell? William blurted out and felt an itch on his back, as if something was about to break out of its shell. It took a full minute to finish. This is when he discovered that the angel wings already existed. Fortunately, they were probably only hidden in the flesh and blood. What he needed was to summon them out. Otherwise, wouldn't he become a birdman with wings on his back? I feel that angel wings is not as sweet as 1 million strengthening points. William was a little agitated. Valia asked curiously, honey, what's wrong with you? William responded, nothing. Have you got your things? Let's go to the next one. Valia was shocked and asked quickly, honey, are we still going to buy it? William said seriously, of course we have to go shopping. How can we go shopping without having fun? Let's go. The group walked out of the clothing store. Emily paused. After William felt it, he asked curiously, Emily, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and leave. By the way, if you like anything, just take it. I'll pay for it. Emily said jokingly, Mr. William, I'll just forget it. Thank you for treating me to a big meal. This is the most luxurious meal I've ever had in my life. Thank you very much. William walked over and asked, Emily, what's wrong with you? I said I would help you solve your work problem, and I will definitely help you. Let's go, we are all friends. The word friend made Emily tremble, a little bit unbelievable. Everyone disliked her, white people, black people. Only this yellow man from Dragon Country did not dislike her, and even called her friend. Tears flowed silently. Valia and Stephen looked at each other, and both came over, each holding Emily and saying, let's go. Our husband is a very good person and won't bully you. Then everyone left together. Soon, William stopped at a lingerie store, which was full of luxury lingerie of various brands. Valia and the others looked at William with shyness. William didn't think much of it. Wife, we've already bought a set, so the underwear must be matched. Hurry up. After saying that, he walked in first. Many people nearby gave him strange looks, but William didn't care. A salesperson came over and said, Sir, this is a women's store, please. William interrupted. I know. I'll choose for my wife. How about this? The best underwear suitable for my wife. Give me 5 sets. After that, he muttered, this should be enough for changing and washing. The salesman looked at Valia and the others who had not yet entered and asked, Excuse me, who among you is his wife? Valia walked in shyly, I am. The salesman took one look at Valia's stature and asked, Excuse me, are you? Valia replied quietly. The salesperson smiled and said, Okay, wait a moment. William remembered something, looked at Stephen and Emily and said, By the way, you should need it too. Then he said to another salesperson, Please give them 5 sets each. Yes, it's still the most expensive. Emily and Stephen were both very shy. Usually, only husbands or lovers buy underwear as gifts. Even the people nearby looked at him with curiosity, contempt, and disgust. Someone couldn't help but say, This guy is really ambitious. He actually wants all three at once. Someone else said, although he is ambitious, I am more curious. He bought 15 sets of the best underwear. I remember correctly that the best underwear here costs 300,000 US dollars. 15 sets is 4.5 million US dollars. I wonder if he will feel bad when he pays for it. Someone laughed and said, just wait and see. Stephen and Emily also gladly accepted William's gift. The main reason is that after getting along with him for so long, I have come to understand his character. I never feel bad about spending money, I just buy it. If you solve it, it seems like you still look down on him. Soon the price list came out. Hello, sir. You're three. Lady spent a total of 4.5 million US dollars. William smiled and handed over the bank card and said, don't get me wrong. Valia is my wife, and they are all my wife's best friends. By the way, the password is 123456. Someone was shocked and said, my God, are the people of Long Country so arrogant? I also want to be his friend. Some people were shocked, while others actually took action. A white girl with twin ponytails, very cute. He came up to William and asked expectantly, big brother, can we be friends? After that, he extended his right hand towards William in a friendly manner. William hesitated for a moment and said, I'm sorry, I really want to be friends with you, but I'm worried that my wife will be jealous. You know, it's terrible for a woman to be jealous, so I can only apologize. After that, he said to Valia, wife, let's go. The three of them already had bags in their hands, and they couldn't calm down. Especially Emily. Even if she resold the 5 sets of internal energy in her hands, she would make a fortune. Looking at William's back, she found that she was actually a little moved. I was a little confused again. Could it be that this guy saw through my identity? It shouldn't be possible. Even if someone saw through my identity, it was impossible that he was a dragon countryman. Then I bought some more things, but they were not worth much. William was not in a hurry to spend money this time. He was worried that the money was being spent too quickly, and next time the system would reduce the time to 6 hours or even lower. Wouldn't that be the end of him? Soon it was evening, and they arrived at Stephen's house, as she lived alone. As for Valia, she lives with her family, while Emily is a homeless person. After putting their things away, the 3 girls' eyes involuntarily fell on William. Chapter 67. He is interested in you. This dress costs 8.88 million US dollars. Looking at Stephen, I thought that of course it looked good. This suit was worth nearly 10 million yuan, and it was all made of real materials. The town gems on it were all real. I thought, even if it was a pig, it would look good in this outfit. Seeing that Victor had a gloomy face and didn't speak, Stephen frowned and asked, Victor, I'm asking you a question. What are you doing? I thought, I know this dress is expensive, but I don't really want you to buy it. Can't you just say it's pretty? Are we still my boyfriend? Victor exploded, thinking, why should I buy it for you? It's embarrassing to say anything now, thinking that I got the bank card of this damn dragon countryman. What kind of beauty can I get? Why should I waste time on you? Victor couldn't care about anything else when he thought of this. He roared, Stephen, what kind of person are you? Don't you know what's going on? You want to buy this and that. What do you think of me? An ATM? Let's break up. I don't love you, you slut. After the outburst, he turned around and left angrily. Victor stood there in a daze, noticing that many people were laughing at him. Tears of grievance and shame rolled down his cheeks silently. William walked up to her, helped her put on her dress, and said, you look very beautiful in this dress. It perfectly highlights your temperament and figure. Valia is your best friend. How could the one she picked for you be bad? Don't cry. You can choose anything you like. I'll give it to you. Gentlemen, words of concern can be of timely help at this time. Stephen could no longer control his emotions and threw himself into William's arms. At this moment, she was shocked to find that the embrace of this dragon country man was so warm and safe. It took a while for him to adjust to the situation, and he said gratefully, thank you for your kindness. It is so lucky for Varia to meet you. I am happy for Varia too. After saying that, she was about to take off the dress. 8.88 million US dollars. She would never be able to earn that much money in her lifetime. William held her and said, word if it looks good. You and Varia are good friends, and Varia chose this for you. Just think of it as a gift from Varia. After saying that, he looked at Valia and asked, Valia, what do you think? Valia naturally knew that the suit was very expensive, and the one she was wearing was even more expensive, but seeing William was so sincere, she smiled and said, Stephen, my husband is right. Accept it. Stephen looked at Valeria in disbelief and said in shock, really? Valeria, do you know that this dress is worth nearly 10 million? Varia walked up to Stephen and whispered in his ear, "My husband has long seen through Victor as a fake rich man, so he deliberately targeted him, and he was also afraid that you would suffer. But I can see that my husband seems to be interested in you, too. We are good friends. I know my husband is very good, too good. I can't have it alone. Since he is interested in you, why don't we be together? This way, even if my husband finds another woman in the future, we can still work together." Stephen was stunned when he heard this. She asked in disbelief, "Valia, are you serious? Are you willing to share your husband with me?" Varia smiled bitterly and said, "Of course I don't really want to, but our country is an open country. There is no rule that men cannot marry multiple wives. Okay, let's not talk about that. You like my husband, right? Then let's be together." William, who looked extremely handsome in his suit, and nodded. William's current hearing ability allowed him to hear the conversation between the two people at the same time. He was extremely speechless. "What do you mean? I'm also interested in Stephen. Please, I just want to spend money as quickly as possible. Can you please not misunderstand me?" However, if you look closely at Stephen wearing the 8.88 million dress, you'll find that her figure is very nice. Maybe that's not bad. I walked over and asked, "Wife, what are you mumbling about?" Stephen blushed and said, "I didn't grumble anything. It was just that Valia persuaded me to accept the gift." William smiled and nodded and asked, "Did you accept it?" Stephen said, "Will you feel bad if you accept it? After all, I'm not your wife." William smiled and said, "I never feel bad about spending money. If you like any other styles of clothes, you can pick them up. Don't save money for me. If I even blink, I will lose." Stephen laughed. "Really? Then Valia and I will be in a hurry." I said that, pulling Varia and walking. "Varia, let's go pick out some clothes. We're going to have a crazy shopping spree today." The salesperson nearby was overjoyed when he heard this. Today they can also add commission. Then, perhaps accompanied by Stephen, Valia also let go. The two picked out several sets of clothes they liked. When they reached the counter, Walia shouted, "Hubby, check out." William walked over to pay the bill with a smile on his face, thinking that this consumption must be tens of millions. The salesperson quickly calculated the bill and handed it to William, saying, "Sir, your wife and her friend spent a total of 35.8 million US dollars. The salesperson was also very smart. He thought he had seen through William's mind, so when checking out, he deliberately said, "Your two ladies." Stephen blushed and looked at William, worried that he would be rejected. William took out his bank card and said, "Swipe the card for 8 million first." The customer is God. The salesperson quickly swiped the card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the consumption of 8 million US dollars within 24 hours and receiving the special enhancement pill reward. Ding! New mission. Complete the consumption of 10 million US dollars within 24 hours. If you fail the mission, you will be blinded. If you complete the mission, you will be rewarded with a special strengthening pill. New funds arrived, William continued. "I'm swiping the card for 10 million. Salesman, please swipe your card for 10 million. Although they find this troublesome and are curious why customers don't pay in one lump sum, the customer is God and they will meet all their requests." Valia and Stephen watched William pay. It was more than 30 million US dollars. They never dreamed that one day they would spend more than 30 million US dollars just to buy a pair of emergency shoes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a $1,000 spending in 1 minute and receiving a special enhancement pill reward. If you exceed the task quota, you will receive a chance to win a prize. Ding! New mission. If you don't complete it within 24 hours, you will spend 15 million US dollars. If you fail the mission, you will go blind. If you complete the mission, you will be rewarded with a special strengthening pill. William was overjoyed when he heard about the chance to win the lottery, and hurriedly said, "I'm swiping the card for 15 million. The salesperson quickly swiped the card and said, "Sir, you have paid a total of 33 million US dollars, and you still need 2.8 million US dollars.